One rider down coming into the turn. All right, so it's going to be the number 3, Beckham Smith, with the 100% hole shot for the 50cc 7 to 8. And Smith going to lead him around the first couple turns there.
I think we've seen him do that a few times.
Yeah, Beckham is pretty quick off the gate there, JP, and that's a huge advantage for riders that can do that consistently.
Out of Canyon, Texas, right north of San Antonio. Beautiful lake right there.
There you
Canyon
go.
Lake.
Well, I'm sure he gets up there to do some water skiing or jet skiing up there.
Maybe a little fishing, training for the Malcolm Stewart.
That's
Big
it.
Kahuna, FMF Big Kahuna tournament every year.
Yeah, pull some big old bass in up there. Well, Beckham Smith is definitely not telling any fishing stories about how he does here on the track, JP, because he's been able to get it done all week long. A second place in the first moto, putting himself out front right now, but he's going to have to worry about the 132 as Welsing looks like he may have slotted into the second spot right behind him. So 50cc 7-8 limited on the track. Vet 35 plus and 50 plus. You're going to be next off the gate. Vet 35 plus and 50 plus next off the gate. Oh, our leader goes down.
I actually got stuck in a rut.
Yeah. He hit that rut so hard it just stopped him and he couldn't get going again. So Beckham Smith going to give up the lead. And it looks like it's just about time for us to send it down to the victory podium. Get a chance to talk to our top 3 here in the 250A Pro Sport. And cannot wait to hear the stories down there. We don't want to hear how Ryder McNabb set up that pass. That is for sure.
I missed that. I was standing next to Shane.
Crazy.
And there's the pole right here at the window, and I missed it.
It was definitely something else. It looks like they're just about situated down there. So, Dean, we're going to send it down to you down on the podium to talk to our top 3 in the 250A Pro Sport.
All right, wait the bike to get it up here. All right, Daxton, I know it was a tough one, but hey, you made it happen. You're third here. How'd that moto go for you?
Yeah, got up to probably top 5 start and pushed to second. I got flat in the middle, got some pretty bad arm pump, and yeah, it was really sucking in the middle, and then I turned it around at the end, but it's too late, so I'm pretty upset with that, but yeah, I'm ready to send it the next moto.
Definitely, man. Open Pro Sport. Who's helping you get there? Who's going to get you back on the box?
The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, the whole Mantra Energy Star Racing Yamaha team. Yeah, everyone that makes this possible, my mom, my dad, my mechanic Morgan, my suspension guy Jake, my trainer Swanee, team manager Jensen, and yeah, everyone there, thank you so much.
All right, guys, go to Dax Bennett, finish up third overall. Gonna make my way over to Mr. McNabb, man. You were working hard. At one point in the moto, looked like you were starting to reel him in. How'd it go?
Really bad start, probably mid-pack. And I gave him my all out there. I definitely tried my hardest off the start, I had to get by so many people. And once I got into second, I tried to make a run for him, but I put so much energy out in the first half of the moto. I just kind of, not ran out of steam, but just like couldn't go as fast as I could out there. Just ended up slowing down a little bit at the end. Couldn't close that gap much more than I did.
Not about it, man. It was definitely a solid ride. Tell me who got you here. Who's helping you out?
Just everybody under the rig. Red Bull KTM, my mechanic Justin, he's been doing a good job. Just everybody else, Fly, Oakley, everybody else, thank you so much.
All right, guys, get up for Ryder McNabb. And now we got the hole shotter, the class champion, getting that moto win. I believe you went 2-2-1, didn't you?
Yeah, that is correct. And man, it came down to a winner takes all, since we were all basically tied in points, and
that was my first hole shot, first good start actually, and I knew if I got a good start, I would be able to pull out a win. And I charged really hard on those first few laps, and I chilled it back down a little before halfway, and I seen they were catching me a little bit, so I had to push every single lap. They kept me honest, and it's a good feeling because I've been in the shadows of all the fast guys, and to be able to get this championship is definitely an improvement.
Definitely improvement, man. You worked hard for it. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, Orange Brigade Gas, my mechanic Jake, Mark and Jimmy from AEO, Dunlop, FMF, Scott Goggles, Twisted Motors, Fly Racing, and everyone else that backs me up.
All right, we'll bring in Mike Burkeen, so handing that number 1 plate, man. And get excited because I know how good it feels, man. You worked hard for it. Also down, Blake Roddick. Blake's going to get the luck of the draw. To be up here on the podium celebrating with everybody, but hey, you get to go to Stewart's compound. How'd it feel?
Feels pretty awesome.
Well,
Yes, sir.
how'd that motor go for you?
Wasn't the greatest. Had a decent start, but first or second lap, I got cross-ride a little bit, then got cleaned out. Made my way through, a couple kids, then just made a couple more mistakes, couple laps, and just.
It happens, bro. Hey, you got the luck of the draw. Anybody like to thank?
Mom, Dad, Don Bachelia, MX Training, Hydraulic Solutions Fire Protection, Dakota Concepts, Mom and Dad, or Grandma and Grandpa, Keen family, Eisen family, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, get up for Blake.
All right, good times down there on the podium. As you can see, some of the riders going to splash that champagne on their mechanics. Get that good time down there, Mark Finnis. Good job, young man. You earned that number 1 plate. That was a heck of a ride. So looking forward to seeing them in the Open Pro Sport later in the day. We're underway with the 57-8 Limited. It's Ken Zabanik, Gavin Welsing, Jake Marin, Beckham Smith, and Shannon Tarnow running top 5. Carter Holmes, Talon Hinson, Tate Brush, Levi Letty, and Tyler Hinton through the top 10. And looking at the overall, Gavin Welsing coming in with a win yesterday, sitting in second right now. That's good enough for the overall, as Beckham Smith sitting on 2-4 scores. And Zabanik, the rider out front right now, was 6th yesterday, so he's on the podium in the final spot right now for the overall. But right now he's out front. He can't do any better than that.
And it was a tough break for Beckham Smith, getting the hole shot out front, then gets stuck in a rut, which opened up the door. Kenan Zabanik takes over the lead, putting Beckham Smith in the 4th and knocked him right out of the championship.
Well, with Welsing taking the win in Moto 1, Smith has got to win this one because a 2-1, that's the only thing that's going to beat a 1-2. So he's got to close the gap on about 18 seconds, and man, I just don't know if that's going to be possible because it looks like, JP, the white flag is going to come out.
Yep.
Hey, we got the vet riders coming off the gate next, the 35 and 50 plus. 250C 12 plus, you should be in staging, as well as Mini Senior 1 12 to 14 riders. 450B 12 plus limited and 450C 12 plus in staging as well. And an absolutely beautiful day here, JP, the Freestone County Raceway, another gorgeous day.
The sun is coming out to heat up a little bit, to make it a little bit more enjoyable, but always be wary of the Wortham winds, ladies and gentlemen.
They're starting to howl.
Keep an eye on the flags. That's a good indication. When the flags start switching from left to right, north to south, east to west, whatever direction it is, and, of course, our state flags that we have all over the track in Freestone Raceway, you can tell by the PVC pipe when they're bending. The angle of the bend.
Yeah, those flags are all straight out off the pole right now.
Right now, it's still Kenan Zabanik out front with about a second and a half lead over second place, Gavin Welsing. Welsing could be our overall winner.
Yeah, and you know, Welsing doesn't really need to make the pass to take the championship.
No, he could just stay where he is. You know, like Shan would say, for any crazy, unforeseen circumstance, he should be our overall winner. But, of course, officially we say is unofficially.
That's it. It's an officially unofficial thing right now.
That's right. We call it as we see it. We don't score it.
That's it.
But it does help having E-score with some assistance for us.
You ain't kidding. Hey, and once again, folks, take a look at those transponders. Make sure you got a good charge on that. If it's not charged up, put it on the charging cradle for your moto so you make sure you get a good solid signal and get scored correctly.
Well, we got a six-pack right there, all tight and right.
Yeah, huh?
Over the finish line tabletop.
That is all out just outside the top 12 as well. So able to get that done. So Beckham Smith trying to get back towards the front there, the number 3. Looking like, unfortunately, still sitting in that third spot.
Yeah, got up to third, but like I said, that's not going to be enough.
No, and unfortunately, there's a big gap between him and Gavin Welzine.
Yeah, just like Zabanik with a 6th at Moto 1.
Here we go, Zabanik launching the FMF Powerwall on his way through the 12-pack. And there's going to be a checkered flag and a big number 1. There you go, Zabanik on the number 5. He's going to get the moto win. A 6-1 score is going to give him 3rd overall. There's the 132, Gavin Welzine.
And one happy number 132, which is going to give him the overall.
Yep, that was a solid run. Welzine, a good heads-up ride. Got himself where he needed to be for the overall and just kept himself there. There's Beckham Smith across the line in 3rd. So that's going to be good enough for him to finish 2nd overall. So looking at the overall picture, 1-2 scores for Gavin Welzine, 2-3 scores for Beckham Smith, and 6-1 scores for Cannon Zabanik. That's going to be the top 3 overall in the podium picture.
That's right, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, going to be our vet riders. $35 plus and $50 bus combination.
Hey, folks, it sounds like we've had a few people coming up and commenting on the fact that there's water running down some of the pit roads here, and it's making it a little difficult. Hey, guess why that's happening? We've got water on the pit roads because folks are out there washing their bikes in the pits instead of in the wash area. As long as you keep washing your bikes in the pits instead of the wash area, there's going to be water on the road. So you're making that mess yourself, folks. Once again, you know you're not supposed to be washing bikes in your pit area. There's a wash area over on the right side. If you're going to wash your bikes in your pits, you're going to put water all over the pit roads. So don't complain to us about slipping and sliding on those pit roads because you're the reason it's happening. All right, so Vet 35 plus, Masters 50 plus going to be next off the gate. But it looks like we're about situated down on the podium, so we'll send it down to you, Dean.
All right, guys, got a lot of excitement down here on the podium. For getting 3rd overall, we got a moto winner, we got a whole shot, we got a champion down here on the podium. Cannon, dude, how'd that go for you?
Good. Got up to a 2nd place start. Then I was riding. Then in the back before Cemetery Hill, in the corner, I leaned too much and I tucked the front end.
Oh, man, that makes it difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, definitely a good moto. Hold on one second, let these guys clear through. Tell me who you'd like to thank. Who got you here on this podium?
Mom and Dad, Puppy, Aya, Babo, Quits, Motor Ranch, 7, Dunlop, Pro Taper, Comatic, Skull Candy, Gibbs, my dad, Roos, and that's it.
Man, you got a lot of sponsors. Give it up for Cannon Zabnik for getting that third place finish, dude. Congratulations. Make my way over to the hole shotter. Get that 100% hole shot over. And Beckham Smith.
Feels
Good. How'd that motor go?
It went good. I got a good start. And yeah.
I'll tell you to keep it on 2, right?
Yeah, I hope he does it.
Hey, you got any more motos today?
Yes.
How many more?
I have like 3, 4.
All right, man. Well, I wish you the best of luck in those motos. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
I'll thank my mom and dad, my brother, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Orange Brigade, KTM, General. Motor X, Lynx.
All right, guys. Give it up for second overall and our hole shotter, Beckham Smith. Make my way over to the class champion, Gavin Welsing. Dude, how's it feel? How'd the motor go?
And then once I thought in my head and I saw Ken in the lead, I knew that he went 5.
So you're telling me you're pretty good at math, huh? That's what I like to hear, man. Tell me who you'd like to thank, and let's go get some ice cream.
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Beast Motor Lab, Dunlop, VP, Roos, Tyson for building my motors, Ranch 54MX, Bell, Scott, Pro Taper, Seven, and whoever else. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, give it up for Gavin Welsing. And while we give it up for a little, let's see if I got my number 1 plate. Give it up, guys, for Gavin Welsing. Also up here, I got the luck of the draw. Getting her done out there. What's your name, little buddy? Loud and proud. All right, give it for the top 3 in your podium.
So good times down there on the podium. Top 3 overall in the 50cc class. And, of course, the luck of the draw winner. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. Vet riders on the track in the 35-plus, Chris Kiefer, Dustin Jensen, Adam Miller, Sean Miller, and Nick McBride, top 5. In the Masters 50-plus, Rob Manning, Don Bisceglia, Don Wells, Roy Navarro, and Doug Holy, your top 5.
Well, that's interesting. Rob Manning out in front of the Terminator,
Woo.
Don Bisceglia.
That could be trouble there. Don Bisceglia is going to have to get those laser eyes going and just knock Manning off the bike.
That is correct.
And, hey, look at this. Running 6th, Kyle Dangler. 7th, Clayton Miller. That name sounds familiar, JP.
Yeah, I think so.
Heard that name somewhere before. That's right.
Blast from the past.
Clayton Miller out there. The beard and all underneath that helmet.
Well, he did get a nice new haircut, though.
Well, there you go. See that? Got that
Cleans
shaved
up
down a
fairly
little bit.
well.
So Miller on that Miller family trick engineering back to Yamaha two-stroke ride, or Honda two-stroke ride, I should say.
So, yeah, we got to give it up for Ironman Kyle Edward Dangler driving to Bernie, Texas, west of San Antonio, and doing a loop, picking up his daughter, Emma, and coming back to Freestone so he could ride today in the vet class.
Yeah, see, that's the problem here down in Texas, JP. Takes you 2 days to get across this state.
Oh, I got guys that live in Florida that used to go to Lake Havasu City, Arizona for the World Champion Jet Ski Finals, and they say, JP, I hate Texas. It's 983 miles, from Lake Charles to El Paso.
I can drive across the entire state of Rhode Island, north to south, in 45 minutes. Takes longer than that to get from here to Dallas.
I know, it's crazy. Once you get out of Texas, Louisiana, then the states go bam, bam, bam.
Yep. So it's still Chris Kiefer out front here in the Vet 30+. Don Bichelia taking the lead back in the Masters 50+. So the Terminator putting that wet out there. Net reeling in Manning.
So Chris Kiefer, our leader in the Vet 35+, running a 216.8. And Dustin Jensen with a 217.9. Adam Miller with a 218. Sean Miller with a 220. And Nicholas McBride with a 228. And now Kyle Dangler with a 226. And Clayton Miller with a 225.
So this is the Vet 35 and 50+. Race number 10 in the order. The 250C is next off the gate. Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14, and 450B, 12+ limited. You should be in staging. Riders in the 450C, 12+, and 50cc 4 to 6 shaft drive down into staging as well for races 13 and 14. And then looks like we'll be into some sight laps right after that, starting with the 125 All-Star. Hey, folks, once again, need to remind you, there is a bike wash area here at Freestone. You should not be washing your bikes in the pits because that water runs right down onto the pit roads and makes a mess that everybody's got to deal with. So please stop making a big mess for everyone else to have to deal with. Use the bike wash area.
Be kind. Don't wash your bike in the pits. We actually got a really cool area to wash bikes. We got a wood platform it's designated for that. So please go over there and utilize that and be nice to your neighbors. Don't wash your bike in the pits, period, and have a nice day.
So vet riders continuing out there. Kiefer with a 2:15 lap time. Dustin Jensen, Adam Miller, 2:16 and 2:17. So getting after it there. I'm not going to say anything about the kids on the 65s matching that lap time. I'm just not going to say it. That would be mean to the vet riders.
Yeah. Hey, hate to tell you this, guys, but the 50 and 65 guys are going as fast as you.
Just pointing that out. That's all, JP. We're just pointing that out.
Hey,
just
a
little information.
Chad would say the numbers don't lie.
They don't. And not a big surprise to see Chris Kiefer out front here in the Vet 35+. Kiefer is a very seasoned rider. He's been a test rider for a number of folks for years. There he is on the 165.
Yep. Out of Hesperia, California.
Yeah, Johnson is keeping him honest here. The 580 is clipping right along with him.
Hey, just as you said that, I just checked out his sponsors, Kiefer Inc. Testing.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, he's done bike tests for the Racer X, and I know he's on bike tests for MXA and all these other folks. I know he also works a little bit with Pulp MX on some of their podcasts. So Kiefer has been on pretty much every brand and looks pretty comfortable on that Yamaha.
Yeah, at the young age of 46 in the 35+ class.
And once again, make sure you stop by around the vendors' pits there and all through the vendors' row. Say hi to all the folks who are out here supporting the event. Folks at Dunlop right behind the start gate there. It looks like it's going to be countdown time for Dunlop to try to empty that trailer. I know they want to get rid of the tires they brought with them. They don't want to bring them home. They want you to go home with the best tire deals you're going to get ever. So get over to the Dunlop rig there. The folks from MX Tire and Dunlop have got the best selection of the MX-33. They got the brand new MX-14 over there and all kinds of crazy deals on tires And they'll also answer any questions you have. They're happy to fill you in on any information you need about tires, air pressure, tire selection, terrain, whatever it is. The folks at Dunlop, they are the winningest tire brand by far in amateur and professional motocross.
And while you're over there, make sure and get over to HyperX and check out Stacy. She does have some hoodies left. We may have one or two. We're probably out here at the Stasic Tower. And also, she can print on any garment. If you need your jersey printed, you want your hoodie printed, she can do it over there. And she's got windbreakers, and she's got a new flannel shirt that she tie-dyes.
There you go.
And then prints on that.
All kinds of style here at Freestone. Don't forget about Kevin over at Tamer either. The Tamer whole shot devices there. Kevin and the folks at Tamer are a big supporter of the events here at Freestone, so make sure you stop over there. And here comes the checkered flag. JP race win in the plus 35. Going to go to Chris Kiefer. Dustin Jensen will hang on to second. Looking for Adam Miller third. In the Masters 50 plus, what a surprise. Don Bisceglia, the 96, looking to take the win. Manning and Wells going to finish it out. Looks like second and third behind him. So Dustin Jensen getting the 100% hole shot for the 35 plus. Don Bisceglia with the 100% hole shot for the Masters 50 plus. And that will do it for Vet 35 and 50 plus for their first moto. .250C riders fired up on the gate here.
No, just finish it up.
Yeah, you got two different classes. All right, here we go, 250C.
All right, we'll send it on down to Dean.
All right, down here with Chris Kiefer, man, getting the job done on the Vet 35 plus class. How was the track? How'd it go?
Track's super fun, really technical, lots of ruts, so there's a lot of options, and as you can tell, it's pretty gnarly first corner, so I got through that okay, so it's good.
Yeah, about it. That right-hand first turn, that's always a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, I came in pretty slow just to be cautious, but yeah, it all worked out.
No doubt about it, man. I want to get ready for that second moto. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my wife, obviously, for putting up with me and my kids' BS with all this, my buddy Greg for coming out. Thinking about my dad right now. He's in the hospital, but thinking about you, Dad. And, of course, FXR, Alpine Star, 60 helmets, Oakley goggles, blood lubricants, CTI knee braces, and all you people that go to KieferInkTesting.com and listen to all my testing advice.
Awesome. Give it up for Chris Kiefer. We'll all say a prayer for your dad, man. Hope you all right with that. We'll see you in the second moto.
And hey, look at this on the last lap. Rob Manning making the pass around Bisceglia to take the win in the Masters 50 plus. Hey, we're underway with 250C. The 115, Brianna Sheltma with the 100% hole shot. As we had a big tangle up at the first turn there, this is going to throw the monkey wrench into the works.
Well, then again, it's 250C.
Yeah, C does not stand for consistency.
And as the sun starts coming out, it's going to warm up outside here in beautiful Wortham, Texas at Freestone Raceway for the 13th Annual James Stewart Spring Championship, brought to you by Thor, Parts Unlimited, and Rocky Mountain ATV.
Yeah, what a great day it's been here. We've had some pretty good weather. A little bit of rain at night, but some beautiful weather during the day here, and just perfect. Little overcast. Track has been absolutely impeccable.
See, like we always like to offer the buffet here at Freestone.
That's it. A little bit of everything. A little rain at night, a little sun during the day. Got some wind coming in. All right, the 94 taking the lead away. And that is Deegan Bloomfield. He came in with a 10th in Moto 1.
I saw that. Out of Trabuco Canyon, California.
So Deegan Bloomfield, Tanner Frady, Brianna Sheltma, Ethan Waddell, and Gavin Fortner, your top five. Kyle Paleologos in sixth, Brock Archuleta seventh, Withrow in eighth, Makai Ulrich ninth, and Marcello Cruz Aedo rounding out the top 10 on lap one. And man, the championship thing's all up in arms right now. Paleologos with a win in Moto 1. He sits sixth. Bloomfield 10th in Moto 1, and he's out front winning. Right now, it looks like the 100 of Ethan Waddell, a 3-4. That would put him on the top step of the podium as they run right now.
Paleologos, if he can move up one slot, that would help tremendously.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to be on the move here, as he's definitely got the speed to do it. Like I said, we watched him get out there and take a win in the first moto. He's already been out there earlier today and got a great run in, so we'll see where he can go. And, yeah, he's going to move up, it looks like, up to fifth. All right, well, it looks like that's going to be the way he's going to keep moving forward. So 250C 12 Plus on the track, Mini Senior 1 next off the gate. 450B 12 Plus Limited, 450C 12 Plus, and 50 4-6 shaft drive. You should all be in staging. And then we will go with sight laps for races 15 through 21. So again, if you're in races 15 through 21, you're going to want to be making your way down to staging shortly for your sight lap. So it looks like Deegan Bloomfield holding the lead, but the 72, Tanner Frady staying right with him. Sheltema in third, and here comes the 19, Paleologos, up into fourth. And that's going to be enough, I think, to move him to, it's going to put him on the top step of the podium.
Yep, that clock was a ticking.
You know, most of the time when they get out there on the track, they know the score. They know where they got to be. If you can't be out front, you start doing that math in your head and saying, all right, who have I got to get around?
Yeah, because you don't have the mechanics in the mechanic area with the C riders like you do the B riders or the pro sport classes.
Yeah, definitely not as much of that type of communication going on with that one. We're looking at the 94, Deegan Bloomfield, working his way out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
Yep, and we're an hour and 50 minutes, less than 2 hours away from our 450A Pro Sport coming up at 1 o'clock today.
Yeah, and that one should be another barn burner. We saw some great racing in the 250A Pro Sport.
It'll be very interesting because some guys on the 250s do better on the 450s and then vice versa.
All right, the 19 makes his way to third now, so Paleologos continues to move forward. And again, he's already in the top spot on the overall, but let's face it, never, ever have I heard a motocross racer say, yeah, I'm just going to settle for third.
No, it's always better to have that cushion and credits built up just in case you need them.
Yep. You'll never hear a mechanic go, yeah, you don't need to win. Don't worry about it. Now, in some cases you don't, but no one's ever going to tell you that.
No. When that gate drops, you go for the checkered flag.
That's it. It is go time.
All right, so here comes our leaders through the Texas 12-back, the VMAX switchback. It's a 94 still out front. Bloomfield. Yeah, Paleologos in second. Now, which gives him 3 points, secures his lead over Waddle with a 3-4 currently with 7 points. Archuleta with a 4-5 with 9 points, third place overall. course, we still got some laps to go, ladies and gentlemen, and anything can change.
Oh, yeah, and often does. So they're going by the halfway point here in this moto. It's a 6-lap moto for the 250C. So again, 250C, 12 plus junior riders out on the 12 plus, I should say, out on the track. Clicking through the race order here for Championship Saturday here at Freestone County Raceway. Leaders working through the Kawasaki step up, making their way down the hill to the big Loop 270. So looking for the riders to make their way to the top of Cemetery Hill. And just in case you're wondering, we don't call it Cemetery Hill just as a name. Off to the side of the track there is the Miller Family Cemetery. They've been in this property since the 1860s. So that is actually the Miller Family Cemetery next to Cemetery Hill.
Yes, you know, for you online viewers, yes, that is the cemetery, as Don said. And our beloved Tony Miller that contracted Lou Gehrig's ALS years ago. We lost him a few years ago, and he's over there and hopefully looking over us right now.
Well, looking over the progress out front, Kyle Paleologos takes the lead. So he wants to do this with a convincing 1-1, and he's on his way.
Yeah, just like we were talking earlier, man, it's all about that checkered flag and winning no matter what.
That's it.
So, yeah, 1-1 is pretty convincing. And so this is a 6-lap race. A few
Yep.
more laps than most of the other classes, the smaller bikes.
Yeah, they're going to see the white flag next time around, and so it's 2 to go here in the 250C. So looking down through the race order, Paleologos, Deegan Bloomfield, Ethan Waddell, Brock Archuleta, Mackay Ulrich, top 5. Gavin Fortner is 6th. Damian Holmes, 7th. Tanner Frady, 8th. Walker Mahone, 9th. And Carl Withrow going to round out your top 10, followed by Blake Lisby, Brianna Sheltma, LJ Lashway, Lucas Hefner, and Ethan Carter through the top 15. And, yeah, I got to give a shout-out to one of my New England crew there, the 291 of LJ Lashway. He got caught up in that mess at the start, and he's been able to crawl up to 13th. He had a 5th yesterday. And like I was saying, first time down here in Texas, JP, and he was saying, yeah, he just can't wait to get out here and have a good time.
Hey, guys, right here below the tower, you need to go through the tunnel, please. We need a fence between you and the track. And have a nice day.
So there's the white flag for the 19 of Kyle Paleologos. Deegan Bloomfield continues in second.
Now, that is more exciting because he's on a 2-stroke.
There you go. Waddle going to have his hands full here on the final lap.
Bloomfield is.
He has got Archuleta and Ulrich working on him. So working through the final lap here, the 19 of Paleologos going to drop down to the Dunlop drop. We'll watch for him to come right back towards us here. There's the Yamaha rider. A lot of riders here in the 250C electing to run those two strokes, and I know Paleologos, another one of those riders getting it done on the old smoker.
To me, you have to be a better rider to ride a two-stroke fast, and it's kind of like the four-stroke. Nothing against it, from my personal viewpoint, it's like being in a recliner.
It's two different animals completely.
Yes.
It really is, and it's just how you ride them is different. That's why I was kind of interested. I was talking to Casey Cochran's team there because he's been on the 125 for so long, just got on the four-stroke in December of last year, and usually it takes riders a little longer to acclimate to it, and, man, he's really picked it up quickly, JP.
Well, definitely appeals to him, to his riding style, and it was evident today.
Yeah, absolutely. So about a half a lap or less to go here as we look for the 19 of Kyle Paleologos to make his way into the Texas 12-pack one more time. And it looks like that's the 19 launching in there right now. And there he is. So the checkered flag, race win, and the overall championship on the 19 Yamaha, Kyle Paleologos.
As I had him taking a win, congratulations. But in this 250C, I see that he may be moving up to B.
Yeah, that could be in his future.
That's right.
So looking at the overall, the 19 of Paleologos, the 96 of Archuleta, and the 100 Ethan Waddle. That is your top three overall. 1-1 for Paleologos, 4-3 for Archuleta, and 3-5 for Ethan Waddle, and that will be the top three overall.
Oh, this will be a good one coming up here, Don. Mini Senior 1, 12
Yeah.
to 14.
Yeah, Heath Fisher and Jonathan Getz with wins in their divisions. Darren Pine, Aiden Zing second in their divisions. Cole Bleck and Grayson Townsend third. Look at it, this is a stacked class in the Mini Senior. All right, the two card turns around to one.
Tell you what, the start. That's what I can say.
Yeah, so key, so key. Here we go. All right, looks like the 58 of Darren Pine going to get the 100% hole shot for the Mini Senior 1. Good way to start the race out. He was second in his first moto, so out front early in this one.
Yep, Darren Pine's been up here a few times, and what a polite young gentleman.
Yeah, good kid, good family. It's always good to see these young riders that being raised right, as they say, JP.
Yeah, with a little bit of moto thrown into the equation. It's good for the heart, good for the soul. I know it helps me.
Absolutely.
I'm excited to be here. I can breathe. I can see.
That's it.
The sky's the limit.
So Mini Senior 1 riders working their laps. Again, Darren Pine with the 100% hole shot. Getting everybody situated down there on the podium for the 250C overall.
Great aerial footage by Area 51. Checking out the green pastures of Freestone Raceway, the Miller
Oh,
Ranch.
yeah. It is beautiful.
1863?
1863, I think, was the time they told me. It's a couple years.
I remember when we used to have the old house here that was kind of slanting and stuff. It was
All right, up here in the box,
tapered.
got to be quick. They're up in staging already. Walla getting the job done. Third overall again. I know you want to be on top of the box, man, but how's it feel to be up here on the podium?
Yeah, it feels great again to be up here, but I wish it would be over there first, but it's pretty good.
It was an outstanding ride for sure. You got another one coming up, don't you?
Yeah, hopefully we can get the win on that one.
All right, well, tell me who's going to get you that win.
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, grandma, grandpa, Stan Benson Racing, Unwired, DT1 Filters, Mika Metals, Fly Racing, X-Brand, ETS Fuels, and everybody else. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, give it up for it. Now we're going to make our way over to second. Overall, the number 96 was here. You didn't know this was going to happen, did you?
No,
But you made it happen. How's the track out there?
it's pretty rough out there.
Pretty rough out here. You got another one coming up pretty soon, don't you?
Yeah, 19.
Awesome, man. You going to be able to make it happen?
Hopefully.
All right, well, tell me who's going to help you make it happen.
My dad, my mom, service painting, and that's about it.
That's about it. We need some more sponsors, huh?
Yeah.
All right, help this guy second overall on the podium. Give it up for Brock Archuleta. Getting her done out there on the podium. And then our champion right here, the number 19, Kyle Paleo Logos, dude. You're up here again. You didn't even think going this week is going to happen. How's it feel?
It feels great. I was once again nervous after the start because I was around mid-pack, just trying to make my way through smooth, not make any mistakes. And I think on the fifth or fourth lap, I made the last pass and just rode it out smooth.
No doubt about it. Rode out smooth. Regardless, so you made it happen. Who would you like to thank?
Triangle Cycles, Backyard Designs, Stony Sock Company, Shea Bentley, War Eagle MX, Kendall Mason, Monster Mountain MX, Magura, Jonesy, Film and Edit, and that's all I can remember right now. Thank you.
All right, now let me dip into this box here. Hooking you up with this another one play. Give it up to the Logos. Down here, they got the whole shot deck right there. Brandon out there.
My
That's what it's all about. You got some more motos coming up, don't you?
Oh yeah, 450C is right after this next one.
All right, keep it short and sweet. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, Fox, Asterisk, Rhino Power, FMF. Keep her family in your prayers also.
We'll definitely do that. Give it up to Brandon Shelton. Hold that check up loud and Brandon Shelton that award.
Thank you.
And then we got the luck of the draw. What's your name, bud?
Ryder Rodriguez. Yeah,
Happen for real next time?
hope so.
What, you got to look at the draw. Hold that thing up, man. I know you got a moto coming up, so who'd you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Troy Lee Designs, EMT Racing, Olmi Creations, Flow Vision, Todd Stanley Films, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, guys. Right. Done. Get the luck of the draw.
All right, good times down there on the podium. We are underway with Mini Senior 1. Again, Darren Pine with 100% hole shot. He holds the lead right now. Heath Fisher and Jonathan Getz not letting him get too far away, though. Tristan Pruitt, Vincent Way, 4th and 5th. Then you got Ryder Ellis, Wyatt Duff, Maverick Gish, Zane Martin, and Colby Lesser through the top 10.
All right, so
Look at this.
1, 2, 3. Jonathan Getz, as we were just talking about, is putting on phenomenal riding this week.
Yeah, he's moved himself to the second spot. And that is, look at the scores right now. Darren Pine 2-1, Jonathan Getz 1-2, baby. This is all about who gets the win here.
Yeah, and Getz only a half a second behind your leader, number 58, Darren Pine, riding for TTMX.
Yeah, and Heath Fisher with a win in his heat race, coming in with third right now. So that's the top three overall, and they are all within about 2 feet of each other.
All right, here comes your leaders up the Dunlop drag strip. Around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, the 58 out front, Darren Pine, being chased down from Old Town, Florida, Jonathan Getz. And the 47, Heath Fisher.
Dropping down to that Dunlop drop. They're going to come back up over the top of stand number 5. That little series of single jumps on the inside rhythm section into the Shock Socks S turn. Different lines in that section there, JP.
Yeah, so Getz takes the inside line. Pine takes the outside line. Now they switch into the Lake Baggett berm as Getz takes the inside and Pine takes the outside as they go over the number 7 Kawasaki step up. They'll make that 128-degree turn and hit the number 8 downhill ski jump into Loop 270, the Suzuki Sweeper.
You know, it looks like Getz is able to go wherever he wants on the track, inside and outside, depending on the turn. So he is really working hard on Darren Pine.
You know, I was kind of thinking about the Area 51 guys. Man, their eyeballs, you know, what do you do for, like, training eyeballs or, you know, getting rest and building up your eye strength?
A lot of eye drops, They have a sponsorship from Visine.
Sweet. Well, there's the... All right, your leaders through the James Stewart ski jump. It is Darren Pine being chased down by the 22 of Jonathan Getz, both on gas. All right, your leaders, come over 6 into the Shock Socks S turn. Still Darren Pine out front, probably by a half a second. And Jonathan Getz pulls him in, reels him in into the Blake Baggett berm. And over the Kawasaki step up, down into Loop 270. Jonathan Getz on the 22, gas. Using up every inch of the track, trying to get around the leader, Darren Pine. All right, Don, this is it. The white flag is out. It's going for all the marbles here as they go down the James Stewart ski jump over the number 1 roller.
Yeah, it's going to come down to who gets the win in this moto, JP. There is no other way to the championship.
You know, it's just like most rides. Getz is a little bit faster in certain sections, and then Darren Pine is faster in other sections. As they go through the Twist and Shout section of Freestone Raceway, it's still Darren Pine, but within 2 bike lengths, it is Jonathan Getz, number 22, out of Old Town, Florida, as they make that left-hand turn up the Dunlop drag strip.
Oh, and Getz got caught up in that rut there and is going to lose just a tiny bit of time.
Oh, yeah, it looks like Darren Pine hit like 8th gear.
Yeah, they dropped into that left-hander before the Dunlop drag strip, and Getz kind of just got a little hung up in the rut. And that's all it takes to just drop off a quarter second, half a second.
All right, Darren Pine through the Shocks Access turn.
He's holding a good line through there down the Freestone Freeway. The question now, JP, is will the traffic that they got to go through come to play a factor?
Well, I don't know. They got about a third of a lap left. They might be 1 or 2. They're only going to be a few, but all it takes is 1 or 2.
That's it. One rider can make a mess of it. So they are down in the big Loop 270, the Suzuki Sweeper, making their way around that long left-hander.
They'll be approaching the Bud Moore throttle up section.
That's it. So looking for the battle for the lead. They're going to come over Cemetery Hill into the rollers one final time, and it looks like Pine has the advantage. Jonathan Getz goes for it, but no. Darren Pine holds him off.
How exciting. That's, the VMAX switchback just makes the racing all the way down to the end where we've seen championships won and lost.
There you go. Heath Fisher hangs on to third in the moto. So in the overall picture, Darren Pine, the 58 with the win. Jonathan Getz, the 22 second. And the 47 of Heath Fisher, third overall. And it was Darren Pine with 100% hole shot, so he takes it all the way to the checkered flag.
All right, coming up, 450B, 12 plus limited. Once again, no bike washing in the pits. No bike washing in the pits. Thank you.
Here we go, 450B. All right, it's going to be the 41, Nate Freehill with 100% hole shot here for the 450B. Freehill coming in with a 4th place in the qualifier, so that's a great way to start your race out. Looks like they're getting themselves situated down there on the podium. Working the first lap here in the 450B, but it's going to be time to talk to our moto winner, top 3 overall, down there on the podium. So, Dean, we're going to send it down to you so you can talk to our top 3 down there on the podium.
How's it feel?
It feels alright. Would have liked to be in the #1 position, but didn't fight hard enough for it, so didn't earn it.
I hear you on that, man. How was the track? How'd the moto go for you?
Moto went alright. It got off to a decent start and couldn't get around Darren, and Getz made the pass on me for second, and just rode terrible.
Man, I don't think it was too terrible. I think you had a great race out there, and I look forward to more races to come. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
I'd like to thank Monster, my mum and dad, my grandparents, Husqvarna Australia, Motor X Flies, MTF, everyone who helps me. Thank you.
All right, guys, go. Sheena Keith Fisher, make my way over to number 2. Up here. Man, I know you're pretty upset about it, but how'd that motor go for you?
I came out like 5th in the whole shot, and then I just couldn't get around him.
I know it's super tough, man. Tell me who you'd like to thank. I'll let you get ready for the next one.
My mom and dad, 22 Graphics, MX Tire, Dunlop, Adventure Moto, T-Rex, Fast Flex, Fly 100%, Sickwick, Civica. Everyone else, thank you.
All right, guys, awesome job. Give it to the guest, 2nd overall. And 1st overall champion, Darren Pine, bro. How's it feel?
Oh, I feel amazing.
You got out to that 100% whole shot award or what?
Yes, sir.
That's like to hear how the rest of the motor go for you.
Oh, it went really good. I got the whole shot, and I led all the laps. He almost passed me a couple times, but it went really good.
Yeah, I know about it, man. You kept your head down and made it happen. Tell me who your sponsors are, who helped to get you to where you are now.
My mom, my dad, TTMX, Van Martin, Troy Lee Designs, Bees Moto Lab, Brandon from Bees Moto Lab, John from JM Racing, Blazing Gun Dogs, Advanced Plumbing, and HB Moto Co., Mika Metals, and anyone else, thank you.
All right, awesome. Give it up for Darren Pine. As I give it up, you guys are going to go get number 1. On behalf of the AMA, I would like to present you with the number 1 play. Give it up for Darren Pine, the top 3 on the podium.
Yeah, you see the dads getting those goggles out of the way of the champagne.
What's your name?
Penko.
Look at the winner there in that one.
All right, so underway here in the 450B 12 plus limited. Jeremy Fapani out front. Nate Freehill, Peyton Morningstar in 2nd and 3rd. Noah Stevens, Bryce Lizaraga 4th and 5th. It's Reese Wheaton, Everett Clark, Riley Allen, Hayes Edwards, and Ryder Huffman through the top 10. And looking at the overall, Fapani sitting on a 2-1, Morningstar 1-3, and Nate Freehill 4-2 right now as they run. That's top 3 overall. As you're seeing on your screen there, we got a rider down in that section right before the ski jump. So slowing those riders down. So 450B 12 plus limited out on the track. Fapani looking like he's in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, with like almost a 4.5 second lead, Don.
Yeah, and again, the 462 Luke Fauser buried down in the field.
Whoa, he must have had an issue out there. Oh.
Yeah, he was a winner in his heat race. Morningstar was a winner in his. Oh, we've got a rider there. Looks like they're. All right, can I have attention, please? We need parents of rider number 13, Brady Landon, down to registration. Parents of rider number 13, Brady Landon, down to registration. So Fapani, Freehill, Morningstar, Till running top 3. Looking at the overall, Fapani, Morningstar, Freehill, your top 3 overall right now.
Hey, so Don, as we were talking about, Luke Fauser, now he's already up to 12th from what, 18th? So
he's making some moves. So yeah, must have had a problem, went down or got caught up with a lapped rider or something, and he had to go back to work. So yeah, moving through the field with a 2:12. That's the same speed as your leader.
Yep, Jeremy Fapani. Fapani just flying through the James Stewart Spring ski jump section.
So looking at the number 2, the KTM rider, Jeremy Fapani, coming out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. He has just continued to run solid out front. Not a big surprise. We've seen Fapani get some wins here at Freestone. I've watched him take wins all over the country. Last year at Mammoth, he was a champion in a couple of classes. So as you can see, they got the Red Cross flags out there on the Kawasaki step up. So Jeremy Fapani, Nate Freehill, Peyton Morningstar, Noah Stevens, Reese Wheaton still running in the top 5, and it's still a 2-1 score for Jeremy Fapani, putting him on the top step of the overall podium as they run, but we still have laps left to put in. 450C 12 Plus is going to be next off the gate. 50cc shaft drive next behind the 450C. Then we're going to be into some sight laps for races 15 through 21. So looking down through the order, Fapani, Morningstar, Freehill, Stevens in 4th. Luke Fauser climbing up into 5th. So, man, he has been going to work. And that's going to put him on the final step of the podium, JP. He has gone from 16th to 5th.
What a ride by that athlete.
And I don't think he's done yet. He still has time. We'll see if he can keep making passes because he has definitely got a quicker lap time than the riders in front of him.
Man, what a ride by Luke Fowler.
Yeah, wherever he ends up, the fact that he's got himself all the way to 5th from almost 20th, that's impressive.
Well, white flag is coming out, Don, but I don't think he's through yet.
No, if I know Luke Fowler, I know he's going to keep pushing forward.
Luke is in nuke mode. Out of my way.
But right now, it's Fapani in the driver's seat, so the number 2, the KTM rider, sitting on a 2-1 right now and looking good as he's going to make his way into the 12-pack.
Fowler's still running off 2:12s. Faster than anybody out there.
Yeah, the only problem is he's going to run into a big gap between him and Noah Stevens, so he's got a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time to do it. So there's your top 4, Fapani, Morningstar, Freehill, Stevens.
But yeah, you're right. So Luke Fowler is about 10 seconds behind Stevens, so
There he is right there, so yeah.
great ride, but
Yep, that might be
That's
as
all I
far
can
as
say.
he goes, yeah.
Yep. Which shows you once again how crucial of getting a good start, a decent start, which he did not get at all.
No, definitely not. But it's going to be a trio of KTMs on the overall podium as right now Jeremy Fapani, Peyton Morningstar, and Luke Fowler, top 3 overall.
Call that the Orange Crush.
There you go. The Orange Brigade in the house. So Fapani into the Shock Socks S turn.
That's a beautiful shot right there of a famous Texas 12-pack.
So Fapani working his way into the big Loop 270, that sweeping left-hand turn around the bottom side of the track. All right, looks like it's going to be Fapani launching himself into the 12-pack over that FMF power wall. So looking for Fapani into the 12-pack. And that is the checkered flag, the race win, and the championship on the 7MX Orange Brigade ride. That is Jeremy Fapani. Here's Freehill on the 97, or Stevens on the 97. He made passes on the final lap. So we'll have to wait for a second. Yeah, Noah Stevens moves himself to second in the moto, and that's going to put him second overall. So looking at the overall picture, Jeremy Fapani with the championship, Noah Stevens and Peyton Morningstar second and third overall. And Nate Freehill, the 41, had that 100% hole shot. Looks like he's going to fall back a little. Woo, here we go, 450C, a gaggle of riders going down in the turn. So getting off the gate and grabbing the 100% hole shot here in the 450C, the 100 That is Ethan Full Throttle Waddle with that hole shot, the 100% hole shot award for the 450C. Yeah, what a great battle there in the 450B. Fapani able to pull it out. Stevens and Freehill duking it out all the way through. So we're going to let him get situated down there on the podium.
Podium, we're going to take care of the whole shot award winner first.
Yes, sir. I got Schoolboy 2.
Let's give it for our whole shot award winner. I'm going to make my way over. Morningstar getting third overall, bro. How's it feel? It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I won the first moto, so I was never really came into a second moto with this much confidence. I knew what I had to do. I got the good start. And I saw Luke go down, which sucks. He's riding really good, but tried to latch onto him and sadly made a mistake last lap and bobbled, but I'm still happy to be up here on third. Couldn't be more stoked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super stoked for it. I'm super stoked to watch you race some more races out here this week. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
KTM South Georgia, factory connection. Everyone was telling me how rough the track is, but my bike was handling so good out there. It was awesome. 100%, keeping my goggles clear. That whole moto was perfect. Thormax official always had me looking good. Alpine Stars, KTM South Georgia for everything he does for me. And everyone at Millsap's training facility and my coach, mentor, brother, Miles Caradori.
All right, guys, give it up for Peyton Morningstar getting the job done. Third spot, second place. Gonna go with Noah Stevens, man.
I tried side around the first corner and kind of worked, but then the second corner I got pushed out wide. And then, so I kind of had to find my way through the pack. I've been really doing good at the end of the motos and made a few passes on the last lap and ended up second.
No doubt about it. We think we maybe rip a whole shot out here this week?
That's the plan. Hopefully I can get it done in the next moto.
All right, Noah, that's what I like to hear. Tell me who you'd like to thank and let's get ready for the next moto. All right, guys, give it the 97 to Noah Stevens. Now our... How does it feel?
It feels great. First big race on this 250 in first class, so I'm pumped to be able to make it happen right away. So
Definitely. I've been watching you come up. I've been coming to Freestone a lot, watching your little bikes and growing up, man. I'm glad to see you here. How'd that moto go for you, actually?
it went really good, actually. I started out with third gate pick, and then some people on the inside of me got a better jump than me, so had to sweep a little bit more around the first turn, and then dove around a few people, made it into second, and then made some quick passes into first, and then just tried to charge. I threw down maybe 3 or 4 really hard laps at the start, and then just sat back a little bit, started pacing myself, but yeah, felt really good.
Yeah, no doubt about doing some maturity out there. Tell me who you'd like to thank, who's supporting you.
I'd love to thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic Verba, my trainer Jared, and Ivan back at home. You guys have been huge helps to me. KTM Orange Brigade, Maddie, Daniel, 100%, Bell Helmets, 7MX, Alpine Star, FMF, Tamer, VP Fuels, Dunlop Tires, and everyone else that gives me this opportunity to get up here. Thank you very much.
All right, before you guys do sparkling champagne showers, I'm going to bring in Mike Keene so you hand you over that #1 plate. Congratulations, guys. All right, we just seen him up here for the whole shot award. Now we got the luck of the draw, man. You going to Stewart's compound. How's it feel?
That's so sick. That play.
Get up for Nate Freehill.
So it looks like we're all set down there on the podium. Underway in the 450C, it is Kyle Paleologos with the lead. Had a little bit of a miscue, stalled the bike, but did not lose the spot. Ethan Waddle in the second spot. It is Easton Genst in the third. Walker Alfano, Damian Holmes, fourth and fifth. Carl Withrow, sixth. Deegan Bloomfield, Blake Lisby, seventh and eighth. Mackay Ulrich and Talon Christie rounding out the top 10. And looking at the overall picture right now, a 1-1 for the 19 of Paleologos. Ethan Waddle on a 3-2 score, and Easton Genst a 2-3. So right now, the battle is going to be who decides that second spot on the podium, as the 100 and the 117 running second and third here, and that's how they run overall right now, but that could change. And there's your leader on the 19. So Paleologos holding on to the gap now, 6.6 separating him from first and second. And it continues to be Ethan Waddle and Damian Holmes, second and third. And again, that is Paleologos, Holmes, and Waddle, top three overall right now. Going by the halfway point in this moto. 50cc 4-6 shaft drive is going to be next off the gate, and then we should be into some sight laps, I should say. Races 15 through 21. We'll be doing sight laps for you folks. And coming up 1 hour from now, the Open A Pro Sport Final Moto. So set your timer. Mark your calendar, whatever you got to do. The Open A Pro Sport will go off at 1 o'clock. That is 1 hour from now. All right, continuing to click off the laps out front, Paleologos. Holmes makes the pass to second. Mackay Ulrich moves to third. And it's Deegan Bloomfield fourth. Blake Lisby fifth. We have lost the 100 of Waddle. He is dropping down through the field. That's going to push him off the overall podium. So Kyle Paleologos sitting on a 1-1 score. Damian Holmes moves to second. That puts him second overall. And Deegan Bloomfield sitting fourth right now in the moto, but that would put him third in the overall picture. And then looking at the overall, going down the list a little, Easton Genst, Blake Lisby, LJ Lashway, Carl Withrow, Ethan Waddle, or I should say Carl Withrow, Marcello Cruz Aedo, and Cooper Ford. Ethan Carter, top 10 in the overall. So the white flag getting ready to come out. As we look for the 19, Kyle Paleologos to make his way up and over Cemetery Hill. All right, here is your leader. The white flag coming out for the 19 Yamaha ride of Kyle Paleologos. Makai Ulrich making a pass around Damian Holmes to take over second. Wow. Holmes, something happened there as he looked up as he was unhappy over the finish. So Holmes must have got hung up with a lapped rider because you know that frustrated look that people see when they make a mistake or something goes wrong? He had that over the finish. Hey, folks, once again, we need to remind you, you are at an AMA event. You need to stay off the track. If you go on the track and help a rider, that is outside assistance, and they are disqualified. Once again, there should always be a fence between you and the track. Unless you work here at Freestone, you have no reason to go out on the track.
Mechanics only, basically. Mechanics only into the mechanic area. Everybody else can only go out into the infield. So as Don Collins just mentioned, there needs to be a fence between you and the track at all times. Don, take us back to the track action here with a 15-second lead. It's Paleologos.
Yeah, he's had a great race going here. He came in with a win in the first moto, doing it again. He already got one championship, Sand. But look at this. The battle behind Makai Ulrich and Damian Holmes have been going at it. And I think Holmes got hung up with a lapped rider because Ulrich made the pass to second. Now, that's not going to help Ulrich in the overall picture because he finished in 17th in Moto 1. Deegan Bloomfield third overall, Holmes second. But, man, the 19, Paleologos, has just been killing it here.
Well, consistent moto score. First moto, second moto in the lead here. 2 points, beats 4 points all day long, Don. So Paleologos on the Yamaha, the 19, in the driver's seat here for the championship and a well-earned championship.
Yeah, looking to be his second time on the top step of the podium already today.
It's Lisby, Bloomfield, Withrow, Lashway, Jenst, and Ford, as well as Cruz Acevedo back there in 10th. Marcelo Cruz Acevedo back in 10th position here on the final lap of the 450C 12-plus age group action. Lashway with the fastest lap time, Don, of a 2-minute, 20-second, .269.
That's my boy.
That's right.
That's one of our New England riders. Like I said, first time here in Texas. And like I was telling, now if you'd like proof that the dirt here is like the dirt in New England, there you go.
It is the 19 of Kyle Paleologos aboard the Yamaha, taking 1-1 moto scores here. Don, so a fantastic championship run here. That's one for the memory banks. Come here and win the 450C 12-plus class.
Absolutely. Great way to start off your year here at Freestone. So the 19, Kyle Paleologos, is your overall winner. The 94, Deegan Bloomfield, second overall. And it's going to be Damian Holmes hanging on to the third spot overall. So it looks like they're ready down there on the podium.
All right, we got Ethan Waddle up here getting that whole shot award, but he didn't make it much in the moto, man. What happened out there? Hey, at least he let it off.
Yeah. Stan Benson Racing, Clover Hill, ETS, Fly, and everybody else. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Ethan Waddle for getting that whole shot award. With Waddle, can you waddle? Can you give me the waddle? Oh, come on. The whole award. And last race, luck of the draw. Got some sort of Stewart's compound. How's it feel? A great opportunity for you. Not sure how that moto went. How'd that moto go? Makes it tough, but guess what? We're going to Bubba's World. I heard you got fast lap of the race. Who'd you like to thank to get that fast lap?
My mom, my dad.
That's right for getting the job done. And now our third place competitor. Sorry about that, guys. Had to take care of the fun stuff. Feel to be up here on the podium.
Feels good.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
How'd the motor go for you?
Went all right. Got off to a decent start. I got arm pumps so bad. Track's gnarly, but happy to be on the podium.
We're happy to have you on the podium. Who would you like to thank for getting you on the podium?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, all my family at home in Hawaii, Jay Whipple, my trainer, Troy Lee Designs, Garnier, 100%, Twin Air, Dunlop, AEO Power Sports, Rhino Power. Everyone else, thank you so much.
All right, guys, get over to number 22 at Holmes. And now our second place, the number 94 machine, to go for you.
Got off to a terrible start. Was way back in on the first couple of laps, and then from there just try to ride smooth and find some good lines. I wasn't really riding the best, but I'm happy to be up here. Happy to walk away with a second, my first time at Freestone, and yeah, I'm looking forward to next year.
First time at Freestone, man. How long you been in the States for?
About 10 years now.
That's a U.S. native, right?
Almost.
All right, man. Well, I know you got some more motos coming up, so who'd you like to thank?
First of all, I want to thank my mom and dad. I wouldn't be up here without them. They make everything possible. And then the whole crew at MTF, Colleen, Brian, Jacob, just everybody out there. And then Ridgeway Racing, TRP, Thor, Garnet, Bell, Jonathan and Keegan from Moto Customs, and everybody else behind me. Thank you.
All right, guys, get over the 94 at Bloomfield. And he's up here and making them happen. Kyle Paleo, getting it done, man. How's it feel to be back here on the box?
It feels great. This moto is by far my best moto. I had a second place start. Made the pass for first, somewhere around halfway, first lap, and then just tried to ride smooth. The hardest part of the track is definitely the wind right now. Coming over the wall jump, my front end almost got taken away a few times. So the wind's really sketchy, but other than that, the track's good.
Track's good, wind's sketchy, but you're making it happen. That's what it's all about. Who'd you like to thank?
I would like to thank Triangle Cycles, Stony Stock Company, Shea Bentley, Wargo MX, Kendall Mace from Monster Mountain MX, Mika Metals, and that's all I can remember right now.
All right, guys, give it up for Kyle Peliogos. Now I'm going to bring in Mike Burkeen so you hand you that number 1 plate. Congratulations.
Well, there you go. Very happy riders down there on the podium. And it looks like the 418 of Caden Wood going to take over the lead here in the 50cc 4-6 shaft drive. Your leader getting stuck in the switchback section there. You could hear the parents freaking out, screaming all the way up here on the top of the Lynn Nickerson suite. So Caden Wood, Nixon Pappas, 1 and 2. Carter Reniker in the 3rd spot. Brody Jones, 4th. And it's time for the Open A Pro Sport to wake it up and shake it up. Your moto is coming up in 45 minutes. That means 30 minutes from now you need to be in staging. So Open A Pro Sport riders, get it up, get going, and get ready to head down to staging. Your moto is coming up. And attention out in the pits, Colin and Riley Allen, please come to the announcer's tower. Colin Allen and Riley Allen, please go to the registration window at the announcer's tower. So it is Caden Wood, Nixon Pappas, Carter Reniker, Brody Jones, Jaylee Osceola running top 5 here. Owen Ransom and Dante Santagati 6th and 7th. Brody Lendon in 8th. And the 100, Orion Mode had the 100% hole shot award, but dropping back in the field. So 50cc 4-6 shaft drive, pilots out on the track. And it looks like we're going to have some sight laps coming up after this for races 15 through 21. And again, we need the riders in the Open A Pro Sport to get set to go and head down into the staging area. Your moto is going to come up in about 30 minutes. So Carter Reniker on the 101, still holding the lead, and that's a 2-1 score as they run for the overall for Reniker right now. Nixon Pappas in the 2nd spot, Brody Jones and Caden Wood 3rd and 4th. And looking at the overall, it's 2-1 for Reniker, 1-3 for Jones, and a 3-2 right now for Pappas. So that's the top 3 overall as they run, but still plenty of time for something to happen in this moto. So looking through the field again, it is Reniker with a solid run out front. Not really getting too far away from Nixon Pappas, so the 80 has put himself in the great spot to take advantage of any issues going on for the 101. And hey, folks, unless you have been completely ignoring what's going on out there, I hope you got those awnings and easy ups well secured, because otherwise it's time for a giant kite ride. As the winds are starting to really pick up here. All right, looks like the white flag getting ready to come out here for the riders in the 50cc 4 to 6 shaft drive. All right, white flag is out. The 101 of Reniker. And looks like Brody Jones on the 391 charging up into the second spot. So Carter Reniker, Brody Jones, Caden Wood now running top 3. And that looks like the 58, Owen Ransom, going to make the move up into the 4th spot here, getting around into the finish line turn. All right, and just like that, that's going to change up the overall just a little bit. Now it's Reniker, Jones, and Caden Wood, top 3 overall. The message I'm getting from these parents is that those riders should go, Shand. Is that correct? They should go? That's right, parents. If you're got a rider in the 50 class, the louder you shout, the faster they go. That's a known fact, very proven physical fact. If you can increase the volume of your voice, they'll go faster. So leaders making their way out of the Shock Sox S turn, going to head down the Freestone Freeway. And it looks like we got Texas legend Chris Dobbitz watching live on the Freestone feed, keeping up with everything going on here. Good to have Chris watching live online. Got to get back out here maybe, get some time out here. Checkered flag comes out. There's the 101 of Reniker. The 391 of Brody Jones. Man, they were tight at the finish. And that's exactly how they are going to run in the overall. A 2-1 for Reniker, a 1-2 for Jones. So the 101 with the top step of the podium, 391 Brody Jones second. And we got to see if the 3rd spot's still going to go to the 418. We'll see.
Yeah, and check it out. We also have Erie Gaines out here, the 33 on the Yamaha. Remember, she had the 11-minute lap time, 10.5-minute lap time yesterday. So Erie Gaines, new to the sport. We'll see what her lap time is. She is totally new to this whole scene, but on that 51cc 4 to 6 shaft drive limited, and if she comes across before we hit the podium, we're going to get everybody give her a round of applause.
There you go. Well, it's Carter Reniker, the 101 with the overall top step of the podium. Brody Jones, the 391 second overall. And the 418 Yamaha, Caden Wood, third overall here in the 4-6 shaft drive class.
Stuck. And we've got a rider. The ruts are so deep here. The actual PW50 is actually stuck in the rut. The foot peg's dragging here. Yeah, it's okay, JB. That was the 58 of Owen Ransom, who was stuck. Owen gets going again here, Don. But as you pointed out, Reneker, your class champion here in the 51cc 4-6 shaft drive class. Brody Jones second, and Caden Wood there in third. And we've got, about an average 3-minute lap time, Don. And yesterday it was Erie Gaines with a 10-minute lap time. It looks like she's on par for that again. And we're applauding her efforts. She's learning.
Yeah.
Very challenging track here. So, we're going to mentally make note of this, and we're going to come back and watch Erie Gaines a few years from now, and she's going to be dominating those 65cc classes.
We'll be able to say, remember when you couldn't get around the course because these things were deeper than your bike could handle?
That's right. Erie was hitting the dance floor last night, too, at the concert. Her and her dad, Ian, had a great time dancing. So just one of the biggest smiles on the pits is young Erie Gaines. We're going to get these PW50 shaft drive riders up on the podium here, Don. Check it out. Some of our smallest racers and athletes here.
There you go. The Mighty Mites. Good to see all these riders there. Fist bumps up there on the podium. And Carter Reneker's parents want to move out of the front of the podium area there if you actually want to see your child on the camera.
She's trying to get a couple shots before it hits. But, yes, we need you to clear out of the podium view here.
And it looks like we're getting ready to go down to Dean Dias down at the podium. Dean, we'll send it to you, sir.
You're all right. I'm down here on the podium with third overall. And not only get third overall, look at the draw. You're getting ready to go to the James Stewart compound, buddy. How's it feel?
Good.
How good's it feel?
Good.
I mean, what feels better? You going to Stewart's compound or you got third overall?
Going to James Stewart's compound.
Come on, man. You got third overall. I know you go to Stewart's compound. You're a Florida rider, man. How'd that motor go?
Good.
That's all you got? Was it gnarly out there?
Yes.
Were you jumping the braking bumps?
Yes.
Trying to at least, right?
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom and my dad. Green Kawasaki. Carson Wood. FX. Thank you for FX.
Cade Wood, third overall, man. Stay here for some pictures, bud. Going over to second overall. Mr. Jones, you weren't very happy, man. What happened out there?
I went down and beat right before the finish line on the first lap. I was leading because some people got stuck on an inside rut.
Oh, man, that's super tough, super heartbreaking. But you made it happen. You got second overall. How's it feel?
Good.
Awesome, man. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Nana and Papa, Dirt Bike Kids, Dunlop, Money Inc., and Grandma Sass, and Scotty G, Scott Goggles, and everyone else.
What about this little girl in front of you? Who's she?
Everly.
Does Everly help you out at all?
Kind of.
Say thank you, Everly.
Thanks.
All right, guys. For Jones getting that second place position, and Reneker here getting the win and the overall. How's it feel?
Feels good.
How good does it feel? Like, is this like the best day of your life right now?
Yeah.
We gonna have ice cream later or what?
Don't know.
No, I think you should have ice cream. Have a little celebration. You earned it, right?
Probably.
The moto go. Tell me about the moto.
Pretty good. I didn't get a great start. Went off in third. And then got caught, so. But we're back up to first.
Yeah, you got the overall. I'm going to bring over Mr. Mike Berkeen so he can hand you over some hardware. That's what really matters.
So Don Collings, we're watching the podium here as Reneker, Jones, and Wood are first, second, and third. But meanwhile, out on the track, our little darling princess, Erie Gaines, number 33. She is still just trying to complete lap number 1 here, the 33 on the PW50. And you know what? She was at the dance floor last night at the Shannon J.P. Parsons concert. She was shaking it down with her dad, having a good time dancing. And, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, when this little girl comes off the track, I want everybody to give her a round of applause because she is putting it through the motions here in a true sense of the word, beginner racer, the 33. As she's down here, check her out. She is trapped in the VMAC FMF switchback. She is dog pedaling. Our esteemed flaggers have been watching her. And she's got the checkered flag a few seconds in. Folks, give it up for Erie Gaines here. She's struggling. There she goes. She's found one more fall over. It just can't be complete without one more fall over. There is her dad, Ian Gaines, the legendary sport bike stunner, and he is going to be teaching his daughter how to ride a motorcycle over the next year. And I guarantee you next year she will not be a 10-minute lap time. She'll be running up there with the front runners. Luke Navarre, go down there, give her a little high five, Luke. She was on the dance floor last night at our concert having a good time with her dad. Little 3.5-year-old on the PW50. And she is cross-rutted, Dawn, cross-rutted. We're laughing with her, not at her.
No, because we've all been there.
Yeah, we got Luke Navarre, announcer, and Dad, Ian Gaines, the legendary sport bike freestyle stunter. And here she comes to the checkers. Chad awaits her, Britt Lambert. We got the camera on her. Round of applause, folks. Give it up for Erie Gaines.
There
incredible. Check her out. There it is right there. She may be last on the track, but she is first in our hearts. Erie Gaines, give it up. Round of applause as she makes her way up the exit chute. There it goes, the Gaines family. Last on the track, first place in our hearts. Hey, Zion, how you doing, man? Tell your sister good job, okay? There we go. Big brother Zion Gaines, Ian Gaines. Mom, that was cool. We're going to watch the transition over the next year.
So a little water going down here, Shan, as we get ready to go with sight laps. Looks like the 125 rider is going to be coming off the gate first for the sight laps.
Boy, Dad down there smiling. He's breathing hard. He's ran all over the track to follow his daughter. But Ian Gaines smiling hard, man, spending the week out here at Freestone, their first big motocross event. And check him out. He is down here talking to his daughter, Dawn, and Zion Gaines and wife. They're all just sitting here below the Stasic Tower. And Ian telling his daughter, good job, honey, I love you. There's a little high five action going on. This is pretty cool, Dawn. This is what it's about right here, the family unit. And when it comes to talent here, the talent pool, we've got Colin Edwards, multi-time World Racing GP road racing champion. We got Ian Gaines, a freestyle sport bike stunner. So these dudes, we got a lot of talent here. And her dad, Erie Gaines' dad and Zion Gaines' dad, is one of the most talented dudes with a throttle in his right hand out here on the facility. Not so much dirt, but just in general motorcycle.
It's not always the dirt that you want to get on. Some of these guys love them street style rides. All right, so a little water going down here as, yeah, the 50cc riders, you know, Shan, we love watching that because that's where it starts, man. They all start out on those PW50s. I can't think of a rider out there right now in the pro ranks that doesn't have a PW50 somewhere in the garage.
Right, exactly.
Like you say, progression. We watched that this year. We come back here next year. Where's she going to be? Going to keep on marching through, and yeah, it's great to watch them having a good time like that too, because you know she's going to pop that helmet off with the biggest smile ever.
They showed up at all the Texas Winter Series rounds, so this is kind of maybe their 6th or 7th motocross event to hit. And I got to talk to Ian Gaines and the family out at Oak Hill for round number 4, and he just said, man, you know, my kids are loving the dirt, and we're just going to pursue this and have some fun with it as a family unit. And he texted me multiple times asking me about this event and said, you know, I've got to be in San Antonio to do a stunt show one day. Will they allow me back through the gate if I show up past 11 o'clock? I said, absolutely, we'll get you back in the gate. But he asked just about how long the event took and, you know, what days they might be racing. And I just had to say, well, it's a week-long event. We're not sure what days your kids will be racing.
Nope.
He said, well, we're just looking forward to coming out there and camping out and having a good time as a family. So, you know, really cool to watch the beginners come through and, you know, a new family to come to the motocross side of things.
And that's what we love to see. We want to see more families coming into the sport like that. And it's just great. It's great for the sport. It's great to see. It's a lot of fun to watch. I mean, there's no downside to it.
Nope, not at all, Don, not one bit. So we're taking a little pause for the cause, a little water break action going on. If you're into watching somebody with superior dance moves, you can go out to the infield and watch Kevin Kelly dance. He's giving dance lessons out there for free. While we pass the time here, Don.
Yeah, and we got to send a big shout out to the folks from Parts Unlimited Thor. Thor Motocross, proud to announce the launch of their Spring 2023 collection. They push past everyday boundaries to help you all folks find a new experience. So at Thor, their mission is to outfit all the riders in the pursuit of that excellence. For championship-proven performance on the track, look no further than their 2023 Prime Racewear and the Sentinel LTD Roost Guards. That's a winning combination, folks. It's going to ensure you the best in lightweight, flexible, and breathable technology. Thor Motocross, we are built for this. And also, again, a big number of shout out to the folks from Rocky Mountain ATV MC. They are proud to support the James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship and support racers everywhere. They are the primary source for off-road gear, parts, and accessories. You can rely on Rocky Mountain ATV MC from start to finish. So visit their website for the lowest prices, biggest inventory, and fast, free delivery. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Don, as you call through these sponsoring companies that help out, it takes an army, Don.
It really does. I mean, you know, we tell people all the time, you can't do a big event without vendor support, without industry support. And again, big shout out to all of the manufacturers, Cobra, Honda, Husqvarna, Kawasaki, KTM, Suzuki, Yamaha, and Gas, all involved in the sport. I mean, it just makes it happen. There's no other way to do it. So a little track work still going on here. Folks, want to talk to you about the folks at Dunlop Dunlop has the MX33. That is the industry standard now for soft to intermediate terrain. Using innovative technology, they can offer you superior grip, slide control, bump absorption, and enhanced durability on those tires so you can experience the advantage of Dunlop. And don't forget, the all-new Geomax MX14 is the latest result of Dunlop's ongoing development with their Geomax family of tires. They're designed for soft terrain, so those MX14s will be a nice tire for the soft terrain applications. Excels in extreme sand, mud, and all of those soft conditions. This new tire is offered in a complete range of rear sizes from minis to big bikes. And don't forget, folks, Team Dunlop elite alumni such as Eli Tomac and Justin Barsha, they still rely on Dunlop Geomax tires for their performance they need to win. So for amateur sponsorship opportunities and more information, visit teamdunlop.com. Stop by and see the Dunlop MXTire.com crew for all your tire needs here at Freestone. And also a big shout out to the folks from KTM and Husqvarna and Gas. They are proud to support the 2023 Freestone Spring Championship with contingency for all KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas riders. Amateur races will get that cash value dealer credit, and the pro riders will get a loaded debit card. So you can go to ktmcash.com, www.racehusky.com, or gasracer.com to find out about all of their contingency opportunities. And big thanks to KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas being a part of the event here, providing support for all kinds of fun stuff. They had the Aaron Plessinger-style cowboy hats for the bull riders. Husqvarna did the hot chocolate and marshmallows for the fishing tournament. And Gas had the scavenger hunt yesterday, so loving everything they bring to the table. So again, looking out around the facility, touching up some of these jump faces here as the soft conditions yesterday have left some of these jump faces a little bit susceptible to just building up those kind of harsh ruts. So they're making sure everything stays nice and safe. We're not going to smooth out the bumps, folks, but we're going to make sure those takeoffs are nice and clean so everybody can get an opportunity to get the most out of their race. I know some folks are going to be at the point in their race weekend where maybe you're done with your race program. If you are done with your race program, the first thing you should do is return your rental transponder back over to the escoremx.com trailer. So once again, the first thing you should do when your race program is done is return your transponder over to the eScore trailer. You need to bring back that and all of the other equipment they gave you with it, the charging cradle, anything else you have with it. When your racing is done, bring that stuff over to eScore. And again, big thanks to the folks from Honda, the Honda Red Riders, supporting their racers. Honda is supporting the Freestone Series. For details on payout structures and to register, you can visit the Honda Red Rider Rewards Contingency webpage. And hey, make sure when you hear This Week at Freestone, any social media stuff you put up, use the hashtag RideRed and hashtag JS7 Freestone to tag all your pictures together so the folks at Honda can see everything going on here. And don't forget, they have just debuted the new Talon 1000R. Whether you're in those sweeping dunes, thirsty leg beds, or wherever you are in the woods, the 1000R is the perfect platform to explore it all, and especially if you want to bring somebody else along for the ride. The 1000 class engine is optimized for maximum acceleration and endless power when you need it. And folks, nothing gets that engine power to the ground better than Honda's exclusive 6-speed automatic dual clutch transmission. So take your friends and yourself to your authorized Honda Power Sports dealer. Check out the Talon 1000s and learn why life is better side by side. And it is now 12:45, so we are closing in on time for the Pro Motos. Open A Pro Sport will go at 1 o'clock. So again, just a little bit of track work going on here. So the 125 All-Stars are down on the start gate. We're going to have sight laps heading out, and then after we run the 125 All-Star, the Open A Pro Sport riders will have your second or third moto. So Open A Pro Sport, you need to be in staging. You're going to go directly after the 125 All-Star. So once again, Open A Pro Sport, you need to be in staging. You're going to go directly after the 125 All-Stars. That's going to be the next moto off the gate. So if you're an Open A rider, get to staging. Where are you at? You're over there? Okay. Hey, folks, we got a white Chevy pickup that's blocking in another person's trailer. They can't even open up their gate. Texas registration, PZP 4185. Please move your truck now. Texas registration, Chevy truck. It's white, and the Texas registration is PZP 4185. So the 125 riders out for their sight lap. So again, the 125 All-Star is going to do their sight lap. We've got a group of riders doing sight laps. The 125s will line up in the gate for their moto, and then the Open A Pro Sport third moto will follow the 125 All-Star. Vet riders in the 25 and 45 plus class, you should be in staging as well.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
Don, we are on the sight laps here, the 125 All-Star 12 to 17, and also Motos race 16 through 21.
Yeah, and the Open A Pro Sport, their third moto is going to go out after the 125. So we're going to see an all-star race and then the Open A Pro Sport final moto. Shand,
yeah,
2 barn burners coming up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I cannot wait for this one here. Luke Foster, William Conager, Ryder Thompson comes into this 1, 2, and 3, and just outside the top 3. Kay Johnson there in 4th, Thomas Wood 5th, Justin Turner 6th. It was Trinity Bachelor in 7th, Cody Harrington 8th. 9th place was Nathan Abbott. And in 10th was Jesse Furtado, the 67 aboard the Yamaha, back in 10th position.
Yeah, we'll see if they can replicate that. Maybe some of them get a little bit of a chance to do it better there, but we'll see what happens here in the 125 All-Star. And hey, folks, we want to send a big shout-out of thanks to the folks from South of the Border MX. South of the Border MX sponsoring the live timing and scoring here. So big thanks to SOBMX. Check out their training facility. East Coast training facility right there off of Route 95, the South of the Border facility. So big thanks to SOBMX South of the Border for sponsoring the live timing and scoring. So sight laps underway here. Here at the midpoint in the day, good time to head over and grab yourself something good to eat over in the food court. Cluck Moo, Big Hal's, the pizza place. We got the swirly ice cream cone place over there, the cream and cone. And right over there in the food court area just behind the start gate. Plenty of good stuff to eat for you here at Freestone. So again, sight laps underway here for races 15 through 21. So winding down the sight laps here for the riders coming up in the next 7 motos. And again, we need riders in the 25 plus and 45 plus to be down in staging. Your moto is going to come up shortly after the pro moto. So 25 plus and 45 plus, wake them up out there. It's going to be time to head down to staging. And you're going to go right after the 65, 7 to 11, which is only 2 motos from now. So winding down the sight lap here. Once again, we want to remind folks that there is no bike washing out in your pits. You should be going over to the bike wash area to wash your bikes. Yes, I'm talking to you. So no bike washing in the pits. You are the reason that we're flooding out the pit roads if you're washing your bike in the pits. There is a bike wash station over on the right-hand side as you exit. So you need to go over to the bike wash to wash your bikes. Please do not do that out in the pits. So it looks like we've got everybody off the track. I believe the sight laps have been completed.
Don, you've got Luke Fauser, William Conager, Ryder Thompson, 1, 2, and 3 here.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see if Fauser able to get something done out here because he's had some struggles today. I don't know if it's not getting off the gate well, but normally he is lights out fast.
Kay Johnson, Thomas Wood, Justin Turner, you cannot take any of those 3 riders out of the group here.
Absolutely not. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Wood out there getting himself up towards the front of the pack as well. He's another rider who's really quick off the gate.
It was Trinity Batchelor in 7th, Cody Harrington 8th, and 9th place was Nathan Abbott and Jesse Furtado back in 10th place in Moto number 1. So Fauser, Conager, Thompson. Wait till Kay Johnson gets a few more months on this 125 big bike. He's only been on the 125 for 3 months.
Well, and here he is in 4th place in the All-Stars, so he has definitely started off on the right foot. Here we go.
Kay Johnson with a monster jump out of the gate.
Yeah, it looked like it was the 177. We'll wait for the official word, Shan. But
yeah, we're going to wait for the official word, but it looks like the 177. Kay Johnson with a jump out of the gate and a clean start. And it is Johnson out of Hideaway, Texas. And he wants to go hide away from the rest of the field here as he comes into this moto with a 4th in Moto 1, Don. So an excellent start for the hometown boy here, Kay Johnson out of Hideaway, Texas on that National Sheriff's Association Yamaha Amateur Factory-backed effort.
He's a sheriff? I didn't know. He's young. He's a
sheriff.
very versatile young man there.
And I mentioned just before the gate drop, wait a few months until he gets a little bit more seat time on the 125, and he is out front leading. Oh, he makes a mistake and loses one position, Don.
Yeah, he kind of got dragged out to the side of the track a little, coming out of the oak tree turn, and all it takes is one little moment of losing your momentum, and it looks like a rider going by. We'll try to get a look at that number. That looks like it's going to be Wood on the 43.
Yep, Thomas Wood now into the driver's seat. Johnson taking the outside line here in the Shock Sox S turn. He's going to lose another position. The intensity is really strong here as Johnson just now moving on the 125s. He goes back to fourth. So he's just making odd line choices.
Yeah, and it looked like that was Luke Fauser who went around him to take that third spot away.
So Johnson goes from first to fourth, but, that's not a discredit to Johnson. He's just moving up onto the 125, so he's got a little room to grow here.
Yeah, and that's where he finished yesterday. So being in fourth, a consistent 4-4, hey, I would take that as a victory, as little amount of time as he has on that bike.
I'm going to remind you, Don, sometimes the numbers do not lie.
Mine do.
Yeah, yours do.
Especially my age.
So they're up and around the team cramp corner. It is Tiger Woods. Yep. Thomas Woods there in first, the 43, and he is being challenged by Conager.
No, I think that's Fauser.
Fauser, yes.
Yeah,
he's
got into second.
Fauser putting the charge on through the Texas 12-pack whoop section. And the pass, it looks like.
Whoa! Little side-by-side tandem whip, and Woods says, no, I ain't done yet.
No.
So he's going to keep going.
So Johnson back to fifth. It's Ryder Thompson up to fourth. Justin Turner in third. Great ride here by the 257 of Justin Turner. Thomas Wood in second. Fauser in the lead here, Don.
And wow, Fauser and Wood, they just hammered that outside line. There's a big hook there because I watched one of them just get bounced right up out of it. And these guys, they got to use the outside edges of the track. As you well know, the 125, you got to keep that momentum going.
Yes, you cannot check up and hug an inside line, get caught up in some kind of acceleration bump or hit a pocket that slows that momentum down. That clutch lever is continually pulled in about an eighth of an inch pull in.
Just keep on using that clutch, keep the power on. So there you go. It is the 462. Luke Fauser in the lead. Wood into second. Looks like Justin Turner still hanging on to the third spot on the 257. Ryder Thompson, Kay Johnson, fourth and fifth.
Yeah, Justin Turner finishing the first moto in sixth, so he needed to get up there in that third place spot just for confidence reasons. He's no stranger to Freestone. He's no stranger to speed.
Yep.
And I've been wondering all week, like, where is Justin Turner? When is he going to be up there in that top three spot? We're seeing it finally dawn here.
Yeah, sixth place in the first moto. He's going to do it better here, and that's going to keep him on the top 5 overall picture. And not a bad spot to be in. It's something to build on.
So right now you're talking about the top 5 spot. And the championship run here, Fauser, Wood, and Thompson, 1, 2, and 3. If it ended right now, but fortunately for us, we've got several more laps here, Don, of this 125 All-Star 12 to 17 age group. And then we will be seeing the 6th and final moto of the pros. We'll be looking at the 1 p.m. Open A Pro Sport. They are loaded on the gate right now, Don.
Yeah, they're going to get ready to go right after this, and here comes the 462. So we were kind of wondering what was going on with Fauser early in the day. He says, yeah, well, I'm a 125 guy.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to take him out of the top 10 equation. So Mechanic is down on his knees taking a look at the engine area. Unfortunate circumstance here from the Hideaway, Texas resident, the 177, Kay Johnson.
He might have got into it with somebody, a little bang with a front or back tire, you catch a foot peg in your tire, it kind of messes things up a little bit, so we'll have to see what's up. But Thomas Wood still trying to chase down the 462 of Luke Fauser. Fauser setting sail out front, and he's looking at a 1-1 score right now. Wood sitting on a 5-2 score, and Ryder Thompson coming into this third. He sits in fourth right now. So right now, that's your top 3 in the overall picture, but we have got plenty of laps left to run, so we're not going to call this one yet.
And Don, the Mechanic pushing the bike back, pushing Kay Johnson's bike back, his mom and dad down below. So it looks like possibly the motor probably let loose because the wheel is spinning, but he is not even able to cruise it back to the pit.
Yeah,
so
that's too bad.
Getting a hug from some of the family members there. Kay Johnson up here to the tower. Cade, big thumbs up to you, Cade. Sorry about the bad luck.
Well, and you know what, Shan? It might be something where he was thinking that something's up with the engine, and you cannot take a chance on that thing seizing up on you when you're up in the air because that would be disastrous.
Yep, big-time hole shot here for Kate Johnson, just not able to continue on after lap number 2. But back to race action. Don, Fauser, Wood, Turner, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Luke Fauser starting to walk away.
Turner keeping Wood honest here, just a couple of seconds off of Thomas Wood's rear fender with Thompson, Conager, Batchelor, Nathan Abbott, Adler Cottle there in 8th, Robert Sousey in 9th. And it's going to be Sage Powers coming across here in Susie, roughly about 10th place. Thanks, JP. Thanks for educating me. It clicks in every now and then.
So looking on the screen, we're watching the 462 Luke Fauser out of the Oak Tree turn heading into that Dunlop drop. So there's Luke, smooth through the left-hander. He's going to come back towards us into that inside rhythm section.
And Don, he just executed that inside line and that Dunlop drop, just beautiful.
Perfect.
Putting that 43 machine exactly where he wants to go.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny. You hear people talk about, well, yeah, but you got to use all the outside lines. I was just saying, maybe you want to stick with those outside, but somebody like Fauser can keep that bike on the pipe, and he can still execute those inside lines without giving up 1 inch of momentum.
Yep, and that's exactly what he has done. And he also knows that he can go that inside line, and whether he loses a fraction of a second or not, he knows that Thomas Wood is about 6 seconds behind him. He also knows he's riding in a zone of his own. Nobody's putting pressure on him, so he can make those judgment calls inside, outside. Where do I want to go? He's got 6 seconds. He knows there is nobody on his rear fender. Check him out. He looks over, takes a slight glance over to.
Just want to gauge where you're at. That's a good thing to do. Fast lap on the track last time around with a 2:08.7. That's 3 seconds faster than anybody else on the track.
He was exiting out of the Bud Moore throttle section, takes a look over his shoulder to the right, and that's, you're always taught don't look back. But he just looked over.
I was going to say, yeah, you don't have to look back. You can just look over because they're way behind you.
Yep.
So there you go, Fauser across the line.
It is the 462 with a commanding lead here in Moto 2 of the 125cc All-Star 12 to 17 age group. Fauser and Wood and Turner. And here comes Ryder Thompson, the 451, keeping Justin Turner in check there, Don.
Yeah, he's closing in on him. Right now, Thompson has got 3rd overall if he stays in 4th, but he's got the opportunity to get around Turner. You're going to take it. And Cottle still hanging on to 8th. Looks like it's a little bit of a gap back to the 9th place spot.
Adler Cottle just having a horrendous last year and a half. Several big crashes have kind of been in Adler Cottle's path, and that has no doubt slowed his speed down and probably a little bit of confidence. Because, face it, Don, you and I have been around long enough to know Adler Cottle, if you rewinded a year and a half ago, he could be up there winning this 125 All-Star class convincingly.
Oh, yeah. Recovery from an injury is more than just your body getting better. Like you said, it plays with your confidence. It takes a little while before you feel like, all right, you know what, I do belong here. I have got the skill. I'm going to be fine. I've watched it, and I'm sure you have over and over. They come back, and it's a little tentative, not really executing the way we know they can. But, yeah, like you say, a little time, he'll be back in the saddle.
He had a pretty gnarly get-off a year ago, a little over a year and a half ago, and so at round 1, New Year's Eve weekend, I was ecstatic and elated to see him down in the pits. I interviewed him on the microphone out there on Vendor Row and said, welcome back. How are you feeling? And he said, Shan, I'm feeling really good. I'm excited to be back. 4 hours later, he was on the ground crashing and karting off. So, that was just 3 months ago. So he's had a bad go at it. I feel sorry for Adler Cottle, but I'm glad to see him here, healthy and running inside the top 10 of this 125 All-Star class.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's going to be fine. Like you say, it just takes a little time to get back. Whoa, Ryder going down in the Shock Socks S-turn.
He got dismounted. His bike hit the rut, and he threw his front back end up. He dismounted off the handlebars, and he's facing the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's Yelton on the 91. So going to get back up and turn that thing around. Woo.
That Shock Socks S turn is extremely, it looks easy.
Yeah.
You're thinking, okay, do I just go the inside or the outside? But you have no idea what that section of the track is going to do to you. And when you compare all the other sections of the track, we see more situations in that Shock Socks S turn. The approach, the inside line, the outside, the exit, they fall over.
That little G out that they have on the inside there now, I think that's really making it tough to use that inside line because you kind of float over the top of that. And you got 9 ruts in front of you.
Exactly, Don. Exactly. It's
So
the snake turn.
white flag is out. This is the final lap here. And it has been Luke Fauser opening up a gap over the course of this one. He's got a 12-second gap. Thomas Wood, Jessen Turner, Ryder Thompson, Will Kanigher, that's your top 5.
Hey, attention to the pits, attention to the bits. Ian Gaines. Ian Gaines, come on back up to the top of the tower when you get a chance. It's not important. It's not a rush. But when you get time, Ian Gaines, please come on back up and see us. We got something for you.
So working the final lap here for the 125 All-Star. It has been all the 462 of Luke Fauser. Kay Johnson with 100% hole shot, but it had a bike problem, took him out of it. And it's been Luke Fauser taking over the top spot and moving ahead after that. And there it is, checkered flag. That's going to be the race win. The 462, Luke Fauser with the championship with 1-1 scores. We're looking for the 43 of Thomas Wood. There's Thomas Wood, the 43, going to finish second. He'll be second overall. And then we're looking to see if Ryder Thompson can hang on a 4th in the moto. He will. No, he's going to drop down to 5th. And that is going to push him off the podium.
Wow, Don.
Kanigher moves the 4th on the final lap. He's going to be second overall. So the 462 takes the top spot in the podium, 7:08 to Kanigher, making a pass on the final lap to move to second overall. And the 43, Thomas Wood, 3rd overall.
Yeah, the pendulum has swung, and unfortunately for Ryder Thompson, back there in 4th in the championship run.
And when it swung, it chopped him right off the podium.
That's right. It happens. That's the beauty of motocross. You can only put in your best ride, and you have no control at everybody else's moto.
That's it. All you can do is your best.
There goes the 61 of Susie. How about that, JP? Ha-ha. We're going to see a sight lap here.
So lining them up down there on the podium as we get ready to go on and talk to our top 3 overall in the 125 All-Star. And Dean, we will send it down to you, sir.
All right, I'm down here on the podium, man. He didn't get to run the race, had some bike issues out there, but one heck of a hole shot for the Yamaha rider, man. How'd you pull that whole shot?
Yeah, we went up to the inside, and honestly, I just got an amazing jump, got the shifts, and charged in the corner. Was doing pretty good for the first lap, but then the bike cut out. So hopefully we're gonna get that fixed and ready to race the next one.
100%. It's definitely a heartbreaker, especially pull a whole shot like that. You're riding some good laps when that happens, but I know you got a good team behind you. Tell me who supports you.
The whole National Sheriff Association team, Blue Crew, Yamaha, Donnie Luce, Danny Lewis, Ed Torrance, my mechanics, Sean Hackley, Cole Ingle, Jake Butler, Monster Army, BJ Burns, MX University, Dunlop Elite, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, 100% goggles, Bell helmets, Alpine Star boots, just SKDA, just everyone that's helped me. Thank you.
100% whole shot winner, Cade Johnson. Finishing up at third down here on the podium. I'm down here with Ryder Thompson, man. I know you coming into this, you're expecting a little bit better, but hey, you're third. That's what matters.
Yeah, the track's really good. I'm just trying to have as much fun as I possibly can. The track's really rough. Yeah.
Not about it, man. I feel you like that. You seem pretty winded as well. I know you got some more motos coming up. Tell me who helped you out.
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, PR2, Mika Metals, Solid Rock Facility, Joe Pettis, South Georgia Motorsports, Southern Training Facility, Thompson Wax Academy, Andrew Teely. He's helped me out a lot. Anybody else forgot, thank you.
All right, guys, give it up for your third overall Ryder Thompson. Make my way over to our second place competitor. Oh, wow. That's a big change. All right, good thing we had a little bit of time. Had some problems down there. In a third overall, not second overall. Some things changed that last lap. Thomas Wood, what happened out there, bud?
Yeah, I got to a good start. Didn't quite have the flow that Luke did, but yeah, I tried my best and had fun out there.
I hear that's what it's all about, man. Who helped you have fun? Who's getting you here?
Gas, Cho Designs, Monster, Lynx, Dunlop, FMF, my mom, my dad, Maddie, Daniel, Colleen, Big B, Little B, Jacob, everybody that supports me, thank you so much.
All right, guys, get up for Thomas Wood. We get third overall. And our second overall, sorry, I made that big mistake right there. Motocross, man, but you're here second overall. How's it feel?
Good. Another one. Had one earlier, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Definitely got any more motos today?
Might get to the last one. We'll see.
We'll see what happens. Well, who's going to help you get there?
My mom, my dad, Adapt, Fox, PR2 Suspension, Lynx Racing, MX Tire, everybody back home watching me and supporting me, thank you.
All right, guys, get up for Will Cannon, getting the job done right there. Last champion, Luke Fauser. Luke, dude, awesome ride. Pushing early. I seen it. Tell me how it went.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say sorry to everybody about this morning. It was uncalled for, and it's not how I was raised. But, yeah, I got off the gate pretty decent, and me and Woods battled it out, and I found my way around him and just took that anger from the first moto and put it out here and took off.
No doubt about it, man. We're going to see you back up here again later?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I'm Moto 33, so we'll see.
Might be tomorrow, but you'll be ready, right?
Yes, sir.
Who's going to help you get ready for it?
My mom, my dad, KTM Orange Brigade, Daniel, Maddie, Pro Taper, Lynx, PR2, Troy Lee Designs, 100%, Dunlop, Cernix, Monster Army, Uncle Mark, Grandma, Grandpa, the Wheatons, Mittens, yeah.
All right, I'm going to bring Mike Burkeen over here so he can proceed with the number one plate, and then we'll have a champagne party.
All right, so it looks like we've got the Open A Pro Sport. This is the third and final moto for the Pro Sport riders. 2 card is up. 1 card goes sideways. The revs go up, and here we go. Oh, one rider pinwheeling off the bike right off the gate.
Don, we'll see who is out front. It looks like it could be the 12. Nope, it's Yep, McNabb, the 64 with the 100% hole shot to lead this Open A Pro Sport Moto here, the final pro moto of the week.
Well, you know, we know he's lights out fast, but he's had to work through the pack every single moto. Now, finally doing himself the favor of getting that 100% hole shot.
All right, down here with Alicado, man. I know it's not why you want to be on the podium, but you're the luck of the draw, man. You go in a Stewart compound. How's it feel?
It feels great. I've been there once a long time ago, so I'm real excited to go back. But, yeah, I got to figure out those motos. Can't put the speed and the starts together, so, I mean, hopefully tomorrow I can get up here doing what those guys are doing. So.
Man, I'm a true believer in you, so tell me who you
Thank you very much, first of all. My mom, my dad, my stepmom, and sisters, whole EBR performance team, Josh, everyone over there, Altus Motorsports, Fly, just everyone that helps the team out, ODI, everyone, thank you.
Alicado.
So underway here in Open A Pro Sport, the 64 Ryder McNabb doing himself a big favor, but he's got the 105 of Mark Finnis chasing him down. It looks like Bryce Shelley was in third as they hit the Kawasaki step up on lap 1. Up and over the top of Cemetery Hill. Here comes your leader into the FMF Powerwall.
Your leader here, the 64.
Yeah. He is making the most of that, Shand.
He's got the 34 there in third. Bryce Shelley, 4-5 moto scores here. And a race ensuing here, the 124.
Yeah, that's Jet Reynolds up into seventh. So McNabb, Finnis, Shelley, Long, Wise, top 5. Blake Gardner, Jet Reynolds, Cole Schondeck, Trevin Nelson, and Cameron Dubrow through the top 10. And quick peek at the overall right now. We know that could change, but 3-2-2 right now for Mark Finnis. That would be the overall champion. Bryce Shelley, 4-5-3. Wow, this is all over the map. And McNabb, 14th in the first moto, a win yesterday and a top spot now. He would still stay on the podium.
Well, he has to stay exactly where he is. He cannot afford to go back to second position because he's tied with 16 points with Daxton Bennick. So he has to maintain his lead and control this moto.
Well, you know what, though? If Bennick starts making passes, he's going to take that spot away from McNabb anyway. So Ryder will have the, the fact that he won a moto to make himself feel a little better, but he's not going to be on the overall podium if Bennick makes passes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Don. I did not catch that, so thanks for pointing that out. Obviously, Bennick is going to make the passes.
Oh, yeah.
Easily. He's not going to stay back there in 12th place. Hey, big shout-out to Frankie's Italian in Mejia for bringing on the pizza up to the tower here. Greg Albertson has had so much pizza, he's just leaned back, passed out on the sheetrock here. Thank you there, Ralphie. Frankie's Italian, they're open tonight, Saturday evening, and they're in Mejia, about 12 miles down the highway.
All right, so looking at the 105 of Mark Finnis trying to chase down the 64 who's coming into your frame right now. So there is McNabb. You can see Finnis kind of closing in the background a little bit. And into the 12-pack, the 64. Ryder McNabb coming to us from Minnedosa, Manitoba, province in Canada, a Canadian national outdoor champion.
And McNabb taking a look over his shoulder, seeing how far he's got back to Finnis. And give it up for Bryce Shelley on the Yamaha. A solid, consistent rider for 4.53 moto scores. Currently puts him in second position.
All right, Bennick is starting to work through the field, so that podium's going to go away from McNabb. There you go. Bennick now moves to third overall.
Yeah, Bennick has passed 4 riders here on lap number 3, going from 12th position to 8th position. So, Don, what happened to Bennick on the start? Do you have any idea?
I didn't see what happened. I want to say he probably just got a little bit pinched off on the inside, had a check up. Once you do that, you're going to have 6 or 7 guys go by you right away. So any mistake on that first turn will really cost you. He's going to make up for it, but he's got a lot of work to do.
So here is your rundown here on lap number 3. It's McNabb, Finnis, Shelley, Long, Reynolds, Gardner, Kyle Wise, Daxton Bennick in 8th, Trevin Nelson 9th, and in 10th, it's Mitchell Zaremba out of Ohio. And back in 11th, Cameron Dureau, Preston Baseflug in 12th, Crockett Myers 13th, Kyle Epperson in 14th, Lux Turner back in 15th, Parker Ross on the Honda, bike number 12 back there in 16th, Mateus Pavez in 17th, Cole Schondek, your veteran who started up front, sliding back to 18th position on the Suzuki, 31 years old, the veteran, Jackson Pascal in 19th, and Hamden Hudson rounds out your top 20 here on lap number 3.
Bennick just made 2 more passes to move himself to 6th, and he's got Jet Reynolds right ahead of him.
So if he has moved up into 6th, basically that is going to put him up into 2nd overall on the podium rung, with Bryce Shelley probably going back to 3rd.
But right now he has got to get a lot farther forward before it's going to help him for the overall as far as the championship goes, because Finnis sitting on a 3.22. And I'll tell you what, if Bennett can make those passes, get himself up into a top 3 spot, we could start to see some changes in that overall top spot on the podium.
Yeah, you're right. This is basically McNabb taking a look back over. Finnis closing that gap ever so slightly. And I'm impressed with Bryce Shelley just quietly back there in 3rd position, the 34, with Avery Long in 4th, the 263.
Here we go. Bennick is going to start working on Jet Reynolds for 5th. So it'll be interesting to follow the progress. We'll see what Bennett can do to get himself back in championship contention here.
Yeah, you're right, Don. Hard earned ride here for Daxton Bennick. He's moved up to 6th, as you said, but that puts him up in that 2nd place podium rung. But 10 points. He's got to make 3 more points on Finnis. So how does that play in here? Just looking at it, he'd have to get around Reynolds and Long and Shelley pretty much immediately.
Yeah, he's going to have to get to 2nd. I mean, he's going to have to get up there and battle with Finnis, and we'll see where it goes from there. The chips will fall wherever they do. But he's got time. This is a 20+1, so no reason to panic if you're on the 241. He's got plenty of time. And Bennick's gotten around Reynolds, so that's going to put him into 5th. Little bit of a gap now to catch up to Avery Long, though. He's got to cover 6 seconds before he's going to be able to battle with the 263. The 105 of Finnis still trying to chase down Ryder McNabb, as you see McNabb coming through the Bud Moore throttles section.
Yep, and McNabb going to drop back down the slight gradual hill into Team Cramp Corner. So Team Cramp Corner, the legendary spot here. You're seeing McNabb coming up out of Team Cramp Corner, just approaching Cemetery Hill. And as you mentioned, Don, there's actually a cemetery to the right of that hill. The Miller family all buried there.
Yeah, that's not just a name for the hill.
Yeah.
So there's McNabb, again, this time around, etching out a little bit. It looked like he opened up a little more of a gap. All right, well, let's look and see how far back Bennick is from Long now, because that's kind of be the tail of the tape if he can cover that real estate. So yeah, the gap now between Avery Long and Dax Bennick is 6.5 seconds. So he's got some work to do.
Still plenty of time here to close that 6-second gap.
Yep.
How about Ryder McNabb throwing that 2-minute, 6-second lap time, the best lap time, fastest lap time.
Smoking on lap 2 there. So this is the Open A Pro Sport. 65, 7 to 11 is next off the gate. Vet 25 and 45 plus riders, you should be in staging. You're right after the 65s. Then it'll be Mini Senior 2, 450B 12 plus, and 250C 12 plus limited. Those riders should all be in staging.
Blake Gardner on the Kawasaki putting some pressure on the 12 of Parker Ross as they make their way through the Shock Sox S-turn. This is the battle for inside the top 10 bragging rights, Don.
Yep, they all want to be inside that top 10, that's for sure. And everybody actually wants to be where this guy is, the 64 of Ryder McNabb, out front and in charge in this moto. But, you know, just bad luck in that first moto for McNabb is going to put him out of contention for the championship.
Don, you and Luke, I believe, called that moto when he got 14th. Do you recall what happened? I don't know.
He went down, got stuck behind some stuff, and then just he didn't have time to recover. And, I mean, if you make a mistake late in the moto and it go down, you have problems.
That's it. You're out.
Yeah, you have no time.
No time for mistakes here in the Open A Pro Sport class.
Nope, not a lot of slack. All right, Bennick now shaving down to 3 seconds behind Long. So Bennick has got himself to second. He has got to pass. I'm going to say he's got to get up there and battle with Mark Finnis. I don't think there's any other way to get the championship because Finnis sitting 3.22, that's 7. A 1.33, that's going to be 7. So he's got to beat Finnis to get the championship.
Yeah, he has to get up around Finnis. So he's got Avery Long and Bryce Shelley to get around.
Yeah, that's a lot of real estate to cover. Not a lot of time to do it.
That's about 6 or 7 seconds he has to cover.
He's got the pace. Just put a 2:04.7 in on last lap. That's the fastest lap on the track. So he's doing it. Whatever he's got to do, he's doing it.
McNabb, the 64, on the Freestone YouTube screen. Attention to the pits. Attention over at the EBR pits. We need to see Josh Rogers up to the front gate, please. Josh Rogers, you are needed up to the front gate. Again, Josh Rogers, you are needed up to the front gate.
All right, looking at McNabb. He's going to head back down to the bottom of the hill, sweeping through that team cramp sweeper. And McNabb, this time around, Britt Lambert coming out of the finish line hut with the cross sticks. So we're at the halfway point here. Halfway through. And Bennick continues to march forward. He has now got Avery Long in his sights and Bryce Shelley just ahead.
Don, we're at the halfway point here.
Oh, yeah, we are. And look at this. Dax Bennick is right on Avery Long. And Bryce Shelley right ahead of him. So Bennick makes the move around Long. He's got Bryce Shelley right in his sights. And it is going to come down to seeing if he can close the gap on Finnis. That's the pass he's got to make if he wants to be the champion. Right now, the 105 gas ride in the driver's seat with 3-2-2 scores as they run. So there is your leader making the way down the hill, and here is the ride. The 241 of Bennick chasing down a possible overall win. And here we go, McNabb still out front.
And looking so smooth through that Texas 12-pack into the VMAX switchback, over the finish line tabletop, number 64 KTM rider.
Well, you don't get that Red Bull helmet without being a fast guy, JP.
That is true. That is an honor. You got to be a player to qualify for that unit.
All right, and again, Bennick marches forward. He's right on Bryce Shelley.
So he's like a half a second back.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to make the move coming to the inside here. He's going to close right up. So there's the 241 right ahead of him, the 34, Bryce Shelley. And he's going to start to be able to see Mark Finnis in his sights.
Look at the different lines. There's that outside line we always talk about.
Yep.
Back in the twist and shout section of Freestone Raceway, the 241, Dax Bennick chasing down Bryce Shelley.
Into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Both riders on the inside line. Bennick's got to check up a little. He's going to switch back to the inside here. And it looks like he's going to have the wheel on him. That's going to be the pass. So Bennick now moves to third. That is going to tie him, it looks like, with Mark Finnis in the overall picture.
And the 241 down the Freestone Freeway. Dax Bennett moving up in to third.
So as the laps wear down, it's going to get interesting as Bennick has made his way to third. The next rider in line is who he has to pass if he wants to get the championship.
And he is within striking distance. We
Oh,
still
yeah.
got a lot of time on the track to go.
I mean, he has just been chewing up the real estate.
You know, it's hard to fathom that, you know, everybody out there is so fast and he's making up that much time. But right now, Ryder McNabb is in the driver's seat. But Baxton Bennick, you know, with the fast lap time of 2:04, he's running 2:06s right now, whereas Ryder McNabb is doing 2:09s.
All right, here we go. Let's look at the gap between Finnis and Bennick because that's the battle for the overall. No matter if McNabb wins, he had a 14 in Moto 1, so he's out of contention for the overall. It's going to come down to Finnis and Bennick. So McNabb on the 64 coming down that option section.
You know, it's amazing. You know, 14th in that one moto, and then a first, and enough. You know, currently in first.
Yeah, I mean, he went down in the first moto and near the end of the moto, and that was it. It just cost him. No way you can make up for that.
Nope.
That's why we love the 3-moto format, JP.
Yes.
Love it, love it. You never know what's going to happen. And it looks like somebody gave Mark Finnis the memo that he better make a pass on McNabb because he has closed the gap now to under 2 seconds. And here is Bennick.
So our top three slamming into the Blake Baggett berm, hits the number 7 Kawasaki step up. Then he'll make that right-hand turn down to number 8 downhill ski jump into loop 270, the Suzuki sweeper. Finnis looks over his shoulder.
Like, where is he? He's right there.
I
Yeah,
know
Mark.
he's coming, man.
Yep. And that's
I
the
don't
thing.
know,
He must have got someone on his pit board saying, hey, man.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Maybe his mechanic said, you know, maybe he just wrote down there, 41.
And he's reeling him in.
241.
He is reeling him in. All right, here we go. We're going to see the top 3 up and over the FMF Powerwall here. There's McNabb. Here comes Finnis, and here comes Bennick.
Look at Dax Bennett. Oh, my.
He has just absolutely reeled him in.
All right, your leader goes over the number 3 tabletop, McNabb. They'll make that left-hand turn and go into the twist and shout section of Freestone Raceway.
And, man, this is an impressive ride out of Dax Bennick. You know, we saw him on the
check
podium
this.
in the 250, JP. He was 3rd overall, and he looked very unhappy to be there.
Yep. All right, they head up the Dunlop drag strip around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. Dax Bennick within 2 bike lengths as they race to the Dunlop drop.
Now he's going to switch up his line to the inside. Did this to make the pass earlier. See if it's going to work out. No, it looks like Finnis is going to hold him off right now.
But that looked like a good line. It looks like it's got a great berm down there. He just railed it. All right, into the Shock Socks S turn. down the Freestone Freeway. Finis bobbles just a hair.
Oh, a little lap traffic in that battle there. That's going to make Bennett check up. I thought he was diving for that inside there.
I was looking at that, but I guess they just took a caution and said, hey, we still got a few more laps to go. Let's don't make a mistake.
And here we are. Let's ride along with the 241 of Dax Bennett as he tries to make the move around the 105. He's got the inside. Can't quite get there.
Thank you, Area 51.
Yeah, this is like you're riding right along with him here as we watch this on the live stream. Whoa, Bennett swaps out the back.
But
so does Finis.
Never lets off. Goes to the inside. Check this out as they go over Cemetery Hill into the FMF Power Wall, into that Texas 12-pack. Let's see who's got it.
How bad do you want it? Looks like Bennett wants it pretty bad. Oh, man, that is absolutely flat out over the finish.
Let's see what we got here.
And here's the thing. We are closing down the laps. We probably only got 2 to go as we're coming close to the 20-minute mark.
So Ryder McNabb's going to take that left-hand turn and come up the Dunlop drag strip. Mark Finis right behind him. And, of course, the pressure is being applied by the Yamaha rider.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. They have closed right up on McNabb. We're going to have a 3-rider fight for the moto win. But right now, Bennett is the rider who needs to make a move to get the overall. Going to lose a little time coming through there, so he's going to drop back just a little bit. Bennett reaching up to clear the vision there.
All right, now it's going to get interesting as they
Yeah.
dice through traffic.
I was just going to say that, JP. Here comes the traffic jam.
I mean, you got to think about what's going on. Oh, they're going, man, everything's going, oh, God, here comes lap traffic. Which throws another factor into their riding style.
Yeah, and it looks like Bennett going to lose a little bit of time to the top 2 here as he's going to fall back off the back tire of Finis. And the minutes are counting down. The seconds are counting down. Looks like it's going to be the white flag next time they come through. It's going to be close. Let's see if time expires. We're watching the finish line flag stand. And it is looking like it's going to be the white flag lap here. No.
Oh, check this out.
Finis makes the pass. So white flag is out. Wow. That is what Mark Finis needed to do to give himself that championship as he is now sitting on a 3-2-1.
Incredible. Yeah, like Shan said, this could be the grand champion. 2 pro motos.
I'll tell you what, Mark Finis knew what he had to do and went to work to do it. So following the battle here, as it looks like McNabb still hanging on to the second spot. Yeah, Bennett losing time to them. So Finis going to come through into the Shock Sox S turn. There's the 105. There's the 64 of McNabb. Yeah, and it is a little bit of a gap back to the 241 of Bennett. So that might be as far as Dax is going to go in this one.
Yeah, there's too much of a gap. I mean, that's probably 6 to 8 seconds.
Yeah, and that's a lot of real estate to cover with like a half a lap to go.
Yeah, with the
He's
speed.
got to hope for some kind of a mistake out of one of those guys.
Well, that's possible. That's the only hope. But I don't see it happening.
And, man, Mark Finis answers the call. He must have got the sign like, look, you've got to make a pass on this guy because he is coming.
Boy, this is the final lap. A few turns to go for the Open A Pro Sport for the championship.
Booted all over the place there.
And there's probably an excited mama, Mrs. Fennis.
And here we go, up and over Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerball. JP bringing them home.
Slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to win this thing Texas style. And it's the 105. Takes the checkered flag, Mark Fennis.
You're going to blow that bike up there.
Revving like a real pro. All right,
Yeah.
Ryder McNabb in second, Daxton Bennett in third.
Yeah, and you know what? Hats off to Bennett to giving himself the opportunity to get close. I'm sure he's not happy that he didn't make it all the way to the top step. But Mark Finnis, the 105, going to be your champion. The 41 of Daxton Bennett, second overall. And it looks like it is going to be the 34, Bryce Shelley, 4.54 scores to be the third rider on the podium. And, man, kind of need to sit down after that one because that was one heck of an exciting race.
I might have to do a nitroglycerin, man.
But, wow, what a battle there. We know that the folks who've been watching live on the Outlaw Productions TV stream, you got treated to one heck of a great race there.
Yeah, I hope all the YouTube viewers on the Freestone YouTube channel, hope you guys enjoyed that. We sure did up here in the Lynn Nicholson Suite for the 13th annual James Stewart Spring Championship, brought to you by Thor, Parts Unlimited, and Rocky Mountain ATV.
Yeah, what a battle there. And I can't say enough about Bennett. You know, you really got to give that rider credit. He dug himself out of a hole and did everything in his power to grab that championship. So, like I said, I'm sure he's not happy about second, but, man, you should take that as a small victory because that guy really, he almost made it to the top spot.
Yeah, the way he rode is just so commendable.
So letting them get a little situated down there. I know they got to go through impound before we get them up on the podium. 65cc 7 to 9 or 7 to 11 riders are going to be next off the gate. So 65 7 to 11 next off the gate. 25 plus and 45 plus. You are after the 65, so you should be in staging right now. So setting up the podium down there for the Open Pro Sport. So the 213, that is Austin Keller with a 100% hole shot for the 65 7 to 11. Now it's time to go down to the podium with Dean Dias.
All right, I'm down here. Is getting the luck of the draw, man. 12th in the compound. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. It's one way to get on the podium, I guess. I mean, my starts have been horrible all week, but I've been having fun on my motorcycle, man. I can't give a huge thanks to all the people that got me here. The Lord Jesus Christ, my mom, my dad, the whole Moto Bros racing team. Real Deal Rob, Sherry Burkhart, JBR for doing my suspension of my motor. He killed it. Bell helmets, 100% goggles, Moose racing gear, Alpine Star boots, FMF, Dunlop tires, Jeff Sternix, Rob Fox, and everybody supports me. Thank you so much.
There you go. Dunge, Crockett Myers. All right, I'm going to get it going here. Bryce Shelley, dude. Mathematically, things worked out in your favor. You're up here on the podium. How's it feel?
Feels pretty good. You know, I just got this 450 early this year. And out there in that moto, I just felt smooth on it. And it's a lot to hang on here at the end of the motos, but I like it, and it fits my riding style well. So,
No doubt about it. I totally understand you with that. Well, tell me who's helping you out, who's getting you these bikes.
the Lord Jesus Christ, my mom and dad, Fred and Steven at VP helped me. Rusty down at Triangle Cycles has helped me out a lot getting these Yamahas. Mika Metals with the bars, Club of Mech, Fox, they helped me out with the gear, Mobius braces, KPS, Dan Smith Realty back home, all my family and friends back home helping me out. And, you know, it just feels really good to be up here, so I'm thankful.
All right, guys, give it Bryce Shelley, get third overall. And making it up here. Dax, I'd say that was a tough ride, man, but you toughed it out. Second overall, how's it feel?
Yeah, it was good. I started really, really far back. I mean, I caught those guys from, I think, 15 seconds, so I was digging really deep that moto. And once I got to Mark, I had no tear-offs, and I was fighting. He was riding really good, and yeah, I was. That's all I had in the tank. I mean, the 2-lap was out, and I tried so hard to push, but that's all I had.
Definitely, man. It was a great ride for sure. I know you want to get recovered, so tell me who you like to thank.
Yeah, Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, the whole Monster Energy Star Racing Yamaha team, my mechanic Morgan, my mom, my dad, my trainer Swanee, my teammate back at the farm, and yeah, else, thank you, and good luck to the boys tonight in Supercross.
All right, guys, give Max a bit for second overall. Going 2 for 2, bud. Did you know you had it in you?
Well, I was pretty smoked from the first moto because I gave everything I had in the first moto, and I was pretty smoked on like the 4th or 5th lap, and me and McNabb had a pretty crazy pace, and then next thing I know, Dax is literally right behind me, even though he was like a straightaway behind us because he was coming, but I knew if I just kept him behind me, he blew himself out. But yeah, big respect to him for digging that deep. I know he's been working hard. Same with Bryce Shelley. Good job to him getting on the podium, and yeah, just hopefully this gets me out of the shadows of all the fast guys, because I know last year I won a championship and didn't get recognized at all. So hopefully winning 2 this year gets me recognized and out of the shadows.
No, definitely. They'll definitely recognize. Going 2, quite unbelievable. Tell me who's got you there.
My mom, my dad, Orange Brigade, Gas, Marco Jr. from AAO. Real big help from them this weekend. And FMF, Twisted Motors, Scott Goggles, Dunlop, and everyone else that backs me up. Thank you.
So with the AMA, I'm going to bring in Mike Burking, so you're handing up with the hardware, that number 1 plate.
So good to see them having a good time down there on the podium. a very happy Mark Finnis. Underway with the 65 7-11. Jackson Vick, Easton Graves, Eden Steinbrecher, Landon Lee, and Austin Keller running top 5 right now. And that is pretty much how they run overall. Vick coming in with a win. Easton Graves third in the first moto. Eden Steinbrecher second. And they are running 1, 2, and 3 in this one. So a little consistency here in the 7-11.
Yeah, so coming up, got a vet class.
Yeah, the vet 25 and 45. Going to be next off the gate.
Oh, this will be an interesting one for sure. Shondek, Barbary, Kyle Dangler.
Yep.
He's been
The
picking
who's
up a lot
who
of
of
momentum.
vets.
That's right. Forest player Tracy Clow.
Here's your leader in the 65 7-11. So Jackson Vick going to work early.
Yeah, we're at the underground for the Texas State Championship Finals at the end of October.
Bryce Shelley, please come back down to the podium. Bryce Shelley, please come back down to the podium.
Yeah, so we're at the final Texas State Championship Series final, and Jackson Vick came up and gave a signed jersey to Shan Garcia.
There you
Kind
go.
of cool, yeah. And then, of course, they got new ownership. Magic Matt Cleveland is the guy out there. Actually, they have a booth right out front. For more information of Underground, the all-new Underground, go out there and see Magic Matt Cleveland.
There you go. Good to see these Texas tracks keeping things going. So Jackson Vick, Easton Graves, Eden Steinbrecher still running in the top 3, and it is exactly that order in the overall. Landon Lee, Austin Keller 4th and 5th in the race.
So, yeah, the top 3 guys, Easton Graves about 3 seconds back, and then Eden Steinbrecher about 3 seconds back, not 2 minutes, 2 seconds back on Steinbrecher, and then a big gap on 4th place of Landon Lee, about 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the difference right there. Whoa, one rider going off the side of the finish. Keeps it up on 2.
Well, I'll tell you what, Don, the weather is just stellar, perfect. I think a little bit of cloud coverage, not too hot, not too cold, keeping moisture in the track.
Yeah, they whoever ordered the weather for the event, they did a great job, JP.
I did.
That was all right. Well, there you go.
I said, look, after the moisturization on Thursday night, give us something to go on.
Well, you did just recently have a near conversation with
yes,
the
yes, I
powers that
did.
be.
Yes,
So it's good to see that the weather cooperated with us. Yeah,
Well-
we did get that rain one night. Looks like that has soaked the track well enough to keep it nice and moist throughout. We've only seen the water trucks out one time today, so.
I heard the best analogy from Connie McKitty. God said, he goes, hey, I'm not ready for you. I got to make a lot more room. So that one was
There you go. White flag is out. Jackson Vick going to hold the lead. So Jackson Vick, Easton Graves, Eden Steinbrecher getting the white flag. They have got a big gap back to Landon Lee. There's the 14R. Austin Keller coming over to get the white flag, hanging on a 5th.
So right now for the overalls, it looks like it's going to be Jackson Vick, the number 70 KTM rider, followed by Easton Graves with a 3-2. Jackson Vick won 1, and Waylon Bellinger in fourth with a 3.6.
And I'll tell you what, for any rider in the 65 class coming to this big event and coming away with a top 10 overall, that's a victory right there.
You know, and guys, that sounds strange, but it really isn't. You're in the top 10 fastest in the world.
Yeah.
Basically. Because over in Europe, they don't have this kind of racing. I mean, they don't have enough space. Everything is so condensed over there that they don't have wide open spaces like we do in Texas and other parts of the United States.
Yeah, a whole different game. And we are looking for the 70 of Vic working through the inside. Going to be making his way down through the big Loop 270, that sweeping left-hander down the far side of the track. Checkered flag comes out. Jackson Vick going to get the win. And it's going to be Easton Graves on the 31 hanging on to the second spot. There's Steinbrecher. That's third in the moto, and that is exactly how they sit overall. So the 70 of Jackson Vick is going to be your champion in the 65 7-11. The 31 of Easton Graves is second, and the third spot goes to the 24 of Steinbrecher. So we're getting them situated down there on the victory podium as we get ready to deal with some very happy young riders, I am sure.
Thanks, Chad.
And we're going to get ready to go down to the podium here in just a moment as the vet riders leave the gate.
All right, I'm down here with third overall, Superfly Tiny. Aiden Steinbach getting it done, dude. How's it feel?
It feels great.
It was great. How'd that moto go for you?
Pretty good. Got it to a good start. Track's pretty rough. Made a couple mistakes in some corners, but overall it was good.
Yeah, dude, definitely a super solid ride. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
The Lord Jesus kind of keep it safe. My mom, my dad, my brother, my sister, my whole family, but mostly my mom and dad because they're the one who got me here. Fox, 100%, Dunlop, FMF, Pro Taper, and everybody else who supports me. Thank you.
Outstanding job. Get up here, Aiden Steinbach. He'll finish up third overall. And second overall in this class, the number 31, Easton Graves. Easton, bud, how you feeling?
Iffy.
Iffy? Why'd you feel iffy? How'd the moto go?
Good. I guess I had a bee nest and bees got in my mouth.
Probably down there by those trees, huh?
Yeah.
Awesome, man. You got any more motos? This it for you? All right, either way, I'll let you get ready for it. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, my brother, my Moto Sandbox, Cow Cheeseman, Ryan Sipes, whole Sandbox crew. Everyone else I forgot, thank you so much.
All right, outstanding. Great. And our champion, 70 at Jackson Vic. Jack, dude, go.
Got off to a not really good start. My bike wouldn't shift off the start, so yeah, I just held it wide until I got to pretty much the corner.
It doesn't make it easy, but you went for it, didn't you?
Yeah.
How does it feel to be here on the top step?
Feels pretty good. Yeah, I think I could have done a little bit better, but yeah.
That's what it is. We did it. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, Matt Cleveland, my trainer. 100%. Enzo Racing, JG Vic Consultings, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
All right, give it up for Jackson Vic. And now we're bringing Mike Burking so he can hand you that #1 plate. All right, down here with all right, give it up for the 213 Austin Keller. Now we're going to bring up of the You're getting to go to James Stewart compound. It's pretty sick, huh? You pretty excited about this? Your mom wants to get some pictures. Well, Miss Taylor.
So underway here with the junior 25 plus and senior 45 plus. Taking the 100% hole shot in the junior 25 plus, the 768 of Cole Shondak. 100% hole shot in the senior 45 plus went to Chris Kiefer. And looking at the running order right now, Jacob Hayes, Cole Shondak, Ozzie Barbary, Forrest Player, and Dustin Jensen top 5 in the junior plus 25. Chris Kiefer, Bill Lloyd, Don Bashalia, Sean Island, and Jeff Morris top 5 in a senior 45 plus. We got the mini senior 2 next off the gate. 450B 12 plus, you should be in staging, as well as 250C 12 plus limited, 54 to 8 limited, and 85 9 to 12 limited. All those motos should be in staging right now. So again, plus 25 and plus 45 on the track. Folks, want to take a moment to talk to you about Rad MX. RadMX.com has been established since 2000. They've been filming amateur motocross for 23 years now. They are at Freestone today, and they'll also be at the next event next week. They can film your experience from the pits to racing, no matter what it is. With RadMX, your video is personalized. They will set it to music, the music you want. The videos are excellent to use as a study tool. You can use it for marketing. And most of all, you got a great keepsake if you ever move from your races as an amateur racer. So you'll have those records of your amateur career all the rest of your life. You can direct message Greg at RadMX on Instagram at RadMX, or you can stop by the trailer down on Vendors Row. Take advantage of 23 years of experience, tens of thousands of videos. You and your family are going to cherish those videos for a lifetime. So Jacob Hayes continues in control of the plus 25. Shondeck and Forrest Player second and third. Barbary and Jensen through the top 5. And it's Tracy Cloyd, Kyle Dangler, Andrew Valdez, Zach Conover, John Sakos, Alicia Gogol, Chris Cook, Lex Clark, and John Granade. That is your running order in the plus 25. In the senior 45 plus, Chris Kiefer on the 165 out front. Bill Lloyd, Don Bichelia second and third. Jeff Morris and Sean Island rounding out the top 5, followed by Tressa Rao, Ron Navarro, and Doug Holy. That is the field in the senior 45. So it looks like the white flag in hand down there on the finish line tower. And there it is. White flag is out.
The Kawasaki, the 90, Jacob Hayes. Wow, 2-minute, 11-second lap time for the Speedster. Jacob Hayes out of Greensboro, California on the Kawasaki. Kyle Dangler back there, our FMF guru in 7th. Tracy Cloy in 6th. The Arkansas legend Ozzie Barbary there in 5th. Dustin Jensen in 4th. Forrest Player in 3rd. Good to see Forrest Player out here racing, JP. Solid 4th place ride. Dustin Jensen 3rd. And Cole Shondeck, the veteran. Man, Don, Cole Shondeck's been out there in the open pro sport classes, now in the vet classes.
He wanted to get his money's worth here at Freestone.
Exactly.
He said, you know what? I just want to be on the track all day.
All day. John Tascos in 11th. Alicia Gogol in 10th. Zach Conover 9th. Andrew Valdez 8th. And it's Christian Cook in 12th. Lex Clark, our 32nd card girl, there in 13th position, with Joseph Granada in 14th. In the senior 45, it's none other Chris Kiefer, the 165 on the Yamaha, with Billy Loy in 2nd. The Terminator, Don Bichelia in 3rd. What that tells me, guys, is with Don Bichelia sitting in 3rd, if he hits that podium, we're going to be in for a 15-minute interview. Jeff Morris will be in 4th, Sean Ireland in 5th, 6th place Tressa Rowe, 7th place Roy Navarro, and 8th place Doug Holy. Don, you're over here laughing. You know what I'm talking about.
He does like to tell a story or two, doesn't he? We love us some Don Bichelia.
He is the single longest podium interview in the history of mankind.
So looking for the 90 of Hayes to make his way to the checkered flag here.
Yeah, we should be seeing him any minute. Don Collings, our leader in the junior 25 plus first moto.
Yeah, and here he is.
the seasoned pro veteran. Hard to believe he is 25 years of age now,
There
Don.
you go. Actually, Hayes 29, so he's not the youngest rider out there, but he's the fastest right now.
There goes Don Bishelia and Cole Shondek. Bishelia going to come across here in third in the senior 45. Shondek on the Suzuki, the 31-year-old, going to come across in second behind Hayes. Of course, Dustin Jensen, Forest Player.
So there you go, Shan. The 768 Cole Shondek with a 100% hole shot award for the Junior Plus 25. Chris Kiefer going to take the win in the Senior 45 Plus. He also had the 100% hole shot award.
Yeah, we'll have 6 interviews coming up here, Don, but we got our boys. Luke, huh? Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm getting ahead of myself here, Don. That's right.
And there's the 165 Yamaha Kiefer, your winner in the Senior 45 Plus. And I just want to tell you all, I feel personally attacked by the term Senior 45 Plus.
Exactly. Race 17, Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15 age group. Vincent Way, Carson Wood, Heath Fisher, Jonathan Getz, Tristan Pruitt, Brandon Aid, Grayson Townsend, Aiden Zing. It's Cade Balasina in 9th in Moto 1, and rounding out your top 10 in Moto number 1, Brady Olson out of Dripping Springs, Texas, the 241 on the KTM. And it's Carson Wood on the Kawasaki out of Florida with your 100% hole shot. So Carson Wood, the 26, out of Florida with your 100% hole shot, leading Way, Fisher, Getz, Pruitt, and the rest of the crew here. Just outside of your top 10 in Moto 1. In 11th, Reese Seba. In 12th, it was Zane Martin, Max Boeing, Landon Walters in 14th, Brody Barth in 15th, Trayson Payne 16th, Knox Lewin in 17th, Rossi Shoemate in 18th. It was Lake Campbell in 19th, and round out your top 20 in Moto 1. Tommy Doble out of Hawthorne, NA. Not sure where NA is. Don, not available.
I believe that is Northern Australia.
Okay.
Could be North Alberta. Could be Canada. Could be. We don't know where on the country or in the map it is. But
North Africa?
We know it's not from Texas.
It's North America or North Africa?
One or the other. New Amsterdam.
North Amsterdam.
So underway here in the Mini Senior 2. And we're going to get ready to send it down to the podium now. And Dean Dias.
All down here in those plus classes, man. What's your name?
Forest Player.
Forest Player. You excited to get to the James Stewart compound or what?
Yeah, man.
Definitely be a good time. Who would you like to thank?
Man, I just like that. Michael for still.
Congratulations.
Kind of struggled in that 45 mode. I felt it really gnarly. It's probably the roughest and ruddiest I've ever seen it, and I've seen it pretty gnarly before. I'm a local guy, but it's pretty rough and gnarly. Like I say, I think it's the roughest I've ever seen it, and it's tough to even get around level.
No doubt about it, Donovan. That's a lot. But guess what? You're going to the James Stewart compound. You excited?
Yeah, that'll be cool. I got some other friends that got a ticket to go to, so I can go down there and hang out with them. And I know Malcolm a little bit. My son rode with him, and Big James. I know them a little bit, so it'll be fun to go down there and tease them a little bit and have some fun with them.
A good time. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ for keeping my wife for letting me do this, and shots. He got my whole shot. That thing was awesome, man. I came out of the gate. I couldn't even hang on to it, but it was straight out of the gate, and it was awesome. I like the rear hole shot too. It's really good. I like Fox, FMF, Enzo, X-Brand goggles, no toil, Bell helmets, Motocross Plus, Bichelli MX Training. I'd like to thank my friend Luke. He's always cheered me on and calling me names and stuff, but it keeps me trying to keep going, but it's a lot of fun.
Guys, give her Don Bichelli.
So picking up the action here in the Mini Senior 2. Carson Wood on the 26 holding the lead. Heath Fisher, Brandon Eade, Jonathan Getz, Kane Bolasina through the top 5. Zane Martin, Reese Seba 6th and 7th. Tristan Pruitt is 8th. Max Bowling 9th. And Lachlan Turner, the 99, rounding out the top 10 here. Wood with his second yesterday, sitting in the driver's seat for the championship today. And it looks like Heath Fisher sitting on 3-2 scores. Getz on a 4-4 run right now. Going to improve that to a 4-3 run. So that's your top 3 overall right now, JP.
Thanks, Don. Let me throw you out the window. Tristan Pruitt in 5th. You might die sooner than JP, Don.
I got to do it. You guys ought to do it.
You might die sooner than JP, Don, if you're not careful.
That's my favorite thing to do.
That's right.
At least once a year, I got to toss that at you.
I understand.
Now, see, that's a throwback to the time I actually did that by mistake.
That's right. I don't mind, man. I've been called worse.
As recently as today.
Yeah, exactly. And I've still got mine coming for you, Wes Kane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, ow.
That's right.
That one hurts.
Max Bowling.
But let's talk about me.
Exactly.
Me.
Don Collins is Wes Kane, and you're not.
So Carson Wood, he's the one who's carving the fast lines right now. Got to tell you, looks like Heath Fisher's starting to reel him in a little bit. 2.9 was the gap over the finish last time, and Fisher starting to pick up the pace.
Bringing that Australian pursuit speed.
There you go.
You ever do the Australian pursuit up there at Winchester Speed Park?
We do not.
Okay, you know what that is?
I'm not familiar with the term.
It's it's kind of a $1,000 purse. It's a staggered start, and when you are passed, you have to exit the track and usually stack the gate to the slowest guy who's qualified in first. He takes off first, then the second slowest, and as you are passed, and you've got a 20-minute or 30-minute deal, and whoever's left at that end of that 20 or 30 minutes, or whoever ends up dead last on the track, your fastest guy keeps the $1,000. Called an Australian pursuit.
Huh.
So I wonder.
So what you're saying is you should sandbag to be the slowest guy to get that first position.
Yes, exactly.
And then boom, just like remember that happened at Supercross, and Ricky Johnson called those guys out for going slow during practice because they all wanted to get a better gate pick.
I do remember
the
that.
reverse gate pick controversy. Now they call it the Australian chase. Okay, fine.
Well, now we're going to call the Australian pursuit Heath Fisher.
There you go. And he's closing. There we go. There's Carson Wood. There's Heath Fisher. Getz hanging on a third. Oh, it looks like Wood must have got the memo, too, because he did pick it up, and he's going to hold the gap over Fisher.
Yeah, from a 2.9 to 3.2, so just fractions of a second, but that's all that matters here in the sport of motocross, Don.
You add those fractions up, it'll end up being a moto win.
So Carson Wood out front, Heath Fisher second, Jonathan Getz third, Brandon Eade fourth, and Tristan Pruitt in your top 5 right now. And in the championship run, it's Wood, Fisher, and Jonathan Getz. Exactly the same way as it is out on the track here in the Mini Senior 2. Sometimes the numbers don't lie, Don.
No, the consistency starts to come into play with these riders because these guys have been at it for, a good 5, 6, 7 years. They know exactly what they need to do, so that's where you start to see, okay, I'm not going to make these mistakes, take myself out of the overall, a little more consistency.
In fact, your top 6, Wood, Fisher, Getz, Eade, Pruitt, and Bolasina, Don, are exactly the way is forming here in this moto is the way it looks in the top 6 overall championship points run.
Yeah, look at that. That's some pretty crazy consistency. Lachlan Turner on the 99 starting to climb up through the field as well. Unfortunately, I believe Turner had problems in Moto 1 as she is not showing up near the top 10 in this one. Oh, and you know what? I believe this might have been the moto where she had that issue and went over the bars in the center rhythm section there.
Yeah, that's kind of awfully strange there, Don. We're not sure if she had a DNS or did not finish a DNF. But nonetheless, she's put in a pretty solid ride here for 7th here on lap number 4.
There's your leader, Carson Wood. Taking a look over to check the status of the flags there. And that's going to complete lap 4. So the next time around when Carson Wood looks over, he's going to see the white flag.
And Fisher has closed back in on Wood back to that 2.9 that he had 2 laps ago. So still not enough, not a significant amount of time to really press for a lead change here. But he's there to capitalize on a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately for Carson Wood, the 26, or fortunately for Carson Wood, the 26, no mistakes being made at all.
No, not at this point. So quick rundown of the top 10 here. Mini Senior 2, Carson Wood, Heath Fisher, Jonathan Getz, Brandon Need, Tristan Pruitt, Kane Bolasina, Lachlan Turner, Zane Martin, Max Bowling, and Reese Seba. That's going to round out your top 10.
Just outside your top 10, Don, Zing, Modica, Way, Lewin, Campbell, Doble, Walters, Mela Herrick in 18th, Graham Bowers in 19th, Cooper Bergeron in 20th, and Travis Lawrence down now into 20th position here as we wind down these final couple of laps here. We're on lap number 5 here, the Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15 age group. Here comes Britt Lambert out of the huddle hut. He is getting prepared to eventually throw the white flag.
Eagerly awaiting the opportunity to throw that white flag out.
Well, that is his job.
He's got a nice technique with the arm, too. Keeps that flag low. You don't get a whole lot of shoulder pain going on that way. Don't have to worry about that Tommy John surgery down the road.
Well, that shoulder is about 72 years old.
Well, yeah, probably if he's 72, that shoulder is as well.
That's right.
Unless he got a replacement, in which case it could be 10 years old. You never know. There we go. There's that white flag. Fisher is sticking with him, but so far, Carson Wood keeping himself where he needs to be. Jonathan Getz hanging on a third. Brandon Ead closing up on him a little bit.
Yeah, and Jonathan Getz closing in a second on Fisher, but it's just not going to quite be enough here as Ead putting pressure, as you just mentioned, Don, on Getz. Getz just not quite close enough to capitalize on any kind of mistake that Fisher may have, unless it was a monumental mistake.
It'd have to be a big one. Well, you know, like I said earlier in the week, Carson Wood has a secret weapon in his camp. His Super Minis are being purpose-built by Doug Doucette over there on Team Green. Doug is a longtime member of the Team Green mechanic family over there. He has brought Drew Adams up through the ranks. He's working with Carson Wood. He's worked with a lot of the GNCC guys, and Doug is just a solid guy. You could not ask for a better influence on your kids as they're coming up through their racing career. So you can see it. He's getting Carson ready to be a champion.
Well, Carson going to reward Doug Doucette for his hard work, and there's nothing a mechanic likes more than to see the fruition pay off here and the hard work pay off and hit a top of the box here
Yeah, that's the reward those guys are looking for. They don't want to stand in the sunlight. They don't want to get all the accolades. They want to know they're doing their job and letting somebody else get to their best.
Yeah, my machine finished the race and took the top of the box here, and that's
Yep.
the way mechanics view things.
That's it. The athlete is the one that needs the tools. The mechanic gets those tools in his hands as best they can.
Your leader up and over the Bud Moore throttle section. He's going to launch back down the hill into the team cramp corner.
Quite a few memories in that corner that no one can actually remember anymore.
Exactly. That is, you just really have no clue, Don, what took place down in there. It's a lot of fun.
I've heard a couple stories, and woo, I would never do that again. So here it comes, checkered flag, race win, and the overall championship will go to the Monster Energy Team Green Ride of Carson Wood. Heath Fisher keeps it close. He's going to have to settle for second. And there's Jonathan Getz third, so that's how they finish in the moto. That's how they finish in the overall.
Yeah, give it up for Wood, Fisher, and Getz. 1, 2, and 3, Aid fourth. Tristan Pruitt in fifth. Kane Balacina in sixth. And it looks like Vincent Way, since he has moved on up the ladder up into 12th, that's going to put him in sixth in the overall championship run here. We'll probably see him at the award ceremony. Don't forget the award ceremony at the pavilion, 1 after hour of the last moto, where you see our podium guy Dean Diaz handling the award ceremony.
Yeah, great job he does with the podium interviews. We love having Dean on the team this year, and I'm sure he'll be doing the same great job down there under the pavilion for the top 10 or the award ceremonies there after the last moto. Dean, we can't wait to see you do it.
That's right. He's eager to see everybody down there.
So 450B is fired up for the next moto off the gate. 2-card goes up.
And Don, it was Jace Allred, Casey Cochran, Aiden Kiefer, Christian Janik, Landon Peppard, your division winners there. We're taking a look at them, but we'll be breaking away to the podium here in just a second. We'll see if we can at least get this first turn. Cochran, Kiefer, 47 on the green bike. Cochran, the 66 on the white Husqvarna.
Nice jump on the inside. Yeah, I think he got it. So Colin Allen, the 35, going to grab the 100% hole shot award here for the 450B 12 plus. The 35, the Cookie Monster, Colin Allen, going to grab the 100% hole shot award here for the 450B.
All right, bud, what is your name? Hey, Campbell, you excited to go to James Stewart compound? Congratulations, man. You just got luck of the draw. Who would you like to thank? All right, there you go. Congratulations, bud.
All right, so 35 of Colin Allen with the 100% hole shot, but it's going to be Casey Cochran taking over the top spot. He's going to come down the 12-pack. So Casey Cochran has the 66 out front of the Rockstar Husqvarna. Aiden Kiefer in second, Dylan Blecka third, Colin Allen in fourth, Drew Adams rounding out the top five, Christian Janik in sixth, Nick Israel seventh, Pavlik eighth, looks like the 104, a 204 of Chris Kraus ninth, and Hayes Edwards going to round out the top 10 first time around. And we are loading up the podium down there with the mini senior riders.
All right, down here the podium finally with the mini senior guys. Down here with Jonathan Getz, man. Third overall, how's it feel?
It feels good.
It feels good, man. That's 2 podiums, right?
Yeah.
You got another one? Or is this it?
No, I have 2 more classes.
2 more classes. We're going to see you back up here?
Yeah.
Who's going to help you get back up here?
My mom and dad, 22 Graphics, Dunlop, Adventure Moto, Fly, Monster, Flow, FMF, 100%, Fast Flex, T-Rex. Everyone else, thank you.
All right, guys, give it for the Deuce. Jonathan Getz finished third overall. We're coming to second place finisher, Heath Fisher, man. You starting to be a common commodity here on the podium. How'd the moto go?
Yeah, it went all right. Got off to a fairly decent start and was just logging off them laps trying to chase down Carson, but he got the win in the end. Hats off to him.
Man, awesome ride for sure. I know you got a couple more motos, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to see you back up here.
Hopefully.
All right, well, tell me who would you like to thank. Who's going to get you up here?
My mom, my dad, my grandparents, Monster, Fly, MotorX, MTF. Everybody helps me. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it the 47 to Heath Fisher. And now class champ Carson Wood and the whole shot winner, man. How's it feel? Do you think you had this coming into it?
Yes, sir.
That's what I like to hear, a little bit of confidence. Are you excited for those next couple motos? Make it back up here again?
I'm going to try.
All right, buddy. Tell me who you'd like to thank. I'll let you get going.
Pro Circuit, Oakley, Fox, Renthal, Dunlop, Future MX, Matt Bell, my mechanic, and all my friends. And God keep me safe. Thank you so much.
All right, awesome. Now I'm going to bring in Mike Burkeen so he can crown you with that championship. Get it up for top 3 on the podium here and the mini senior.
Okay, we're going to take you live back here to Casey Cochran leading this 450B 12 Plus. And attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. The final moto of the day will be race number 26. The final moto of the day, race 26. Race 27 will be the first moto of the day. We'll need race 27 down into staging at 7:45 a.m.
That's it. Tomorrow morning we start at 8, so race 27 needs to be staged at 7:45.
So it's Cochran, Kiefer, the Cookie Monster, Colin Allen in third, Dylan Blecka fourth, Drew Adams in fifth, Janik in sixth, Nicholas Israel in seventh, Casey Bernard in eighth, Morningstar in ninth, and in 10th, it's Enzo Timmerman rounding out your top 10 here. The 21 aboard the green machine. They're in 10th position here on lap number 3 of the 450B 12 plus age group. Don, tell us who we have here on the podium box.
Look at this. Overall right now, first, second, and third in the first moto. Sit first, second, and third in this moto. So that's the be the podium. Casey Cochran, Aiden Kiefer, Colin Allen right now. That's the overall top 3. Blecka and Janik 4th and 5th overall.
And big shout out to Aiden Kiefer. You know, he's never been to Texas. He's never raced here at Freestone. He's raced a lot, obviously, in California. But as far as I know, he's never really pursued a lot of these AMA major events. So
yeah,
matching that pace of Casey Cochran is unbelievable.
Good way to get your feet wet coming out here and grabbing these top spots.
He is comfortably on Casey Cochran's rear fender. Just a solid second-place ride here. About 3.5 seconds back from Cochran, but well ahead of the Cookie Monster, Colin Allen, Don.
Yeah, and watching him stretch out that James Stewart ski dump, Janik is going to get around into third, Drew Adams to fourth. So just like that, Colin Allen's going to drop back in the field.
Yeah, the Cookie Monster going from third to fifth. It's Drew Adams up to fourth and Janik to third, Don, as you called it.
That's going to change the overall. Janik is going to get himself on the final step of the podium if he hangs on to third.
Meanwhile, Blecka back there in sixth, Israel seventh, Bernard in eighth, Timmerman ninth, and rounding out your top 10 is Jace Allred, the 73 on the KTM. But how about Cochran throwing down a 2-minute .08 fastest lap time?
Yeah, he is just smoking out front.
He is launching over the number 6 step up into the Shock Socks S-turn. Kevin Kelly says hello to him as he blows on by.
You know, and here's the thing, Shand. Casey Cochran laying down the fast lap last time around. He knows he's got to get away. So Kiefer now falling to almost 4 seconds back, 3.5 seconds. Cochran is putting in the heaters. Look at that, 2:08.4. That's 2 seconds quicker than Kiefer and 1.5 seconds quicker than Janik.
Yep, smooth, consistent sprint laps here is what Cochran is putting in on lap number 4 as he's slowly disappearing into the future from Kiefer, Janik, Adams, Alan Blecka, and the rest of the crew here.
So it's just sort of sailing away. They're just going to see a little bit of the 66. Don't worry.
You know,
he'll send you an email.
Exactly. You know, we've got pictures of Casey Cochran up here in the tower when he was 4 and 5 and 6 years old. 10 years ago, 2013 may have been his first event here at Freestone. And the curly hair, big smile, and really cool to watch his career blossom all through the years. And now we see him at the top of the pecking order here in the B classes across the nation. So Cochran looking really solid here, the 66.
Well, like I said it before, I have got to be able to claim a little special thing here because, and you can verify this, I called Casey's first race ever at DuQuoin, Illinois. That was his first race ever. And watching him now come to this level, it's just great to watch. The progression is amazing. And I'm old.
Yeah, exactly. That's when he started crying and ran from Kevin Kelly.
Which is a natural reaction when you see Kevin. I mean, I still feel that way myself occasionally. But, yeah, I absolutely remember that. First race, first win, and here we are watching him do it on the big bikes as well. That's just awesome.
Let's just face it, when Kevin Kelly approaches you, you know,
yeah,
he's a fireman. He's an EMS fireman. What happens when he shows up at your door to put out a fire? Some people just close the door and go, no, never mind.
No, we're all set.
Never mind,
we're just
we're
going to deal with. I got a fire extinguisher in here.
Exactly.
So there is Cochran, the 66 Rockstar Husqvarna ride. And, yeah, he's walking away. I mean, absolutely consistent pace, 2:07. I mean, it's another fast lap last time around. He did it again.
Janik back there in third. A solid ride for Janik aboard the Kawasaki, making his way down the Freestone Freeway just ahead of Drew Adams. So you got 3 Kawasaki's out there putting in blistering paces here. The second, third, and fourth place riders are all aboard Kawasaki's. Husqvarna in the lead, and a pair of Yamahas back there in 5th and 6th with a Kawasaki in 7th. And then you have the gas machine back in 8th position. So manufacturers all pretty much well represented here with the exception of Suzuki and Honda.
Yeah, not a lot of red bikes or yellow bikes in this field, unfortunately.
You got Ryder Huffman back there aboard a Honda in the 17th position, number 899. But make no mistake about it, Cochran putting that Husqvarna out front early on. He was being challenged by Kiefer those first 2 laps, Don. But
yeah.
Kiefer just not going to run not have that intensity that Cochran has.
And that's all it is. He just kept the pace going. He never let up. And, again, we're going to look at the lap times here. A 2:07.6 last time. Slows it up a little to a 2:09 that time. Probably starting to run into some traffic.
And we've got a battle here for second place, Don, as Janik has closed in on the rear fender of Kiefer to within literally a fraction of a second.
Yeah, and look at Kiefer's lap that time, a 2:14. He must have had problems as that's way off the pace. And Janik at a 2:09, so that's how you get that close.
What I'm really impressed with Kiefer about is the fact that he comes by way of California, and California not known to get near as rutted and rough and chopped up. Maybe rough, yes, but not near as rutted, deep ruts in California as you're going to get here in Texas. So Kiefer's going to understand probably more dry, slick, dust conditions.
Have you seen Glen Helen?
I've been there, but he rides all the tracks out there. Yeah, I've raced Glen Helen. I got knocked out at Glen Helen. So, yes.
So you know.
I know. It
There's
gets
some
rough.
deep ruts there.
But
I agree. It's a lot different conditions. And it isn't even just the conditions, just the soil itself. It is just not the same.
No, not at all.
Not a lot of cow pastures in California at this point.
Yeah.
Here we go. Janik makes the pass, and here comes Drew Adams. He's going to take it around Kiefer as well. You have to wonder if maybe the pace starting to slow down for Kiefer as, like you said, it's rough.
It's different.
A little bit tougher. He's had a long week here, so. Hey, no shame in that game. He's running top 5 against some of the best in the nation.
Yeah, super pumper, Aiden Kiefer. And, here's the reality. This is my first time to call Aiden Kiefer. So, but we've called Adams, Blecka, Janik, and Cochran. So these guys are used to coming to Freestone, used to hitting these ruts, used to the soil. And as fast and talented as Kiefer is, it could be the fact that here we are in lap 7, and it could be possibly the ruts getting to him. And you just never know. I'm just kind of assuming, but one thing's for certain, this is my first time to announce him, and I'm extremely impressed with his skill set, Don.
Oh, absolutely. We do not want to take anything away from that. And the white flag is going to come out. The other thing, too, is you could just say, hey, maybe Kiefer was really making a push and just, kind of ran out of juice there, and now he's kind of settled in. And once you settle in, those guys will start to catch you.
Yeah. Janik had better wick that throttle up as Drew Adams is closed in to within literally a second and a half.
And look at this. That's going to change up the overall, as now Janik sitting on a 2-2 to be second overall. Kiefer still hangs on to the final step on the overall podium.
Yeah, and to Kiefer's credit, he's got Blecka back there 5 seconds behind Kiefer. So as long as Kiefer can put in a solid, consistent lap this last time, Blecka's not going to catch him. He should not catch him. And that's going to allow Aiden Kiefer's lap time, 3 seconds.
Well, he's really got to stay on it because Blecka is making a push here with the white flag out.
He's got almost a 6-second gap with a 3-second faster lap time. So we'll see how this plays out. Kiefer, nonetheless, sitting on the third-place box. But Blecka, back there fourth in Moto 1.
Yeah, and we still got a battle between the Team Green teammates as Janik and Adams still going at it down the Freestone Freeway. But, yeah, the 66 Cochran. Sprint laps early in the moto, just manages the race from out front after that. That's all you need to do. Don't make mistakes. And he's done a great job of that. So your leader going to make one more trip down to the bottom of the hill. The Team Cramp sweeper. We can't even tell you what happened down there.
No.
Nobody knows. So it's still illegal in 4 states.
Exactly.
But here comes Casey, top of Cemetery Hill. And into the FMF Powerball, Shand, here he comes.
Yeah, your class champion here in the 450B 12-plus age group is going to be the 66 of Casey Cochran aboard the Husqvarna. He high-fives Kevin Kelly as he comes over.
That was a nice move.
He's like, I'm not afraid of you anymore.
All right, there you go. The 27 of Janik going to hang on a second. Drew Adams third. Where is Kiefer? Will he hang on to fourth and the final step of the podium?
It is going to be Kiefer.
It's going to be close, but Bleck is going to run out of time.
Yep, Kiefer going to hold on to a solid fourth. That's going to secure him a podium here in Texas for Aiden Kiefer.
That's a good way to come. The first time you're here, you're on the podium. Nothing to complain about there.
Hayes Edwards back in 12th. Dakota Bender in 11th. Casey Bernard in 10th. Nicholas Israel in 9th. Colin the Cookie Monster Allen back in 8th position. Jace Allred in 7th. Enzo Timmerman in 6th. Dylan Blecka in 5th. And just outside of your top 10 here for the 450B 12-plus second moto, it's going to be Dakota Bender, Hayes Edwards, Landon Pepper, Jackson Glather, Peyton Morningstar in 15th, Revan Gordon 16th. Some really fast dudes we just watched there in that B class. And guess what? I'm pointing that out because here in a year or two, we'll be seeing most of these guys make that jump to the A class, Don.
Yeah, that's coming soon. And here comes the 250C 12-plus limited down the start straight. Let's see who's going to get the 100% hole shot.
It was Kyle Pelinagos, your first moto winner in Moto 1, followed by Damian Holmes in second. Luke Thierot in third. Fourth was Easton Genist in fourth. Brock Archuleta to Patterson, California. It's Brock Archuleta grabbing that 100% hole shot award Archuleta, the 96 on the KTM, finishing Don back in 7th in Moto 1. So he needs to stay up front and not fall back here, but we are talking about the C-Class, Don.
Yeah, you know, that might not be as easy to do as you say. So we'll see, though. But, yeah, good start. You know, the 96 of Archuleta got to be happy. He's going to get at least get the 100% hole shot, if not push himself up onto the podium. So
Don,
we'll see.
Don, each skill set is a stepping stone, as we all know. But right now, up atop the Lynn Nickerson Suite, looking out, we got the bird's eye view. You can tell the difference in skill set between all these C riders and what we just saw on the B riders. Just the intensity, the skill set. These guys look a lot slower than those B riders, and naturally so. But I'm just saying, when you watch this, Don, reality kind of sets in.
What it is you don't see that aggression into every turn. The B riders are attacking every section. The C riders, you know,
They're
what,
surviving.
a little
They're
more tentative. Some of them are attacking here or there, but then they get into stuff where you're not as sure. And, yeah, like you say, you get a little bit kind of backed off. And, again, it's not an insult to say this, that the C riders are just approaching things a little slower than the B.
Yep, no, they're surviving
If they
sections.
aren't, they should be B riders.
Yeah, exactly. They are surviving sections where you're talking about the B riders attacking. And you're right. No slight to all these C riders. I'm a 45-year lifetime C-Class rider. That is where I belong.
So we're going to send it down to the podium now, and Dean Dias.
All right, luck of the draw. First of all, tell me what your name is.
CJ Bernard.
CJ Bernard, dude. You stoked? You're going to the Stewart's compound.
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome, man. I know it's tough to be in the box, but hey, you made it up here. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Thank my mom and dad, AEO, my trainer Jay, Dunlop, Asherby's, 518 Designs, and everybody else. Thank you.
CJ Bernard. Next. Get that 100% hole shot. Colin Allen, dude, I know it's not the way you want to be, but you made it up. You get that hole shot award, man. How's it feel?
Man, it feels amazing. Honestly, my starts have been on point. You know, I've usually never been very lucky with the starts here, but the EBR crew, my mechanic, everybody, the whole Dunlop, everything's hooking up so well, and the bike is just ripping out there. Really can't thank everyone enough, especially the Lord for keeping me safe. My mom and dad, who play the biggest role. I can't thank them enough. They really are the best. My mechanic, Eric, Josh, the whole entire EBR crew, Altus, Fly, SKDA, ODI, 100%, Fly, Hope, Monster Army, EVS, Tamer, VP, Flo, and everybody else, thank you so much.
So quick reset here on the podium.
Now we're getting the rest of the crew up here on the podium. Overall on the podium. They can keep getting the job done out there. Yeah, careful, Chris. Don't throw your back out. All right, third overall, Aiden Kiefer, bro. How's it feel to be up here on the box?
Dude, honestly, it's nerve-wracking right now because I've never been in this position before. I mean, I raced C-Class 2 years ago, and I never thought I'd be up here running with Casey and Christian and Drew. It's when I caught myself behind Casey the first 2 laps, it was kind of shell-shocking because I was like, holy crap, like I'm up here. And I kind of faded a little bit at the end. I got a bad arm pump, but I'm stoked to be here, dude.
No doubt about it, man. I'm stoked to see you up here getting that third overall. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad. You know, they do so much for me. My grandpa, he's in the hospital right now, so this one's for you, Grandpa. My grandma, FXR, my mechanic, Eddie, FXR, 60, Alpine Stars, Scott, John Knowles for hooking it up, Monster Army, Shackoff, FU Facility, he gave me some money to entry here, Pro Taper, Pro Circuit, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, there you have it. Congratulations to Aiden Kiefer getting the job done out there, getting third overall. Second overall, Christian Janet. Christian, dude, that was a pretty rough moto, huh?
Yeah, I didn't get the best jump. I was in like 5th on the first lap. Aiden went around us all and was in second, and I rode a decent race. I caught up and finished with a second.
Definitely a solid ride. Well, tell me who you'd like to thank. I know you want to get recovered up, ready for your next day. All right, guys, give a Christian Janik for finished second overall. Now the class champion, getting her done out there. Get up for Casey Cochran. Casey, bro, how'd the moto go?
Yeah, got off to a great start up there in the top two and got in the lead quick. So we just put down some good laps, and yeah, we got another one to go today. So last moto of the day, we're gonna go out and enjoy it, and hopefully put down another good 20 minutes.
Absolutely, man. I love to see it. And, man, I can't tell you, your riding style, I know what it is. You're a little more with the front of the bike. I was talking to your mom a little bit about it. Said Cooper's been on your butt about it.
Everyone critiques me back at the compound.
No doubt about it, man. Tell me who else you'd like to thank, and let's get ready for the next moto to celebrate.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe out there. Baker Factory, Alden Baker, Mike Brown, the whole Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory racing team, Fly Racing, Scott Goggles, Dunlop Tires, my mechanic Grizz, and everyone that goes behind the scenes putting in the work to make these dreams happen. I appreciate it.
Awesome. While you hold up that Rockstar, bring in Mike Burkeen to handle the hardware.
So Casey Cochran holding up that big #1 plate there. Going to add that to the collection.
What a smile. And he didn't cry. He didn't cry when Dean Diaz approached him, but he did Kevin Kelly.
Yeah, that's a few years back, a dozen years ago.
Yeah, how old was he at that point? Probably 3 or 4 years old?
He was 4, yeah. Just turned 4.
So Cochran, another championship in the books here in his young career. Dean Diaz doing a great job down there. How about Kiefer? Solid third-place ride for the 47 of Kiefer.
So underway in 250C 12 Plus, Archuleta on the 96. He had the 100% hole shot. He's making the most of it as he's still out front. Paleolagos into second. Logan Hale, Cole Coker, third and fourth. Luke Thoreau in fifth. Easton Genst is sixth. Ryder Rodriguez, Walker Mahone in seventh and eighth. Damian Holmes ninth. And Ethan Burns rounding out your top 10, followed by Alfano Bowers, Ford, Fortner, Paskowitz through the top 15. And right now, a 1-2 score for Paleolagos. Going to give him another championship. Shand, he's had 2 already.
Yeah, he deserves it. And I'll say this, he could make a mistake, and he's still 5 points ahead of Archuleta, 6 points ahead of, or 5 points ahead of Thiero, and 6 points ahead of Coker. So Paleolagos is definitely the most consistent rider here in this 250C 12-plus limited class, Don. And you don't face it, you don't see a lot of consistency in the C class.
No, it's in short supply generally. And once again, folks, if you did not get the memo, we are racing today through race number 26. Race 26, the 65 7-9 Limited, is going to be the final moto today. We'll pick up the race order tomorrow morning. We need women's 12 plus in staging at 7:45 tomorrow morning, as we will start racing at 8. So again, race 26, the 65 7-9 Limited, final moto today. Tomorrow morning, women's 12 plus, race 27 in staging at 7:45.
Yeah, so the women's 12 plus are going to get a really nice groomed track.
Yeah, that's going to be the nicest track of the day right there. Take advantage of that one if you're in the women's class, because it'll never be that smooth again.
So Archuleta with about a 6-second lead over Paleolagos.
You know, and you got to wonder, Shand, if Paleolagos' team is giving him the word, look, you don't need to push forward. You got a big gap behind you. You got the championship well in hand. Just don't make any mistakes, because it looks like he's kind of moderating his ride.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Don. I believe that is probably definitely the instructions given to him, knowing that Archuleta finished the first moto in 7th, man, a distant 7th place, so just not going to be a factor for the overall. I mean, as long as Paleolagos can just stay upright and ride a smooth, consistent 5 or 6 laps, this is his championship to take back home to Auburn, Alabama.
Did you mean Sweet Home, Alabama?
Sweet Home. We heard that a few times last night, too, out of Mike Burkeen.
Yeah, I was bummed I missed that last night. Ended up having to get caught up with some work stuff.
Yeah, you didn't miss a whole lot. We killed the keg of beer, had a good time. There's probably close to, 50, 75 people up at the pavilion having a good time. And Mike Burkeen did an outstanding job. I'll tell you this, he kind of saved us from the original band having to last minute cancel about a week and a half ago. So that really threw it. Between the band canceling and JP in the hospital, we just thought, well, this is not the year to do this. But Mike Burkeen salvaged it. He's an excellent musician and singer, and he kept everybody entertained. It was really, really, really cool, Burkeen to step up and give us all a little live music to listen to.
Yeah, he's a song machine.
He's like a jukebox.
There you go. So the 96, Archuleta going to make his way around, looking for him coming up to the top of Cemetery Hill.
JP, our man, how you feeling, buddy, over there? You're looking like $1 million in Mexico.
$1 million pesos.
That's right. $1 million
Just what,
pesos.
$3.75? All right, here we go. The white flag is out for Brock Archuleta. There's the 19, Paleologos. So, yeah, he's just managing the championship now. Once again, if the opportunity presents itself, I'm sure he'll go for it, but no reason to go and hang it out and make a mistake. Coker across the line hanging on to third. It looks like Ryder Rodriguez picking up a couple spots there, going to move him to fourth.
And Cooper Ford, number 20 earlier, Don, I don't know if you caught this. He was running up inside the top 10. He stalled out here in the shock success turn, had an issue, couldn't get his bike started, and he goes all the way back to 17th place. And let's see where he finished up in Moto 1. He was actually finished up 16th in Moto 1. So, again, the numbers don't lie. Sometimes you're just a mid-pack 250C rider, but he did have an issue. So, trying to desperately stay inside the top 20 here.
Technically, that was consistency.
Exactly. Exactly.
So your leader coming out of the shock success turn. Archuleta going to head down the Freestone Freeway. Here comes the 19 of Paleologos.
Yeah, 8 points.
Cole Coker on the 57 hanging on to third.
Theorot. Therio. Yeah, Theriot. Thoreau. Well, Van trains him. Van said it's Theriot. Terrio.
Oh, all right. French.
So
Yep. Okay.
it all depends on what part of the nation you reside in. It all depends on what part of the nation you reside in. We won't tell him it was your fault, man.
All right, looks like your leader going to make his way over the top of Cemetery Hill one final time. Brock Archuleta into the FMF Powerwall.
And Don, check this out. After 4 days, we finally have a little bit of sun hitting the track right now.
Is that what that is?
That is sun.
Ooh, the fire in the sky, Shand.
That's
Checkered
right.
flag comes out. Brock Archuleta is going to get the moto win. The 19 of Paleologos is going to come second, but he's going to get the overall. So the 19 of Kyle Paleologos with the overall win. Brock Archuleta is second overall, and we are looking for the 57. There's Cole Coker. He is going to be third overall and third in the moto.
Damian Holmes, Logan Hill, Jamison Bowers all going to advance up as Luke Theriot. Terrio. I'm going to think of Cheerios, Terrios.
No, just think of Danny Terrio.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, my God, you're young.
That's right. Remember that. I'm only 28.
Yeah, there you go.
All you ladies out there.
Come on, Danny Terrio, Dance Fever. Remember that show on TV? You guys didn't have that in Texas?
I actually met Danny Terrio.
Did you? See, this guy.
And Adrian Zemet.
It is Peliegos, Holmes, and Archuleta 1, 2, and 3 on the overall class championship run here for the 250C 12-plus limited class.
So 250C riders completing their championship run. We're underway with 50cc 4 to 8 limited. So
it is
Beckham Smith.
Yep. Don, go ahead. Yeah, Beckham Smith out of Canyon, Texas. Two great minds think alike, Don. Beckham Smith, number 3, with that 100% hole shot over here in the second moto, is going to lead the charge here in the 51cc 4-8 limited class. And Smith, third in Moto 1. It was Wellsing in first, Mariner second, Talon Rogers fourth, Cannon Zabanik fifth, Cooper Langston in sixth, Astor Hall in seventh, Carter Holmes eighth, Tate Brush back in ninth, and it was Shannon Tarno rounding out your top 10 in Moto number 1. And we should be seeing our champion, Pelinegos, down on the podium here any moment.
And getting very familiar with that young man. He's been on the podium a number of times, so good to see him getting another one done here. And it's going to be time now to send it down to the podium. Dean Dias down there to talk to our champions and the recipient of the golden ticket, the luck of the draw.
All right, I'm down here on the podium. First up, we're going to see Brock Archuleta get that whole award. And third overall on the podium. Little wham bam. Up here with Brock now, dude. You obviously want to be first. Everyone wants to be first, but man, third feels pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
That moto go for you?
I got a whole shot. I was out there pretty good, and I just stuck it.
Yeah, that whole shot makes it a little bit easier, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it does.
Awesome job. You got any more for today, or is this it?
This is it.
All right, man, let's go ahead and get cooled off and relax. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, dad, and Service Painting. And that's it.
Brock Archuleta looking for some more sponsors. Hit him up. The number 96 machine will get third overall. And Damian Holmes, he's our second overall. Man, how'd that moto go for you?
Went good. I got off to a decent start. And then the first couple laps, I tipped over in the back. But just had to make my way up. Rode good.
I think we're very well made it happen. So for the day as well, right?
Yes, I am.
All right, man. Well, tell me who you'd like to thank and let you guys celebrate.
R Sports, Troy Designs, Garnier, 100%, Twin Air, Rhino Power. Everyone else, thank you so much.
All right, guys. Give it for Damian Holmes. Good job, Doug. The class champion, Kyle Paleologos, getting her done out here, man. How's it feel?
Feels great. Mentally great, physically not so great. The track was insanely rough. It just felt like luck on if your pegs are going to drag and fly off. But I kept it together and just tried to ride smooth to get the overall.
No doubt about it, man. Making it happen for sure. I love it. Who would you like to thank?
Triangle Cycles, Backyard Designs, Shea Bentley, Kendall Mason, Wargo MX, Monster Mountain MX, Mika Metals, Mechanic Mike, Backyard Designs, Jonesy Film and Edit, 6D, and that's all I can remember right now.
All right, let's go ahead and grab those champagne bottles while I grab the number 1 plate. All right, guys, give it up for top 3 on the podium. Got that number 1 plate ready for you? in the 250.
So the whole shot award getting a champagne shower down there. And we are underway now with the 50cc 4-8 limited. The number 3 of Beckham Smith with 100% hole shot in this one. And it is Beckham Smith out front. There he is over the finish line. Ken Zabanik on the number 5, chasing him down in second. We're looking for Jake Mariner running third right now on the 167. And there he is. So Beckham Smith, Jake Mariner, Ken Zabanik, that's the top 3 overall right now.
I had to ask Jacob Mariner's dad last night if he was 21 years old. He was approaching the party, and I just was messing with him. He goes, "You know I'm Mariner's dad, right?" And I said, "Yeah, but you look 12."
Sorry, dude, I'm going to see my ID.
That's right.
It's all that Botox.
That's right. It's Beckham Smith, Mariner, and Zabanik, 1, 2, 3 on the podium run with Rogers, Langston, and Levi Letty. Tate Brush moves up in the 6th here as far as the overall class results. But out front right now, it's Beckham Smith leading Zabanik by about 3 seconds. Mariner back there in 3rd, Rogers 4th, Langdon in 5th, Levi Letty 6th, Jet Rowe in 7th, Tate Brush 8th. Yumina Burning, how about Yumina? She's up there running inside the top 9, and Ashburn Hall in 10th here on lap number 3 of this 51cc 4-8 limited class.
All right, so leaders working their way through here, and it looks like the white flag in hand. So the next time we see Beckham Smith, he's going to see the white flag.
Beckham Smith has had an outstanding week here for the 13th annual James Stewart Freestone Spring Championship presented by Parts Unlimited Thor. It has been Beckham Smith rallying for moto wins, division wins, and on his way here, Don, to a championship to start off the 2023 amateur season.
Yeah, we got a rider down in the 12-pack here. Looks like the EMT staff there with that young rider. So looking for the number 3, Beckham Smith, to make his way down through the big Loop 270 and come back up the hill here. And here is Beckham Smith.
Donnie rides really convincing. Just solid effort here for Beckham Smith, and Zabanik hot on Beckham Smith's rear fender. This looks like a local Winter Series race for us here in Texas.
Yeah, he's closing the gap.
Well, I'll say this. It's usually Zabanik besting Smith. Don, I made reference to that a couple of days ago with you and Luke on the microphone. It's usually Cannon Zabanik leading Beckham Smith to the checkers. I would say about an 80 to 20% ratio, but this week, so far, it has been Beckham Smith besting Zabanik. You wonder if Zabanik is not feeling all that great, or if Beckham Smith has just really stepped up his game. But we're talking about even as close as 2 weeks ago for the final round of the Winter Series, it was still Zabanik.
Well, you know, I don't want to tell tales out of school, but I did see Zabanik at the bar last night. He was drinking shots of whiskey, and that might have affected his performance.
Oh, there we go.
He wasn't doing that, folks.
I know.
You know, here's the thing. You might be seeing the changing of the guard. There are times when those tables turn. So we might be looking at just that, but right now we're definitely looking at the white flag. So Beckham Smith, Ken Zabanik, Jake Mariner, Talon Rogers, Cooper Landon, top 5. Jet Rao, Levi Letty, Absher Hall, Tate Brush, Yamena Burning. And it looks like rounding out your top 10 here is going to be the rider on the 3R, Tyler Hinton. So there's your top 10. So we are really getting some great positive comments online there from the live coverage. We know you guys are enjoying that out there. So thank you for all those positive words that we're just getting. We absolutely are happy you are loving it out there. Hey, it's a free live stream. We know that you folks appreciate that. So you are very welcome out there.
Yeah, the guys with Area 51 Films and Outlaw Productions TV doing an outstanding job of stringing this together.
Yeah, I mean, we get nothing but positive comments, so really loving that.
A lot of hard work goes into this as well, and to bring you free live coverage. So white flag is waving here, the 51cc 48 Limited. If you're watching on the Freestone YouTube channel, we want to welcome you. If you're pulling in here, 88.3 on your FM channel, there is the checkered flag for the three, Beckham Smith and Cannon Zabinek. And, boy, they crossed the finish line, literally 1 second of separation between both of those riders. It's going to be Beckham Smith.
I don't think Smith saw the checkered flag.
Nope, Smith kept going. Well, there was a couple of lap riders in his way, so Beckham Smith has continued on, but we do know
yeah,
Don
Smith
Collins,
got the win.
he is your class winner here in the 51cc 48 Limited. Overall class winner is going to be Beckham Smith with Mariner in. Should be Mariner in second and Zabinek up into third for the championship points run.
Yeah, there you go. So it looks like Beckham Smith did not see the checkered flag, and you know what? You're better off continuing on through than pulling off too early. So Beckham Smith going to do a victory lap out there.
He's on a victory lap,
There you
signing
go.
autographs, Don.
Waving at the crowd, kissing babies.
So here is your top 10. It's Smith, Zabinek, Mariner, Rogers, and Langdon. Round out your top 5. Just outside the top 5, it's Levi Letty, Jat Rowe, Ashburn Hall, Tate Brush in 9th, and Yomina Burning in 10th position. Great ride by the young Yomina Burning. Remember when she used to wear the tutu?
Well, here's the thing. Let's talk about that.
Okay, it's Maya Larea.
Yomina Burning, you know, a couple of years ago, she was that little girl who was taking the 10-minute lap time.
Exactly.
And now here you are. You're competing in your top 10 in a very stacked class.
You bring up a very solid and valuable point there, Don. That learning curve. Here she is in the top 10, besting a lot of the boys she races against. Parker Reneker, Carter Holmes, Shannon Tarno, Liam Levering. And we're going to be sending this down to the podium, sending our...
Yes, 85-9 to 12 leaving the gate.
Yeah, exactly. Race number 20 out of the gate. Race 21, actually, out of the gate. 85cc, 9 to 12 limited class. Tace Morgan, Darren Pine, Wyatt Duff. Elliott Boucher, the 305 with the 100% hole shot here. So it's Boucher leading the field in this 85 9 to 12 limited class with Tace Morgan, the 810, in first in Moto 1. Darren Pine second, or first in his division. Wyatt Duff and Wyatt Thurman second places in their respective divisions. It was Maverick Gish and Elliott Boucher in third in both of their divisions.
Seven.
For our podium to get up.
So give him a second to reset the podium down there. We're going to send it back down in just a minute. Underway here with the riders in the 85 9-12 limited. Elliot Bauscher on the 305 100% hole shot award. But look at this, the 58. Darren Pine going to charge out front into the 12-pack. And we're going to send it back down to the podium.
All right, with a third place finisher on the number 5 machine. Got the corner coach on the seat and everything. It's going to be Cannon Zabinik. Can dude, third overall. How's it?
Good.
Good. You a little upset about that ride or what? What could you do?
Could have passed him in that corner and be back, but I almost fell.
At least you didn't fall, right?
Yeah.
You got to take all the positives and make them outweigh the negatives. Tell me who you'd like to thank for getting you third overall.
Mom and Dad, Cobra, Mitten, 7, T-Rex, Rose, Pro Taper, PR2, Dunlop, Papaya, my dad, Underground, Matt, and all my friends, and God for keeping me safe, and that's it.
Hey guys, Gilbert Cannon Zabinek will make my way over to our second overall finisher, Jacob Mann. Jacob,
Good.
does it feel good? How'd the moto go?
I was second in the start. Got passed, and then I just ran my own race in third.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mom, Dad, sister, dance performance, game moto, T-Rex, and everyone else that supports me. Thank you.
Place position, Jacob Mann. On my way over to Beckham Smith. Got hold two. Forget Yeah, but how's it feel, Beckham?
It feels good.
How'd that moto go for you?
Good. I got a good.
Thing. Let's go for Beckham Smith. Grab models while I grab your number 1. Beckham. One plate.
All right, so underway in the 85 9-12, Darren Pine taking away the lead. Gage Brown moves to second. Wyatt Duff, Nolan Ford, Elliot Bauscher, top 5. It was Bauscher with the 100% hole shot, hanging on to the top 5 right now. But right now, Darren Pine putting the pine to these guys out there. A 1-1 as he runs.
Hey, you know what? We've said a million times, a broken record. It's Pine time.
That's it. He's laying the wood to him.
He is the only consistent rider. Wyatt Duff a 2-3, Gage Brown 5-2, Elliot Bauscher 3-5, Gage Dunham 4-6. So it's all Darren Pine's championship to win here in this 85 9-12 limited class. And no real big surprise, Don, as we have alluded to before. He's a Texas Winter Series Bell Golden Helmet Award winner. He has won here at Freestone numerous times. So you saw him up here in the tower a few hours ago hanging out, and I love Darren Pine's hairstyle. Looks like we used to wear back in 1985, kind of the wings.
There you go. Got that swept back look like he's doing 90 miles an hour all the time.
That's right.
And boy, wonder what happened with Tace Morgan. Morgan was a winner in that division race, and Tace Morgan down in 15th, so definitely having some problems off the start. Or don't know what happened there, but the 810 way down in the order. That's going to put him out of any podium contention.
Yeah, I do not have the answer to that. I have no clue what happened to Tace Morgan, but you are right. He is a division winner, so you would think he'd be up front inside that top 5 battling, but must have had some kind of misfortune or bad luck, Don. And it happens. It's motocross.
Oh, yeah. It can happen in the blink of an eye. So looking at some happy times down there. The Smith family down on the podium. Looks like Beckham and his little brother there. And everybody having a good time. Yeah, Greg Albertson getting in the shot there with him.
Good to see Greg wake up. We looked over back here, and he had ate about 9 slices of pizza. He was leaned back, sleeping against the sheetrock.
Cheese coma. Well, that Frankie's Pizza, pretty darn delicious. You know, I was tempted to eat a dozen or so slices myself, but I tried to just hold off with 9, so.
Yeah, folks, if you are interested in a place to eat tonight for supper, we encourage you to go see our friend Ralphie at Frankie's Pizza and Pasta in Mejia. About a 12-mile drive, 13-mile drive down to Mejia. You cannot miss it. It's right there on the left as you enter town. And those folks have been taking care of JP and I and the Freestone staff and the racers for decades now. So he delivered 3 super large pizzas, all very good for us for up here at the tower for lunch. So big shout out to Ralphie at Frankie's Pizza and Pasta. And if you're looking for an Italian restaurant tonight, please look no further. Go give them your business. They take care of us.
And let me tell you, Shan, I am a fairly good judge of Italian food, being as my wife is 100% Italian, and that's some pretty darn good Italian food there down in Frankie's. So, yeah, it goes just beyond the pizza. They got some really good stuff down there.
I remember the first time you went there, we took you there, and you said, Shan, this is really good. This is really good. In the middle of nowhere.
I'm sorry, Frankie's, but not better than my wife's.
That's right.
I'd still like to have a place to sleep when I go home.
That's right.
But, yeah, no, that's some good stuff down there. That's a great place to go, and they're always happy to see folks down there, too. We want to make sure we give them the business because they've been helping out and supporting you guys, and I know they brought those pizzas up here just sort of impromptu, and we made short work of those.
Yeah, we did.
So Darren Pine going to put another lap in the books out front. That is lap number 4. And the next time we see him, it'll be the white flag.
Think about that for a minute. You know, he goes into work. It's lunchtime. He puts in, the owner we're talking about at Frankie's, he puts in an order for 3 pizzas, drives over here with his son so his son can see some motocross. Just really, you know, goes out of his way midday through a Saturday. He could be handling business, and he just delivers pizza and watches the races for about 20 minutes and then heads back to work. So we encourage you to go on over there and give Frankie's Italian Pizza and Pasta your business here if you're sticking around Saturday evening and need some Italian food.
Yeah, and really all of the restaurants and businesses in the area around here, you know, we want to make sure that you're giving your business to those folks. They're here 24/7, 365. When we visit, we're being guests in their homes. So make sure you go around and say thanks to everybody. Spread that money around to all the restaurants and give them folks that support the track a little bit of love.
Don, as we were sitting here talking about the pizza and pasta, Tace Morgan, the 810, put a blistering pass on the 18 of Sawyer Geek on the outside line of this VMAX switchback. So they both went to the outside lane, but it was Tace Morgan taking a line away from Sawyer Geek. And just one of those things where we're talking about pizza, you look down and so, whoa, these two guys nearly come together. But it's Tace Morgan threading the needle here, moving up to 12th place. And we are calling it out because he was one of those division winners that you kind of unsuspectingly thought, why is he not up there in the top 5 mixing it up? But he just made quick work of Sawyer Geek and trying desperately to get up into that top 10 area. But the white flag is waving, Don. So Tace Morgan is going to have to really kick in the afterburners if he wants to climb inside that top 10 here with 1 lap left.
So you're saying he sliced his way in there?
He pizza sliced his way in there. He saw Tace Morgan on the move.
That's a good one.
That's a good one, Don.
All right, so the white flag is getting ready to come out here. It has not flown yet, but Britt Lambert has it right in hand.
As our leader, the 58, Darren Pinetime, jumping off the FMF Powerwall, leading his way, leading the charge in the contingent into the Texas 12-pack, the VMAC FMF switchback. up and over the finish line tabletop. It is Darren Pine time with 1 lap left here, Don Collings, and he was literally left Duff and the rest of the crew in bay. Get down Gage Brown back there in third, but he's got about a 13-second lead over Wyatt Duff, the 444.
Yeah, absolutely just getting it done out front there. Darren Pine. Looks like we got some sight laps coming off the gate next, so these will be sight laps for the rest of the motos today. As we can see the lined up down there, the gate is down, so sight laps will be coming out for Super Mini 2, 50cc 6 to 7, 65, 10, 11, Schoolboy 2, and 65, 7 to 9, the final motos today. Here we go, the 58, Darren Pine taking the checkered flag. That's the moto win. That is the overall championship for the 85 9 to 12. The 444, Wyatt Duff going to hang on to second. We're going to be looking for the 129 downtown Gage Brown. He is going to hang on to third. And by hanging on to third, he'll be third in the overall podium. And there he is.
Yep, get down Gage Brown out of Hockley, Texas is going to secure that third place podium position here. So it's Pine, Duff, and Brown. We'll be seeing our man Dean Diaz. Nolan Ford, they're in fourth. Gage Dunham in fifth. Elliot Bosher moves on up to sixth. Braxton Mees in seventh. Maverick Gish eighth. Dane Pappas in ninth. Tace Morgan. Don Tace Morgan, our division winner, moves his way up into the top 10 there. So that means he went up 2 positions, actually 3 positions on that last lap. So a good ride there, a good last-minute charge for Tace Morgan.
Yeah, and he's going to keep himself in the top 10 overall. That's not a bad place to be. So that'll do it for the 85 9 to 12 limited riders. We're going to send the sight laps out here. Super Mini riders. Super Mini 2 going to be the next moto that's going to run. They'll head out for a sight lap followed by the 50, CC 6 to 7, 65, 10, 11, Schoolboy 2, and 65, 7 to 9 riders. That's the rest of the race order today. They'll be heading out for a sight lap, and then we'll get ready to go racing again with the Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Once again, stopping today at race 26. We will pick up the racing tomorrow morning at race 27 in the order, the women's 12 plus. That'll be at 7:45 a.m.
Maverick Gish getting his job.
Of course. Not too good. I just couldn't hold on. I'm on racing my mom, my dad, my uncle, Rock and G, O'Neill, Dunlop, 100%. Anyone else I forgot, thank you.
It up to all right, I'm down here with downtown Gage Brown getting it done. Third overall, man. My screen went out. I was doing all the math down there. I had to call into the booth, and everybody was super excited here. Gage Brown, third overall. How's it feel?
It feels really good.
How was that moto for you?
It was good. I got off to an actually really good start, best start of the week. And yeah, I came out third or fourth, and then Tace went down over there, hit the back of Darren, and then that led me into third, and then passed for second. Just trying to hold her steady.
Moving on up, things are looking up for here. Who would you like to thank?
I like to thank my mom and dad, Grandma and Papa, Mimi and Papa, my sister, Adventure Moto, Bell, 100%, 7, Wrist Brace Guy, JM Racing, DBK, and Jag Up Coffee.
All right, there you go. To give it up to not the, but the Gage Brown for getting it done. Third overall. Head over here is second overall. Wyatt Duff, man. Feel.
We'll start most. I came all the way back and third.
You had to work for it, but that work paid off, didn't it? So, man, I'll let you get rested up. Who'd you like to thank?
Me here. Pro Circuit, power band suspension, and Roost Graphics. Thanks to everybody.
You guys give her Wyatt Duff, getting it done. Now our champion, our class champ, Darren Pine. I've seen you here before, haven't I?
Oh, I think so.
How's it feel to be here again?
It feels amazing.
So, man, how'd that moto go?
It went really good. I'm pretty sure I got the whole shot. Or no, I got second, and then made the pass early and just, yeah, hit a bunch of smooth lines.
Had a little bit of fun out there, huh?
Oh, for sure.
What's somebody you'd like to thank?
My mom, my dad, TTMX, Van Martin, Brandon from B's Moto Lab, John from JM Racing, FMF, 100%, Troy Lee Designs, Mika Metals, Blazing Gun Dogs, and Advanced Plumbing, and everyone who supports me. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it Darren Pine. We go over and give it number one. All right, we'll get Alex up here real quick. Our ladder.
Thank you, Dean Dias. Congratulations. Oh.
Here. And your bottles. Let's celebrate.
Thank you, Dean Dias. Congratulations to all those riders, especially Darren Pine Time, hitting that top spot on the box here in the 85 9-12 Limited. Your class champion, Darren Pine. We're taking a little pause for the cause, a little H2O water action. It's Super Mini 2, 13-16. Loaded in the gate here. With Deacon Dino, Landon Gibson, Jonathan Getz, Landon Gordon, Max Shane, Kane Ballasina, Cole Timbo, Braden Johnson, Cannon Hargrove, Heath Fisher, Grayson Townsend, Lachlan Turner, Caden Dudney, Oliver Camp, Carson Milliken, Dondre Roos, Wyatt Harrington, Cody Wells, Eli Gross, and Nicholas Stefanik. Your top 10 in each division. So we should be seeing a sight lap here for the Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Don, I just called out the top 10 in each division, and this will be one of those barn burner who's who with Dino, Gibson, Getz, Gordon, Shane, and Bosselina. Your top 6.
Yeah, Cole Timbo, the rider with the wheel change on the gate yesterday. He finished 4th. Braden Johnson was 4th in his. So, yeah, we've got a stacked class here. So they're going to do a sight lap. We got a few other sight laps heading out after them, and then it'll be time to do battle. So sight laps being worked out on the track here. We got the sight laps working on the track. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16 is going to be next off the gate. 51, 6 to 7 limited in staging. 65, 10, 11 Schoolboy 2, and 65, 7 to 9 limited. Race 26, the final moto of the day. Out on the track for a sight lap. We're going to line them back up into staging. Hey, attention out there in the pits, the parents of Jamison Hodge. Jamison Hodge's parents, please come down to registration. He kind of lost track of you out there in the pits. He doesn't know his way back to the rig. So parents of Jamison Hodge, please come back down to registration to pick up your child. So again, completing the sight lap for the final 5 motos today. Yep. It's pretty cool. When he's following them like through some of those sweeper sections, I mean, you really see how deep the ruts are. You're flying right next, like the stuff we're following Bennett. Yeah, he doesn't pay attention to it. He's just all over. Really cool. So again, letting the riders roll off here on the sight lap as the Super Mini 2 riders are fired up on the gate. So it looks like you still got a few riders completing that sight lap. And here we go. The 2 card goes up. All right, looks like the 2 card went back down. We may have a hold on the gate. Yeah, looks like somebody got their hand up just in time.
With only a few races left, 1 hour after the last moto, which will be moto number 25, Schoolboy 2. 1 hour afterwards, award
26.
ceremony.
26 is the final
26 is the final. Thank you, Don. That's will be 65cc 7 to 9 limited. 1 hour after that moto, we will have the award ceremony at the pavilion.
So you can head down there and see Dean Dias down there to grab your overall awards for the day.
And say hi to the FMF folks.
There you go. All right, so on a 2-minute hold, it looks like. And somebody's got a bike fired up that is smoking like a freight train down there. Well, that might have been the rider with the hand up, as that is a lot of smoke coming out of that bike. And it looks like they're set, so here we go. The 2 card goes up. And it's going to get ready to go sideways here in just a moment. Here we go.
All right, so with the whole shot, it's the 419 of Deacon Dino, your first moto winner in his division. And Deno up the Dunlop drag strip. He'll go around that Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, a 180-degree turn, down to the Dunlop drop, where it can be thrilling and exciting. Thrills and chills. Angelina rolls over 5 into 6. And then he'll negotiate through that Shock Socks S-turn, but he's got company.
Yeah,
I would say
that's,
it's probably Caden Nudney.
No, that looks like it's
Or
going to be Landon
Landon
Gordon.
Gordon?
Yeah, that's Landon Gordon on the 18 Monster Energy Team Green Ride. Coming to the inside. He's going to take the lead right there, JP.
Wow. Hey, how appropriate over the Kawasaki step up.
They planned that. That was a plan.
That is sweet.
The team told him, look, don't take the whole shot. Wait until you get to the
Yeah.
Kawasaki. They probably didn't do
Yeah,
that.
so we
no.
can use that as advertising, in the commercial coming up.
Probably didn't do that. But that's how it worked out, and that's going to give him the top spot right now. So Landon Gordon going to set sail down the lower Loop 270 section, going to come charging back up the Bud Moore throttle section. And it looks like the 419 of Deno giving chase down the hill. So Landon Gordon, Deacon Deno, Max Shane, Heath Fisher running top 4. Braden Johnson going to round out the top 5. Logan Mortberg 6th. Cole Timbo 7th. Jonathan Getz is 8th. Matt Williams 9th. And Lachlan Turner, Lala on the 99, rounding out the top 10. But Landon Gordon making quick work to get out front, and he is trying to get away. So Gordon into the Dunlop drop, going to make his way up into that inside rhythm section towards the Shock Socks S turn. So Gordon going to make that right-hander into the ski jump and head down to the Loop 270 again. And battle starting to tighten up throughout the field here in the Super Mini 2. Landon Gordon trying to pull away. He's going to be making his way to the top of Cemetery Hill here in just a moment. Overhead shot down through the roller section here as Gordon going to come over to the finish line jump. Deno still hanging on to second. Max Shane third. So not a lot of change at the front of the pack here, JP.
Now Landon Gordon with a 2:17 by lap number 2. Deacon Deno about 4.5 seconds behind him. Max Shane in third. Heath Fisher fourth. Cole Timbo fifth. And your Team Green Rider up the Dunlop drag strip around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. Makes that 180-degree turn. Throttles out down into the Dunlop drop.
Yeah, Gordon definitely starting to move away at the front of the field here. He's getting away from Deno. So this is Super Mini 2. Riders getting it done here. They're going to have a 4 or 6 lap moto. So 6 laps to see who's going to come away with it. We're going to be working to the halfway point here, JP. So there is the 1-8 ride. That is Landon Gordon. So Gordon's starting to inch away. Last time around it was 4.3 the gap. I'm going to say he's probably opened up a little bit more over Deacon Deno. And there's Max Shane. So yeah, 5.5 seconds now between first and second. And it looks like the 22, Jonathan Getz, not getting off the gate the way he wanted to, starting to work through the field a little bit. So looking at the overall right now, it is Landon Gordon, Deacon Deno, Max Shane. That's how they run on the track. That's how they sit in the overall right now. Heath Fisher is fourth, Cole Timbo fifth on the moto. Logan Mortberg, Braden Johnson sixth and seventh. Getz up to eighth. Kenan Hargrove is ninth. And it's Wyatt Harrington rounding out the top 10 now for the riders in the Super Mini 2. So again, this is Super Mini 2. 50cc riders next off the gate, 65, 10, 11 in staging. Schoolboy 2 and 65, 7 to 9, final 2 motos today. You should be in staging as well. And here comes Landon Gordon again over the FMF Powerwall down the 12 pack. So Gordon slamming through that James Stewart ski jump section into the outside line of that option turn.
So Gordon with about a 6-second lead over second place, the 419 Husqvarna out of Deacon Deno. Followed by Max Shane on his KTM. He's 11 seconds back from Landon Gordon.
Yeah, looks like Heath Fisher and Cole Timbo still got the 4th and 5th spot. And it's still Landon Gordon, Deacon Deno, Max Shane, your top 3 in the overall picture, just as they run on the track. That's how they sit on the overall podium right now. And next time we see them at the finish, they should be looking at the white flag. So working lap 5 of 6 here. All right, Gordon coming down to the Dunlop drop. Your leader working through the inside rhythm section, going around the outside on some lap traffic. He's got to change his lineup a little bit there. Working through. And here is your leader out of the switchback section. White flag is out. And yeah, Landon Gordon, consistently quick lap times. He's going to open up the gap to about 7.5 seconds, 6.5 seconds now, as he backed it down a little on that one. Deacon Deno and Max Shane still second and third. Shane's going to deal with Heath Fisher, though. Fisher's on the move on the final lap. Gordon into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
So your leader out of Peachtree, Georgia, going through the Shocks Access turn down to Freestone Freeway, the Team Green Monster Energy rider of Landon Gordon is about 7 seconds ahead of second place of Deacon Deno out of Malakoff, Texas, on his Husqvarna.
Yeah, it looks like the 79 of Max Shane able to shake the pressure from Heath Fisher as he's getting through there a little cleanly. So Shane's going to have third, pretty much on lockdown now. It looked like Fisher was going to challenge him, but the gap has opened up.
And Max Shane out of Oceanside, California. Beautiful place. I've been there.
Hey, folks, we got a loose dog down by the podium area there. He almost ran out on the track, got himself killed. Took out a motorcycle rider as well. So we got a loose dog down there. You're going to want to get down to the podium area as Landon Gordon takes the moto win here in Super Mini 2.
And fouled by the 419 of Deacon Deno.
So Landon Gordon, Deacon Deno, Max Shane, that's your top three here. And that's going to be your top three overall. All right, 50cc 6 to 7 limited coming off the start gate. So the 710, Shannon Tarnow with the whole shot for the 50cc 6 to 7 limited. So the 100% whole shot award goes to the 710. And it looks like they're just about situated down there on the victory podium. So we're going to send it on down to Dean Dias down there to talk to our top three, our 100% whole shot award winner, and the luck of the draw recipient. And Dean, we will send it to you.
Landon, bro, come on. I had a little bit of tough luck out there. We can look at the.
Man, it was went good off the start. I got a really good start, and then I went down there to the inside, and I didn't know there was a pothole, and I just threw it away, man.
Yeah, man, it's not easy at all.
I got one more.
Can we make it happen then?
Yes, sir. We're going to get it done.
I'd like to hear it. Someone who'd like to thank.
Christ would keep me safe. My mom, my dad, Daniel, Blair, Maddie, everyone over Gas 100%. Power Band, 100%. Everyone else, thank you so much.
All right, guys, get Landon the draw. Now I'm making my way over to third overall. Max Shane getting the job done. You know, my score went down, so I had to do math, man. I was stoked to see you finishing third overall. How's it feel?
Dude, it feels amazing. Like, I worked so hard. I mean, the track was so beat, and I was trying my hardest. I got quite tired towards the end, but it just feels amazing to come out third.
No doubt about it, man. You were charging hard. I seen it the whole time. Tell me who you'd like to thank, who helped to get here.
I'd just like to thank a big thanks to my mom, my dad, just helping me out, getting me out here. All my friends and family, Haley, Rob Fox from Dunlop, Hot Wheels, Monster Army, Pro Taper, Nick Way, FMF. Big thanks to Twisted Development, getting my bike all ready. Was able to rip a solid P4 off the start. That helped me out big time. Just everyone else, thank you so much.
Awesome job. That's Max Shane. Gotta love Hot Wheels. These Hot Wheels a lot. Lead the way. Lead the way.
And it was
Ditto. Now the class champion, Landon Gordon.
Feels great. Track was brutal, but yeah, we put it together.
I mean, you toughed it out for sure. How'd you get up on the start?
I got a decent start. Had to make a pass on Deegan, and then, yeah, just rode my race. Did good laps.
Yeah, awesome job. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
I'd like to thank the Lord to keep me safe, my whole family. Team Green Kawasaki, Ryan Holiday, Mario, Derek, Monster, Dunlop, Pro Circuit, Alpine Star, 100%, Throttle Syndicate, Jacob Hayes. We've been putting the work, and it's paying off.
Awesome, man. Glad to hear it. Get over your class champion. Go over here. Plate. On behalf of AMA, I would like to do the Super Mini 2 AMA Championship plate right there.
And Dean Dias getting a little champagne shower down there on the podium. Underway in the 50-67 limited. Shannon Tarnow, the 710 with 100% hole shot, holding down the lead. Talon Rogers, Tate Brush, Jet Rao, and Levi Meyer right now through the top 5. So winding down through the race day here. $50cc riders on the track, 65, 10, 11 next. Schoolboy 2 and 65, 7 to 9. Final 2 motos today in staging. So looking for the 710. There is Tarnow charging through and got company. Talon Rogers closing right up on the leader. So it was a 2-second gap before. It is down to just about nothing. A little over a second.
Yeah, 256, 256.
Here you go. And a 256 flat for Rogers, so closing up the gap. Tate Brush, Jet Rao still hanging 3rd and 4th. And there's Levi Meyer, the 29 ride, hanging on to the top 5, looking for the battle for the lead, making their way up out of the twist and shout section. So out of the Lemon and Trinidad Oak Tree turn, Tarnow holding off Rogers. There's the battle for the lead out of the Shock Sox S turn, and that is getting rutted and deep. That is a 100-yard nightmare going through that section right now. So Tarnow, Rogers, Bush, Rao, and Levi Meyer still top 5. Cameron Buckman, Petrick Pastero, Dakota Lee, Yamina Berning, and Elijah Taggart. That's your top 10 here. Looking at the overall, Tarnow, Rogers, and Jet Rao sitting top 3 overall right now. Tate Brush with a 6th in the first moto, going to be 4th overall. And Cameron Buckman sitting 5th overall as they run right now. And here comes your leader.
White flag is coming out. Oh!
Second place rider goes down, JP.
That just opens up. He was so close to reeling in Shannon Tarnow as they were like a bike length apart. Well, of course, a 50cc bike length apart.
Yeah, they were close in that section. They were both in the same outside line, too, and it looked like Rogers just stuck the front wheel into that softer stuff, and that was it. The walls came tumbling down.
That's right. Once again, those big 10-inch wheels carving through the VMAX switchback.
So it's Tarnow still holding the lead, a big gap now. Talon Rogers able to get up and get running without losing the spot. So Tate Brush still third, Jet Rao fourth. But yeah, JP, you could tell that Rogers was trying to dive outside to sweep back under Tarnow and just got that little tire into the soft stuff at the top of the berm, could not get out.
Man, what a disappointment. And it was a disappointment for me because, man, the action was just fixed to kick up into another level.
Right, with the white flag out, we would have saw them battling it out. And hey, can't fault Talon Rogers. He saw the opportunity, tried to take it. So the 710 of Shannon Tarnow working about a half a lap left to go here. Close battle got opened up a little bit as they came to the switchback section. And here is the checkered flag, the race win. Shannon Tarnow on the 710. Going to go 1-1 and take the overall. Solid run for the 31 of Talon Rogers. One little mistake, and Rogers, unfortunately, ends up in second spot. He's going to be second overall. Jet Rao is going to move to third, Tate Brush fourth. And it looks like it's going to be Shannon Tarnow, Jet Rao, and Talon Rogers, your top three overall.
Went from almost winning it to third. That's
Well,
motocross.
hey, there you go. Yeah, that's not much you can do about that. Jet Rao made that pass on the final lap to push himself up. Tate Brush and Levi Meyer are going to be fourth and fifth.
Can you guys give me a top three, please?
710, 72, 31. 72, 31.
So 65, 10, 11 riders next off the gate here.
So we got race 24, race 25, race 26. After that, an hour after race 26, which will be our 65cc 79 Limited. Award ceremony will be 1 hour after that race. As we wind down on race day number 3 for the James Stewart Spring Championship 13th Annual, brought to you by Parts Unlimited, Thor, and Rocky Mountain ATV, and many, many others.
There you go. And it looks like they're rolling those 50cc bikes on up to the podium there.
All right, guys, down here on the podium, buddy. Luck round. How's it feel?
Nana and Papa, Dirt Bike Kids, Dunlop, Scott Goggles, Grandma Sass, my sister, and everyone else.
Get to go to JS7's compound. Now I'm down here with a third place finisher, the number 31 machine. How does it feel to be third overall? Good. Did you have a good moto? Were you going super fast or what? We got any more motos? Or we done for the week?
We're done for the week.
That's what I like to hear, man. Tell me who your sponsors are.
Pro Taper, Dunlop, FXR, Mittens, XFX, brother, my sister, my parents, and that's it.
All right, guys, give over your third place finisher right there. If anyone sees the second finisher.
No. Great.
I do, man. You look good up here.
It went good. I don't know what start. I don't know what start place I got, but I just pushed my way through the pack and I got third, but I got second overall.
Thanks.
My mom, my dad, Jesus for keeping me safe. So fun. Let's ride. T-Rex throttles and W Fitness, Ride Designs, and Rhino Power, Money Inc., and Syndicate. Thank you all.
Now, maybe 710 Shannon Town. That's what I'm talking about, making it happen. Are you done for the week?
Yeah.
We're going to get over to Spring and have some fun? That's what I like to hear, man. Tell me who your sponsors are. Who would you like to thank?
Kids. Yeah.
I'm going to go get that number 1 plate. First. That number 1 plate, and it's going to get you those champagne bottles so you guys can have a big old celebration.
So underway with 65-11, Brayton Craiglow with 100% hole shot. He holds the lead. Jackson Vick getting around him, though, early. So Jackson Vick, Brayton Craiglow, Eden Steinbrecher, Chase Brennan, and Landon Lee, top 5. The champagne flowing. Oh, there you go. Just pour it directly on you, buddy. That is going to be one sticky kid. There you go. That gear is going to feel nice and sticky later on there, kids. So Craiglow getting the 100% hole shot, but Jackson Vick taking the lead away, and he is now starting to open up a pretty solid gap. So Craiglow, again, early lead, but Jackson Vick wasting no time getting around. And Vick has got the lead here in the 65-10-11. And there's your leader up and over the top of the FMF power wall. So there's Jackson Vick. Craiglow getting a challenge now from Steinbrecher for the second spot. Eden Steinbrecher on the outside, going past the finish line. And it looks like Craiglow going to hold him off right now. All right, leaders up into the Leonard Skinner Oaktree turn, the 70 of Jackson Vick. Starting to get away. The battle right now is for that second spot, Craiglow and Steinbrecher. And it looks like Steinbrecher making the pass into second. And Aiden Steinbrecher with a bad first moto, so not in contention for the overall here. This is just about playing the spoiler. Seems like every once in a while you get these classes where one of the guys who is super fast has trouble in one of the motos, ends up playing the spoiler in the end and seeing if they can kind of get up there and throw a little monkey wrench into the works. But nobody's going to bother Jackson Vick right now because the 70 is out front, 7.5 second gap. And there is your leader getting booted all over the place at the bottom of the hill and going to make their way into the team cramp sweeper. Man, slams into that wall on the outside. There you go. There's Jackson Vick coming down into the Texas 12 pack. That'll put lap number 3 in the books for your leader. Steinbrecher able to break free of Brayton Craiglow, so he's going to try to set sights on the leader. And let's check and see what the gap is between them. Craiglow hanging on to third on that Triangle Cycles ride. So Steinbrecher 3 seconds quicker that time around, and the gap is only 5.1 with 2 to go. So it's definitely going to be a battle before this one's over. Yeah, but Steinbrecher's closing because Steinbrecher came from 4th to 5th, just past Craiglow for 2nd. He's already closing up on Vic.
So Steinbrecher leading Krieglow, Brennan, Lee, Graves, Bircher with Vic out front. And Don, if Jackson Vic stays where he's at.
I think Jackson Vic just pulled off the side. His bike let go.
Yeah, and he is pushing his bike down. He is upset. That would be his 2nd championship today. Throws his helmet. He is upset. Unreal circumstance here for Jackson Vic.
Well, I'm sorry. I got to call you out a little bit on that one. You need to be a little more mature when you have problems. Throwing your bike down, not a good look for your team.
Well, you bring up a valid point there, Don Collins. He is upset. He's talking to Mom down there. He's got his head on the fence. He's probably got a few tears as he watches this championship slip away. But he's already earned one today, so it's not like he's had a horrible week here.
Yeah, and I mean, understandable to be upset, but the temper tantrum, not a big fan. You know who is? Eden Steinbrecher. He just got the lead as Jackson Vic's bike said bye-bye.
Brayton Krieglew, Chase Brennan, Landon Lee, Easton Graves, Brody Bircher, Dylan Graham all going to move up the ladder here.
That's going to change the overall considerably, too.
Yeah, it looks like Krieglow now will jump up into the championship run with Easton Graves and Waylon Ballinger. What's that Van Martin jinx?
I'm telling you, keep him out of the tower. These riders are just dropping like flies. Woo! So the 24, Eden Steinbrecher finds himself out front with 1 to go. There's Krieglow. He's going to move back to 2nd. Chase Brennan coming around in 3rd. Oh, Easton Graves goes down right before the finish. He had 4th. He's going to give that spot back.
So a lot of stuff happening here all over the track here, Don Collins. As you said, Graves stalling out, going down just below the E-score flags here at the finish line tabletop. And Graves losing valuable positions.
So Steinbrecher with the lead.
Jackson Vic's bike has restarted. He is riding his bike now, so not sure. No, now it comes to a stop again, so not sure what is going on with Jackson Vic's bike.
Well, he's going to have to push it off.
Maybe it was starting to let loose, and he realized it.
Yeah, I think pretty much he just came to a dead stop, and he came over the bottom of that hill, and watch, we'll see if he can ride it out there, but
I wonder if he's having an electrical issue with the bike.
That could be as well.
So here is Jackson Vic. Now he's pushing the bike again. So it could be an electrical issue here for the number 70.
Yeah, and you know, this is the thing. You get an issue like that, you got to pull off because you can't take the chance on that thing cutting out on a jump. That would be a disaster. So Easton Graves, the 31, sitting in 4th right now. That would be good enough for the top spot of the podium.
Yeah, by 1 point, Don.
But I don't know if he's actually going to be able to hold on to 4th because he lost a little time when he came over.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. So we're going to have to see this one. This one is kind of a little bit up in the air with the scoring because, again, Easton Graves came up close to the finish line. We're not sure if that was a true read or not.
Chance Olberg out of Colorado just hovering just outside your top 10 and 11th. Connor Vargas 12th. Braylon Hard in 13th. Craven Earl in 14th. Bryant Rollins back there in 15th for the finish. Top 15 here on the white flag lap. As the white flag waving, Don.
Here we go. Steinbrecher out of the 12-pack, Shand. And that is going to be the checkered flag race win. Eden Steinbrecher on the 24. Now, Steinbrecher had his bad luck in Moto 1, so he was 32nd in Moto 1, so not going to be a factor for the overall. Right now, it's still up in the air. Really no idea at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you, Don. Checkered flag waves here, unfortunately. It looks like it possibly could be Easton Graves, Craiglut, and Ballinger, but...
Yeah, we got to hold off on that and wait for the top 5 or so to roll through because this one's kind of up in the air.
Well, Landon Lee has now made his way up into the 4th, Chase Brennan 3rd, so we're about to find out here, Don. Yep, just a reminder, Moto number 27, race 27 will need to be down and staging at 7:45 a.m. Again, race number 27, you guys need to be down and staging at 7:45 a.m. as we wind down the last couple of motos here.
Look at this. Brayton Craiglow 4-2, Easton Graves 1-6, and Waylon Ballinger 3-8. That's your top 3 overall.
Unreal.
All over the map.
And no, we didn't know, so we know those other, we did not know, so we know those 3 riders had no clue either what was going on. So it's Craiglut, Graves, and Ballinger, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And hopefully Dean Diaz is figuring that out down below. Okay. So here in just a few minutes, we'll see Craiglow, Graves, and Ballinger down on the podium with our boy Dean Diaz.
Yeah, got a sight lap underway here, it looks like, for the Schoolboy 2. So I'm going to give them a look at the track here before they head out at speed. And then with final moto today, 65 7-9 limited in the gate, or in the staging area, I should say.
Schoolboy 2, 12 to 17 age group coming up. Casey Cochran, Drew Adams, Jace Allred, Christian Janik, Diesel Thomas, Kiefer, Blecka, Timmerman, Trace Holland, and Landon Peppard. Many of those riders, it looks like Diesel Thomas will not be joining us out in Nebraska. He is injured and has left the track. So our prayers and heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with Diesel Thomas and the Thomas family.
Yeah, he went down hard. They had to take him out. And we never want to see that, but, that's part of the game, unfortunately, Shand. It's not a question of if, but rather when something like that might happen. And like you said, our thoughts certainly go with him and the whole family.
As well as Jadon Cooper, both those riders going down in one of that B-class motos. So both of them in the hospital. We will also wish Jadon Cooper well. So Dean Diaz, we're going to send it down to you, buddy.
Hey, bud.
Kitchens?
Brandon Kitchens, you ever been to
Oh.
Are you excited to go?
Yeah.
Show everybody. Let everybody.
This is pretty difficult.
You must have been riding hard, though. You got that luck of the draw. How's it feel?
It feels awesome.
Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Bud Moore, Fastline, BH25, 100%, Fox, and everybody else. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, get out to Kitchens, get that luck of the draw right there. Now I'm going to go to the third competitor. He couldn't believe it. He asked me like 2 times. Of course, everything is unofficial up here on the podium, but Waylon Ballinger, dude, 3rd overall, how's it feel?
It feels pretty good.
Pretty good. That's all you got is pretty good?
Yeah, it feels good.
Dude, you had a podium on a major. It should feel awesome. It doesn't feel awesome?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, dude. I think you're more excited about the dodgeball win yesterday, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it, man. Well, tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, MTF, Stubbs 11, 110 Racing, Acrobus, Scott, and 7 EP Dunlop, Greg, Stacy Geisler, Moto Sandbox, Cow Cheeseman, Ryan Sipes, and everyone else that helps me out. Thank you.
All right, guys. Second over. Loud. I'm here with last champion and whole shot winner. Did you work hard out there?
Yeah, well, I rode hard, but I just stayed it easy. Rusty Reynolds, Donnie Luce, 100% Bell helmets, Dunlop tires, door gear, FMF pipes, Pro Taper, flow bags, and Atric knee braces, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys. We're going to bring Mike Burkeen late, and you guys can celebrate with
All right, thank you, Dean. He's going to try and get the heck out of there before the champagne flies. We got Schoolboy 2 on the gate here. One of the last two motos on the day. Casey Cochran, Drew Adams with wins in their division. Allred and Janik with second place in their division. So we're going to see how they stack up here. Revs are up.
I see a Kawasaki rounding the first turn. And you got to think if that's going to be the 27 of Christian Janik.
Yeah, we'll have to see here.
It's going to be Drew Adams, the 300. Drew Adams, the 300 on the Kawasaki out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, grabbing the Schoolboy 2, 12-17, second moto hole shot.
Well, he had a win in his division. Not a surprise to see him start out strong in this one. He's got a lot of time on the track before they're going to throw that checkered flag. So let's just see how Adams goes out front here. Look like Nate Freehill, Dylan Blecker, Jace Allred, and Gabe Fink right behind him out of the turn.
So here is the big question, Don. Casey Cochran winning his division. We do not see him.
Yeah, we'll have to see where he comes around here. He might have gone outside where the loop was. That looks like him out front there, Shand.
Yeah, he totally avoided. He was too fast for the loop,
Just
for the East 4
flew
loop.
by it. You know, there's always a possibility that the transponder's not on the bike, too. I mean, that could be.
Well, Casey Cochran now in the driver's seat here. He gets around the 300 of Drew Adams. So the race is on. These are your two division winners, both up front, Don. This is what we looked forward to 2 days ago when these divisions fired out of the gates. We look forward to let's take both these division winners and put them together here for the second moto with excellent starts. And it was Adams with a hole shot, Cochran right on his rear fender. Cochran makes the pass. And boy, Don, this is going to be one of the funnest ones to call here.
Yeah, we were hoping it would shape up this way, and it did. Well, there you go. So Casey Cochran, the Rockstar Husqvarna rider, going to make his way up and over the top of the FMF power wall here.
We've got another Kawasaki there in third position.
Yeah, that's the 47 of Kiefer. So Aiden Kiefer to third, Dylan Blecker and Christian Janik fourth and fifth.
Kiefer out of the way of Hesperia, California, finished third in his division. So Kiefer, Don, if the checkered flag,
That's why he went over and turned this bike way up. Somebody turned that one up. They were all straight up like this. That one turned like this.
JP's never even walked over there.
Somebody did. I don't know who did. Like me. But yeah, that one all of a sudden was like this. And like I said, I had all of them like this. The mine is down. You got to keep it at half or below. That's the key.
I know. I went over there and looked at all that earlier, but So what I was going to say, Don, is Kiefer with a third right now. So if the checkered flag wave right now, Kiefer would be coming by way of California to Texas for his second third-place podium finish, but maybe Kiefer can get up around Adams.
Hey, you know what? It's one of those things where it might have just been a little bit of a miscue earlier. I know we heard him on the podium saying he was pushing and they just kind of ran out of it and, ran out of time, ran out of energy out there. So, and like you said earlier, it's getting hot out there. That'll start to sap your strength.
Yep. The sun finally broke out about 2 hours ago, Don. The first time for us to see the sun literally all week for 4 days of events, racing, practice, registration. It's been cloudy until today. The sun is out. Everything is drying out. The track is drying out. We're going to have some throttle control now instead of just grind, push in the loam.
Yeah, watching Carson Menquist on your screen working through some of the traffic there. Menquist trying to move towards the front of the pack. Speaking of the front of the pack, we're going to be waiting for Casey Cochran. There he is coming up the hill. Looks like Adams and Kiefer still matching pace with him there, Shand.
Yep, Cochran not able to disappear into the future too much as Adams and Kiefer there. Blecka, Janik, Edwards. Hayes Edwards, good ride here. Nate Freehill back there in 7th position here on lap number 3. At the start of lap number 3.
Boy, you notice the top 5 coming over the finish. They're all pushing that bike back down to the ground as fast as they can. They want to get that drive going. What do you got there, Shan?
Well, Don, the top 5 are all within 5 seconds of each other. So you can literally throw a paper towel. That's what I said. This is going to be the funnest race to announce so far this week here as your 2 division winners are out front. Let's see if Drew Adams can slowly reel in Casey Cochran. As Cochran making his way around the Leonard Skinner oak tree and Adams right on his rear fender, Don.
Yeah, and they're not really breaking away. Now looks like it's going to be Janik making the move on Kiefer.
Yeah, Janik gets around Kiefer. They got a Kawasaki 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And Janik, let's see what this does mathematically. 2, 3, that'd be 5 points. Kiefer, 3, 4, 7 points. So Janik has just put himself up into that 3rd place podium.
That's it. He reached that boot up and kicked Kiefer off the podium.
That's right.
Get out of here. So Cochran into the Kawasaki step up. Drew Adams chasing after him.
Drew Adams is matching Cochran's speed, and you cannot say that for Janik or Kiefer. They are slightly off the pace. In fact, Drew Adams here, Don, with the fastest lap time of a 2-minute, 10-second. Cochran a 2:11. So Adams not only matching the speed, but he's actually a little bit faster on certain sections and certain laps as we're on lap number 3 here.
And you can tell how rough the track is.
You watch these guys, Don, exit the... Did it clip out again? So that must be the heat.
And you know what? Casey Cochran laying down a 2:04 earlier in the day. I don't think we're going to see that on this rough track right now.
No, Drew Adams with a 2:10. You talked about the track being rough. Watch them go through the shock socks S-turn and exit out. You see that linkage and shock and suspension and swing arm really moving up and down.
Yeah, it is really rough.
It's the 27 of Janik back out in the 3rd, has moved around Kiefer. So Janik up in the 3rd, Kiefer back to 4th. Is that fan on still back there blowing it out? Cochran still out front of Adams. Janik, as we pointed out a half a lap ago, made his way around Kiefer.
Yeah,
and
Janik.
I tell you what, go ahead, Don.
He's on the move. He's starting to close the gap on Adams, and Adams about the same gap behind Cochran.
Yeah, you give it up to both. Cochran has not cracked under pressure.
No.
He's not being super pressured. He's there. Adams is there to make a monumental mistake. If Cochran makes a mistake, to capitalize on it. Having said that, I give it up for Drew Adams. He has kept the pressure on. He's not fallen off the pace whatsoever. And as you pointed out, Cochran now with the fastest lap time of 2:10, so he steps it up a notch.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. Sometimes you just need to sit a couple bike links behind the guy, rev that engine here and there, just let him know, that's right, you're not going away from me anywhere. Some riders will crack under that pressure. Honestly, I don't see that happening with Cochran. He's a pretty cool customer there.
Coming out of the Team Cramp corner up and over Cemetery Hill, you're looking at the 66 on the Husqvarna. Casey Cochran launching off that FMF Powerwall with Drew Adams of 300 on the Team Green Monster Energy Kawasaki backed effort. They're in second position through the FMF VMAX switchback up and over the finish line tabletop. And how about the 27 Janik? Kiefer, okay, so now Kiefer back a distant fourth. He's actually back in fifth as Blecka has made his way around Kiefer. And Don, I'm going to tell you right now, I think Kiefer is extremely gifted, talented, fast. I don't think Kiefer is used to probably riding the ruts here. They don't have quite the ruts in California they're going to have here.
And it's rough. I mean, it's just a rough point on the day, and, not everybody's good in the rough stuff.
These guys are used to riding these ruts. Kiefer not necessarily used to riding these caliber ruts here.
Yeah, some guys love it. Some guys would rather not be out there.
That's why we're up in the tower, Don.
That's it.
So here is your top 20 rundown right now. It's Cochran, Adams, Janik, Blecka, Kiefer, Allred, Freehill, Bernard, Peppard, and Timmerman round out your top 10. It's Hayes Edwards in 11th, Jaden Searles in 12th, Brendan Schofield in 13th, Landon Hartz in 14th. 15th place is going to be Cade Johnson. Colin the Cookie Monster Allen back there in 16th. Jackson Glather 17th. Wyatt Creighton in 18th. Gavin Bates in 19th. And in 20th, it's Gavin Player, number 25. We've got the 53 machine. Has pulled off the track, taken his jersey off, not having a good moto. I think that was the 53.
Yeah, I don't see him on the list there, but that was definitely the 53 ride.
Our mystery rider, Don.
Well, right now he is not a mystery because he's not happy he's not on the track.
That's right.
Handling it rather well, though.
We've got the final moto of the day, race number 26, the 65 7-9 limited class, loaded up in the gate for the final moto of the day. And we will start at 7:45 a.m. for our sight lap down in staging, women's 12-plus age group. Women's 12-plus age group will be the first moto tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, March 12th.
The gap is stretching. Casey Cochran starting to get away. And here comes Janik to work on Adams.
Yeah, the Kawasaki teammates. Like peanut butter and jelly, Don.
Yep, and just slowly, Casey Cochran, consistent laps. That's a 2:09, his fastest of the moto.
He's getting faster.
Some guys do that. I mean, some guys just seem to get their pace about midway and get quicker.
So Jace Allred has now made the pass on Aiden Kiefer. So Kiefer has that blistering pace for the first 3 laps, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, he just cannot maintain that pace. So,
well, it takes time. The Schoolboy 2 is a pretty competitive class. Just got to have a little more seat time, get a little more experience, and I'm sure everything will work out fine for that young man. He's got probably many championships ahead of him.
oh, sure. Aiden Kiefer just blistering fast on the Kawasaki.
And there is Casey Cochran making his way down the Shock Sox Expressway, or Shock Sox S-turn into the Freestone Freeway. And, boy, you're looking at that overhead shot, you notice that big G out isn't in the middle of that turn anymore,
Right.
where yesterday we watched them drop into like a cave.
You know what that was caused from? It was yesterday morning. It was extremely muddy. We had an early 10 a.m. We had a delay until, 9:30?
9:30, yeah.
And then we had a pro moto. So that was the hot line because of the mud. And as the day went on, let's say fast forward 5 or 6 hours, the day went on, that main line just got completely tore out and created that pocket. And that's where we saw that one rider actually loop out, throw the bike away. So, yeah, now you're seeing that overhead overhead screenshot on Area 51 Films, you're not seeing that pocket. They're all gnarly ruts, but not necessarily that deep pocket, Don.
We're at the halfway point here in Schoolboy 2.
And Cochran making his way around the track one more time here. Just looks flawless and smooth, Don Collings. The 27, Janik is still ahead of Adams, and Adams was pressuring Janik last lap.
No, Janik was pressuring Adams.
Yep, exactly.
And now he's ahead.
He's ahead.
So let's see if that change. Yeah, it's going to put Janik second overall. Adams with a 1-3 third overall, but Cochran sitting on a 1-1, baby.
Yep, exact same overall class results now as we have in the pecking order here on lap number 7 of the Schoolboy 2, 12-17, with Blecka in 4th, Jace Allred 5th. Aiden Kiefer back there in 6th, Landon Peppard in 7th. It is Timmerman, Enzo Timmerman, holding on to that solid 10th place position here. They would set him up for 8th overall in the championship points run.
So there is the 66, the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna ride. Casey Cochran out of the Shock Sox S-turn here. Working through the late part of the moto. Look at, we got some side-by-side battles all the way through the field here. These guys are duking it out. Jonathan Yelton going tooth and nail with Gavin Player for 19th.
Yep, trying to earn those bragging props, at least try to finish inside the top 20 here. For some of these, for some of these racers, this will be the final moto of the week.
Yeah.
And for those that are having their final motos of the week, the awards ceremony at the Pavilion with Dean Dias 1 hour after the last moto. And also don't forget to turn in your transponders and get your deposit money back.
Yeah, anything they gave you with it, the charging cradle, all that stuff, bring it right back over to eScore. Don't leave here with those. They don't want your deposit. They don't want your credit card. They need to have those back so they can rent them again.
I went through that earlier, Don. I had to return the equipment to get my deposit back.
There you go.
But it was not on a transponder.
No, but it did send you for a loop.
It did. You're right. Hopefully it sent a few people through a loop.
There you go. So Casey Cochran smooth out front as he continues to click off the laps, up to an 8.8 second gap over Janik and Adams. Cochran out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
There goes Enzo Timmerman, the 21 on the Kawasaki, just inside that top 10 with Nate Freehill in 9th. Or actually, Freehill slides on back to 10th. Timmerman climbs up to 9th. Casey Bernard in 8th. Landon Peppard in 7th. Aiden Kiefer in 6th. Jace Allred still in that KTM up there in 5th position. Blecka 4th. Adams 3rd. Janik, of course, getting around Adams' last lap, Don, moves his way up to 2nd. And it is Casey Cochran on that Schoolboy 2. Husqvarna leading by about 9.5, 10 seconds over Janik.
Yeah, it looks like Cochran going to head up to the top of Cemetery Hill. Going to watch for him to pop over the FMF power wall here in just a minute. So Cochran into the finish line turn.
Another lap in the books here for the 66 of Cochran, Don.
Yeah, reaching up to clear the vision over the tabletop there. And this is some lap traffic that they're traveling through now, boy. They are in the thick of it.
Yeah, you're right. I think some of these lap riders are kind of realizing, whoa, these guys are smoking by me. What has taken place here in the past 9 laps?
You know, there's another sign that you're kind of starting to be the man to beat is that the lap riders see you coming and go, all right, yep, all right, man, that's Casey. Let me get out of the way.
Yep.
I saw that in that Dunlop drop. A rider definitely looked over and kind of moved to the right. It's like, yeah, they know the fast guys are coming through. You don't want to be the one to mess up the ride.
Diplomatic courtesy.
That's it. A little moto diplomacy, if you will, Shand.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
And here comes Cochran back to the inside. And we are getting close to the waning moments of the moto. I see the finish line. Britt Lambert got the stopwatch and the white flag in hand, so it's going to get close.
Excellent coverage here on Freestone's YouTube channel. Great bird's eye view there of the ranch. Brought to you by Area 51 Films and Outlaw Productions TV. Shows you extremely how packed, extremely packed this place is here at Miller Ranch, Don. Just a sea of motorhomes.
Yeah, you're going to need the shoehorn to get another one in here.
Exactly.
So it looks like the white flag getting ready to come out.
Oh, so will this make 2 or 3 for Casey Cochran today, Don?
I believe it's going to be 3.
He is going to see the white flag here in about 4 seconds through the FMF VMAX switchback up and over the finish line tabletop. It's Casey Cochran on his way to all the golden glory here with Janik back there about 10, 11 seconds behind Cochran. It's Janik and a still hard-charging Drew Adams.
Yeah, Adams is not letting this one go. He is going to chase down his teammate if he can.
He wants to put a pair of Kawasaki's up on the box.
Well, as they run right now, it would be Cochran, Janik, Adams, 1, 2, and 3 in the overall.
So here is your top 15 rundown. Cochran, Janik, Adams, Allred, and Blecka, your top 5. Kiefer back there in 6th, Landon Peppard in 7th, Casey Bernard in 8th, Enzo Timmerman in 9th, Nate Freehill in your top 10. Just outside your top 10, Landon Hartz in 11th, Colin the Cookie Monster Allen in 12th, Hayes Edwards, solid 13th place ride, Brendan Schofield in 14th, and Jaden Searles in 15th, Don, here on the opening, or the final lap. Not the opening, the final lap.
So someone to be in for a long moto if this is the opening lap.
This has been a long moto for Casey Cochran, Janik, and Adams. They are wanting that checkered flag to wave so they can just hit that podium.
Would not be a bad thing at this point. You know as well as I do, though, Shan, they could probably go another 20.
Sure, absolutely. You know they got to be training 35, 40-minute motos to come out and ride a 25-minute moto at extreme race pace. There is Hayes Edwards, the 45, up and over the finish line tabletop.
So looking for the 66 ride, one more trip into the 12 pack. And there is the 66 Rockstar Energy Husqvarna ride. Casey Cochran with another moto win. Little double fist pump there. Janik across the line, second on the Monster Energy Team Greed ride. His teammate, Drew Adams, will hold third. Adams looking a little less than happy there, but hey, you know, that was a solid performance. Just you're not going to chase down the guy that's setting the fast lap every time.
Nope, and back in 4th position, we should be seeing Jace Allred, the 73 on the KTM. Fantastic ride by Allred. And up into 5th, the 5'11", Dylan Blecka rounds out your top 5 here. What a fantastic moto here between Adams and Janik switching positions. Cochran just from the get-go, the missile.
Gone. Just gone.
Just absolutely gone. Hey, Kevin Kozad, did you race today, Kevin?
No, sir.
Okay, we had to talk about this on 2 days ago, and I'm thoroughly disappointed in you, but at the same time, I fully understand.
Not by my choice.
No, not by your choice. Okay, we'll leave that alone. So it is Cade Nightingale, the Nightmare. Cade Nightingale out front, hole shotting, getting the 100% hole shot award in the 65 7-9 limited class out of Mounds, Oklahoma. Jaden Smart, Beckham Smith, Gavin Welzine, Anderson Full Throttle Waddell, Gavin McCoy, Oliver Abreu, Eli Herrick, and Aiden Held, as well as Carter Holmes, round out your top 10 in Moto number 1. It is the Nightmare. Cade Nightingale out front leading the charge here.
Yeah, and that's going to be a nightmare for everybody else on the field, that's for sure. There's Beckham Smith trying to chase him down in second. Looks like Waldell, the 674 in third.
And we'll be sending it down to the podium here any second.
We got a little minute here, I think, before they all got to get their helmets off. They've got to have a chat with their trainer.
Do hair and makeup and wardrobe.
Yeah. I know it takes me a while for me.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of spackle to cover this.
Yeah.
Oh, there we
Kevin
go.
Kozad.
Was that the lazy Kevin Kozad over there? That the
chose not to
non-racer?
race. Yeah, that lazy guy.
Well, trust me, no one thinks I'm worse looking than me.
Drives all the way to Freestone from Florida and
just
says, I guess I'm not going to race.
Every couple days I ask my wife, why? What did you, why? What are you doing?
It
Gotta
is
be.
his swagger. He's got a lot. He's almost got as much as Wes Kane. Almost as Wes Kane. Yeah. That is the first sign of. That's the first sign of no confidence. A braggart.
So looking for your leaders to pop over the top of the FMF power wall here in just a moment. There's Cade Nightingale, and we're going to send it down to the podium.
All right, we do that one lucky winner. That one lucky winner, Landon Peppard. Get the luck of the draw, man. How's it feel? Getting that luck of the now is up here on the podium. All right, we're waiting for the bike to get up. We'll talk about that whole shot. Get the 100% whole shot award. And third over on the podium, Drew Adams. Drew, man, how's it feel?
Oh, yeah, I had a pretty rough week all week, but we ended with a whole shot. I got really gassed out, had some stuff stuck in my throat, but I'm ready for sprinting.
No doubt about it. You're going to be bringing it to Springading, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me you got this whole shot award. Who's helping you out?
I'd like to thank my mom, dad, Jesus, for keeping me safe. The whole Monster Energy, Team Green, Kawasaki guys, Pro Circuit. My mechanic, Derek, for packing a good gate all week. Fox and everybody else that supports me, huge thanks to.
Guys, give Drew Adams that 100% whole shot award and third overall up here on the box. Make my way over to second overall. Janik. Christian. Got about it. You were riding good as well. You got second overall. Dan, that's solid. Tell me who you'd like to thank. I'll let you get recovered.
Dunlop, the whole Fox crew, Renthal, VP, my mom, my dad, they do so much. My sister's back at home, Throttle Syndicate, Dunlop, DID change and rims, wrist brace guy. I forgot, thank you.
Christian Janik, now, how many championships is that this week?
3.
Three-time champ right here. Conquering, man, how'd that motor go?
The track's beat, so you know you really gotta step out of the main line and find some good ones out there, and that's what we did. You know, we put on some good laps early and stayed alive, and almost almost crashed going down the Dunlop drop over there. That was a close one. I thought I threw it away, but we held on to it and then just pushed through those last 2 laps and came out with the W, and I'm stoked right now.
And you gonna bring it in next week or what?
That's the plan. Keep it going.
All right, keep it going. Tell me.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe out there. My the whole Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Racing team, you know, putting in the hours out at Baker Factory with all the boys, critiquing me every day and getting me where I need to be. It's an unreal experience, and I'm stoked to be up here and represent them. But yeah, Dunlop tires, Vision wheel, my mechanic Grizz, and everyone who puts in the work, Pro Taper, you know, we're out here putting our lives into this, and it's paying off, and I'm stoked.
That's Casey Cochran, your champ here in the Schoolboy 2 class. It's done. Now I'm going to bring in Mike Burkeen so he can hand you over that number 1 plate.
All right, there you go. Champagne celebration down there on the podium. Casey Cochran bailing out. We are underway with the final moto today. It's the 65-79 Limited. Cade Nightingale, the Nightmare, with the 100% whole shot award. He holds a pretty solid gap out front. Anderson Waldell, Gavin McCoy, Absher Hall, Jaden Smart through the top 5. Looking at the overall right now, a 1-1 for Nightingale. Anderson Waldell sitting 5-2. That's going to be good enough for second overall. And Jaden Smart 2-5.
Yeah, look at Smart and Waldell's flip-flop numbers here, 5-2 and 2-5.
You know, they just decided that they'd like to have that little bookend thing going on there. So this is the final moto today. Once again, we want to remind folks, if your race program is done, return your transponder over to eScore along with all of the equipment they gave you. So if your racing program is done, you're going to get ready to grab your awards and head out. The first thing you should do is return your transponder over to eScore.
Yeah, and don't forget, award ceremony at the pavilion 1 hour after this moto, 1 hour after the completion of this moto. Don, it is Cade Nightingale. I nicknamed him the Nightmare, and it's gotten to the point sometimes where I just call him Cade Nightmare, where I forget that it's Nightingale is actually his name. Past Bell Golden Helmet Award winner, and just has won out here a numerous amount of times. He's got Waddell back there, full throttle Waddell. Back there, the 674 on the KTM in second position.
Yeah, but Jaden Smart looks like he's made a couple passes. That's going to put him into second overall.
Yeah.
So Jaden Smart moves to third. So he moves to second overall. That's going to push Anderson Waldell down to third overall.
The mathematics get pretty crazy here with inconsistent scores, some 2.5s and 5.2s and 6.4s. But it is Cade Nightingale on his way to a championship class run here in the 65-79 Limited, barring any unforeseen crazy circumstances. Little sister Reese Nightingale, his biggest fan, little Reese Nightingale, she helps us out with the Stasic PW50 giveaway at the 5th and final round of the Winter Series. She's done that the last 2 years.
There you go.
We cut her a check. We 1099 her a check for $10,000.
There you go. Sounds like tax fraud to me.
It is tax fraud and unreported child labor. We're guilty of everything out here.
So Nightingale making his way down the Freestone Freeway. And the next time we see Nightingale over the finish line, he's going to be looking at the white flag as we see the overhead shot of him heading into the ski jump. Down into that loop 270, the big sweeping left-hand turn. So white flag is out. Cade, Nightingale, Jade Smart. And it looks like Anderson Waldell continue to run top three. That's how they run in the overall order. So looking for Nightingale to work his way out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. And here he comes back over the inside rhythm section to the Shock Socks S turn. He's going to head on down towards the Kawasaki step up here on the final lap. So looking for the rider on the number 4 Yamaha, there is Nightingale picking his way through that rough and rutted section. And you can see that shot there from the folks at Outlaw TV Productions. His feet getting ripped off the pegs. Those ruts are so deep. Coming to the inside to avoid that down rider. And here he comes. One more trip up to the top of Cemetery Hill. And here comes the number 4, Cade Nightingale, over the FMF Powerwall. And he's got the checkered flag and a big number 1 plate waiting for him at the end of this section. And there it is, race win. The number 4 Blue Crew ride of Cade Nightingale. Yeah, a fist pump over the finish there. Looking for Jaden Smart. There is the 4. So the 4R, Jaden Smart, going to hang on to the second spot on his Cobra. And it'll be the 674, the rider out of Lizella, Georgia. That is Anderson Waldell going to hang on to third. And that is exactly how they will finish it out in the overall picture. Cade Nightingale, Jaden Smart, and Anderson Waldell. Looks like Gavin McCoy going to hang on to the 4th spot. We're looking for Absher Hall to round out the top 5. So the smallest numbers you could possibly purchase. And it looks like Gavin Welsing going to get that 6th spot as Hall howls on to 5th. And that is going to do it for the racing. So the race. So the racing is done for the day. We got another podium to do down there next to the start straight. And don't forget, coming up 1 hour after the conclusion of this race, which is right now, so 1 hour from now, they'll be underneath the pavilion across from the registration tower doing the awards. So you can just head right over to the awards pavilion in about 1 hour. We'll be giving those out over there. And folks, don't forget, if you're done with your race program, if you don't have any more races, return your transponder to the eScore MX trailer. Make sure you give them all of the stuff you got with it. So you can see folks in the impound area there.
To our 3rd overall right now, Anderson Waddell. Anderson, bro, I know it's tough, I know it was rough, but you're here on the podium, man. How does it feel?
Awesome.
Awesome, that's what I like to hear. Are you excited to be the last moto of the day, or was it sort of a disappointment?
It was both.
You made it happen, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah.
We have an ice cream tonight?
Maybe.
No, you got another moto tomorrow. You can't have ice cream.
Yeah, I got one more tomorrow.
All right, well, let's do it in the final moto out there. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
My mom, my dad, OB, Orange Brigade, KTM, Fly, A1 Racing, Scott, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it up to Anderson Waddell, finishing up 3rd overall on the podium. Now we're going to come 2nd overall. JS7, how's it feel?
It's really rough out there. It's so much breaking bumps. Went over the bars on the first lap, but I charged back to 2nd. Yeah. On my dad, Fox, Kerma Motorcycles, DRI suspension, Tyson engines, T-Rex throttles, Tyson. And everybody else.
Dude, getting it done. Whole shot award, the champion, man. Tell me how this Yamaha's running.
Oh, it's running good. It's real good. The track's real deep. I was kind of happy, Bo, because I'm good in deep ruts. So.
Yeah, I know about you charged on. What do you think about tomorrow? We gonna have the same game plan, get out front, or what?
Yep, get the whole shot and then ride my race.
That's what I'd like to hear. Tell me who you'd like to thank.
Mom and Dad, Cobra, Yamaha, NSA, Cole, Danny, Ed, Cole, Jake, Donnie, Danny, Dunlop, FMF, 100%, Bell, Moose, and that's all.
I think you might have the most sponsors out of everybody. I'm going to bring a Mike McKinney so you hand you that number 1 plate. So we can have a celebration down at the podium, the final session. Let's cut out on the microphone about that. Jackson Kelly, get a look at the draw. Last up here on the second. Nightingale.
Well, there you go. The champagne spray down there on the podium. And yes, that is a non-alcoholic apple juice champagne. We're not feeding kids alcohol down there. Just so y'all know, nobody needs to freak out.
Yeah, they're going to do that on their own later in life.
That's right, yeah.